This is the clerk, just a courtesy announcement that we are now live on the internet. Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Jill, for some reason you are echoing pretty bad. You may want to try to restart and come back and try again.
Be right back.
Thank you. Good morning, Jeff.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Have a great meeting. Good morning, James.
Try again. Can you hear me now?
I still can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Vice President Ellenberg.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you today?
Great, thanks. And yourself?
Best day ever.
Awesome. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Bruce. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning.
Thank you. I can hear you loud and clear. Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Good morning, Supervisor Samantha. You are still muted, sir.
All right, that's why we do a mic check. How are we doing now?
We are doing well, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do a Rhonda check now.
Hopefully I'm sounding loud and clear. You
do
are
sound
as
loud and
well.
clear. Yep.
If you don't mind, I'm going to do a mic check on Jill. She's been having some echo problems.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
You sound much better.
Thank
And
you.
that's a good thing because Jill is our clerk today.
Right on, Jill.
So you have 4 out of 5 supervisors. We are still awaiting Supervisor Chavez.
Gotcha. So Supervisor Ellenberg is there, Rhonda?
Yes, she is.
Wonderful. And Vice President, you'll be doing the Pledge of Allegiance today.
All right, very good.
That'll leave 4 meetings for me, 1 pledge by Supervisor Simidian, 1 by Chavez, 1 by Lee, 1 by Wasserman.
Recording in progress.
And
There.
good morning Supervisor Chavez.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Have a
There we
great
go,
week.
and it's 9:30. Jill, we're going to turn things over to you for roll call.
Supervisor Lee,
Good morning, Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Simidian,
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg,
I'm here.
and President Wasserman.
Here as well.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you,
do
Jill.
have a quorum.
Thank you. Move on to item number 2, our Pledge of Allegiance, which is being led today by Vice President Ellenberg. Everyone stand who can. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
flag
of the United
United
States
States
of
of
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I was saying the pledge, but had it muted because of a disruptive dog trying to say the pledge as well. We're now going to move on to item number 3, invocation by Alice Turner from the Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, brought to us today by Supervisor Otto Lee. There you go.
Here we go. Good morning. Well, October is the Blindness Awareness Month, and I would like to invite Alice Turner, our Director of Community and Corporate Relations from the Vista Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, to do the invocation today. Alice is a blind professional who has worked for the Vista Center for 17 years in community and corporate relations and currently serves on the leadership team. She came to Vista Center in the late 90s when she experienced significant vision loss and grew up with low vision. Her personal and professional passion and commitment are to connect individuals who are blind or have low vision with community, county, and city resources. Additionally, she educates and collaborates with the corporate partners to help make the world more inclusive for all individuals with different and various abilities. Alice lives right here in Sunnyvale and travels throughout the Bay Area in her guide dog, Clara. Please welcome Alice Turner.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And I am honored to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. And what I would like to do as far as when we begin is I invite you, if you feel so comfortable in doing so, to take a moment and just close your eyes. The reason I say that is that we live in a very complex and sometimes overwhelmingly stimulus within our community and within our world. And so sometimes just taking a moment to close your eyes helps us all. So we are blessed to live in a county that is filled with individuals who are very diverse, who have different cultures and have different abilities. I count this as one of my blessings every day. So as we consider our thoughts around the concept this month in October is vision awareness, there's a couple of things that I invite you to do. One is that in this community that we have, it's a very rich community of a tapestry of individuals who sincerely care about the work that they do. And the other aspect that I invite you to do is to think in terms of each person, especially those who are blind or have low vision, and to think of all of us as having an inner light. This inner light comes to us because of our experiences, our concepts, our abilities, all of those. And sometimes it's hard to recognize and see that inner light in each one of us. So today, I ask you to please consider and bless each other and consider the needs of people who are blind or have low vision and people with all different abilities in our community. And I ask this, and I invite you to say in whatever way that you feel most comfortable, amen to this blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, and amen as well. Thank you very much, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
That felt good to close my eyes. Thank you. Let's see, next we have we don't have announcement adjournment. accommodations and proclamations. And I believe my adjournment, yes, is correct for this meeting. I'm getting a mixed message. The announce adjournments in memoriam. I'm going to need just 1 second to ask staff if this one for Bill Kelly is for today or for our next meeting. Okay, I believe it is for today. I'm gonna stick with that. All right, number 4, announce adjournments in memoriam. And I will say before I start this, anyone wishing to speak on number 6, which is public comment, which is the opportunity for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda.
So
if it's on- yes,
Supervisor
Bill.
Wasserman,
Yeah.
just an FYI, we did just check the agenda and it is not on the agenda for Mr. Kelly for this meeting.
Okay, so Chief Kelly's adjournment will be it'll be November 2nd, November 1st.
I believe so. I just know that it was not on today's agenda.
Okay, if there's members of the public waiting, I apologize for that. And Rhonda, let's get that clarified and make sure we get to any members of the family that we're going to be listening in. All right, we now move on to, I think now we move on to number 6. Rhonda and Jill, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Thank you. So now we are on to number 6, which is public comment, which I just said is for anyone to speak about anything not on today's agenda. I ask that you register electronically so that we can manage the time appropriately. And again, this is for items not on today's agenda. And with that, Jill, let's give it another moment or two. All right, Jill, let's give our first, whoop. We're popping ahead here. All right, Jill, 1 minute each, please.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Monica Thompson. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Monica, please go ahead. Your mic is hot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Monica Thompson and I'm one of the assistant nurse managers of PACU and also a clinical nurse. I have been able to step into action at any moment to help my staff and ensure patient safety. All the assistant nurse managers are the backbones to these units, and without strong clinical nurse skills, the units would be chaotic and compromise patient safety. I'm asking you to reconsider the 10% increase to include all assistant nurse managers at Santa Clara Valley Medical.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Camera. I am unmuting you. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Alan Kamara on behalf of all our members. Monica, thank you for that speech. You'll be hearing from our members today speaking on item 43 that is on consent calendar. We ask that you keep it on consent, and we thank you for all that you do. Well, since we promote equity in this county, we ask that you continue to do that. This 10% is good for all our clinical nurses. However, we have someone like Monica, assistant nurse managers. We have our psych nurses. We have our per diem nurses. We have many in our bargaining unit who rightfully deserve this 10%. And as much as RMP and concord with this item, Agenda 43, we ask that you do the right thing to make sure all our members get the 10%. We thank you.
Next speaker is Kim. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, President Wasserman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Kim Hing, and I live in Cupertino. I am proud to not only be a Special Olympics athlete and athlete leader, but also a member of Special Olympics Northern California's Board of Directors. Thank you for supporting Special Olympics. It means a lot to us athletes. Back in 2006, I learned I was eligible to participate in this fantastic organization because I am autistic. Since then, Special Olympics has given me opportunities to do more than sports. I am able to engage the community as an athlete leader and ambassador. For instance, I speak at companies, and my favorite, I like to speak at schools about inclusion. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Did you know that many of us have jobs? I've been working teaching math and English, and those of us with ID are able to contribute to the workforce given the opportunity, and the skills I learned through Special Olympics made me a better employee. Thank you for supporting us and our families.
Thank you, Kim.
Our next speaker is April Grady. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. April Grady, if you could unmute, please. We'll come back.
Thank you. And Jill, before you proceed, I see that we have 35 speakers at the moment. I just want to remind all those individuals, this is the opportunity to speak on anything not on today's agenda. If you happen to speak on something on today's agenda, note will be made of that and you will not be able to speak on it later. But in respect to all speakers, I ask that you don't speak about something on today's agenda. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
My name is Laura. I'm an assistant nurse manager. As A&Ms, we are still clinical nurses and continue to provide direct patient care. We triage, educate, work at the bedside, and act as charge nurses on top of all our administrative work. Supervisor Samantha and all the supervisors have spoken publicly about the importance of mental health in our community and all your efforts to ensure that the county has adequate services. The child and adolescent psychiatric facility at VMC will be built soon. Did you know that the psychiatric nurses who will be taking care of these patients are not going to receive a pay increase? Do you think that many of these nurses will stay at the current role in mental health if they can be earning more as a clinical nurse in another department? This new center will need staff developers to train the nurses and support staff, nurse coordinators to coordinate the complex care of behavioral health patients, nurse practitioners to diagnose and treat, and assistant nurse managers to lead and manage the center. These are all positions that will be vacant if they don't receive pay equality. Please grant all RMPA registered nurses a 10% pay increase. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Sarah, if you could unmute, please. Come back. Our next speaker is Dana Paulson. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Dana Paulson, and I am a certified registered nurse anesthetist at Valley Medical Center. As CRNAs, we pride ourselves in the care we give, despite being overworked. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Good morning. My name is Dana Paulson. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. As CRNAs, we pride ourselves in the care we give, despite being overworked, understaffed, and now as the board has decided, undervalued. It's expensive in the Bay Area, and to keep up with salary competition this year, multiple healthcare institutions gave their CRNAs up to 20% raises. VMC gave their CRNAs 0% raises. We work at the Valley because we love this job, but when the board decides to selectively pick who deserves raises and who do not, it gives us pause and forces us to reevaluate our worth. Please consider all RNs for the 10% raise. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joel Silver. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Joel Silver. I'm a psych nurse at the main jail, one of many. There are many more psych nurses at BAP and EPS, and though we are designated specialists on our respective units, we are being denied the 10% raise given to our, quote, clinical nurse coworkers who are sitting right next to us and doing the exact same work. All nurses are clinical nurses. Many of us have taken the time to specialize, and unless you give us the same raise as the clinical nurses, we are effectively being penalized for specializing. We ask that you please give parity and give the 10% to all nurses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Wilfred. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Eric Wilfred. I live in Mountain View. I serve as the vice chair of the board for Special Olympics Northern California, and I'm here to thank you for your ongoing support of the organization. As a board member, as a volunteer coach, and as a parent of an athlete, I see the transformative impact of our program on people with intellectual and developmental disability in our community, and your support makes that possible in Santa Clara County. It's also National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which always reminds me that I got involved with Special Olympics because I hired an athlete, and that's what he wanted to talk about, and he drew me in. And I know so many of our athletes who credit the skills and the connections and the confidence that they build in Special Olympics with enabling them to be employed and to find great jobs. So thank you again.
Thank you, Eric.
Next speaker is Christine Rouse. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Tyler and Christine Rouse. We are assistant nurse managers for the homeless healthcare program. Our program is comprised of stationary clinics, mobile medical units, backpack outreach teams, and population-specific programs. Our program is a network of clinics and programs and is staffed by a multidisciplinary team. During the pandemic, we worked closely with our own team and the Office of Supportive Housing to ensure our most medically vulnerable residents would have a safe place to isolate. In addition to managing our clinics, we also supported healthcare delivery at COVID hotels and shelters, supervised the testing and immunization teams, and stepped in as direct service providers as needed.
Most of our patients have medical and psychiatric problems, and many also have co-occurring substance use disorders. Both of us will staff clinics so as not to close a site, which would limit access to our services. Both of us have extensive clinical experience prior to taking on the role of the assistant nurse manager. As other units in the health and hospital systems, we have been short-staffed with RNs, and we are staffing the clinics. It's inconceivable that A&Ms are not included as clinical nurses. Our past experience and willingness to function as staff nurses help.
Our next speaker is Adam Cole. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Adam Cole, SEMA rep. You'll be hearing from a lot of nurses this morning on items 42 and 43 from the consent calendar, several of whom will be SEMA nurses. SEMA is happy to see the county take steps to address the realities the last 3 years have had on nurse pay and nursing shortage and the cutthroat labor market that we're competing in for skilled nurses. SEMA nurses remain aligned with RNPA under Section 2.6 of SEMA's contract. When RNPA nurses receive a general wage increase, SEMA nurses receive the second. When RNPA receives a realignment, as they did most recently in the first year of this contract cycle, SEMA nurses receive it. However, we note with concern that the tabulated cost in this ledge file does not appear to include an impact on SEMA nurses. You received this morning a brief white paper from SEMA outlining the impact and recommended realignments on SEMA and the correct manner of implementation for SEMA nurses. Please take a few minutes to review this white paper, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And before we go to our next speaker, I'm going to call on Dr. Smith for a comment. Dr. Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to mention some issues about the nursing issue, just to try to reassure some of the speakers. The recommendation on the agenda right now has to do with a class study that was agreed to during negotiations. The next class study, which is already in progress, is related to the psych nurses and the advanced practice nurses and the nurse managers, SEMA's represented nurses. So this is just the first part of the process and related to the agreement with RMPA, and I fully expect that we'll be back in 2 to 3 weeks with additional requests for the board to approve realignments and deal with the concerns that are being raised with psych nurses, nurse managers, special advanced practice nurses, and the SEMA members. So obviously the people in the public comment should continue to comment, but I'd like to reassure them.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. That's very helpful. And I hope the people who spoke earlier were still listening. And I hope the people lined up in the queue heard that all that was being said. Anyone who still wishes to speak, of course, may speak. Please continue, Jill.
Next speaker is Gina. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Gina Schla. I've worked for Santa Clara County since 1996. I worked my way up from a clin nurse 1 to an assistant nurse manager. And I believe in the mission of our county's healthcare service. I enjoy taking care of the underserved population and the marginalized population. And I just wanted to say that every RN is vital to our system, regardless of whether you're a clin nurse 1 or up to a nurse manager. And we all rely on each other to be able to give and serve our community in a safe and compassionate manner. The clin nurse 1s cannot succeed without completion of the teachings of staff developers. The clin nurses cannot provide safe care without the teaching of our infection prevention nurses. Units of the hospitals and clinics cannot function without the leadership of assistant nurse managers. And we also cannot survive, with the mental health crisis that's going on, without our psych nurses. We have a nursing shortage throughout the country, and this division in our union and division.
Our next speaker is Stephanie De Leon. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie De Leon. I am a nurse coordinator on the HealthLink electronic health record team for the county. I believe that by not applying the 10% pay increase to all nurses shows that the county does not support nurses being in higher and or leadership roles. And it basically devalues the knowledge base and expertise that these nurses being excluded have to offer. While we are no longer clinical nurses by title, we have all come from backgrounds and have made our own sacrifices to obtain the additional education and experience in order to qualify for our positions. Furthermore, during the pandemic and on a regular basis, we can and have been called upon to work as bedside clinical nurses to meet the needs of our patients and provide safe patient care. This means that there's no less deserving or less.
Our next speaker is Alexi Almazan. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisor. My name is Alexia Almazan. I'm a registered nurse in the role of Assistant Nurse Manager, approaching my 18th year here in the county this coming November. Like any other clinical nurses, I, as an Assistant Nurse Manager, have the same obligation to our patients, working in one common goal. Before I became an Assistant Nurse Manager, I was a clinical nurse through many years of experience, knowledge, and skills. I was able to grow into this role, but the clinical aspect of it never stopped nor ended. My role goes far beyond patient care. I'm not only the Assistant Nurse Manager, I'm the staff developer, I'm the quality person, case management, customer service, and even at times acting as the health center manager. I and we, along with the other A&Ms, deserve a pay increase as much as clinical nurses do. I hope that you see the important role we play wearing different hats on a daily basis to ensure that we serve our patients in our community with the highest quality, compassionate, and safe care.
Next speaker is Brian Freeman. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yes, we
can.
Hi, my name is Brian Freeman. I'm a registered nurse for emergency psychiatric services for Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. I want to talk about Agenda 43. This proposal is supposed to retain staff, but I think what this is going to end up doing is they're going to end up losing staff because you're only proposing clinical nurses get the 10% increase and leaving out your psychiatric nurses, your A&Ms and staff developers and so on. I deal with some of the most difficult people out there. And I provide nursing care without bias. And, you know, I continue to go to work even after all the risk I take, after all the abuse I take, because I feel the work I do is important. But what you guys are telling me, what the county's telling me is you don't think I'm important. You don't think I deserve a fair wage. So, I mean, if this continues, I'm just going to go somewhere else. I got plenty of experience. I got a master's degree. I'll go somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And I hope everybody was able to hear what Dr. Smith said 4 or 5 speakers ago, that what's on the agenda today was a phase 1. Phase 2 is underway for these individuals that are speaking today. And Jill, I hope everybody who's waiting in the queue could hear Dr. Smith's words and can hear my words now. Is that your understanding? They can?
Yes.
Super. Thank you.
Next speaker is Colleen Allen. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Allen. I'm a staff developer at St. Louis Regional Hospital over ICU, ER, and the operating room. I did hear Dr. Smith loud and clear, and I'm so excited that you are doing the study for the rest of us. But I do want to speak and just say I was a combat medic in the military for 8 years, injured in Afghanistan. I got out, became a nurse. Currently, I'm a staff developer. I'm excited that the study will be happening, and I hope that it does go in our direction. But we do a lot for our clinical nurses. We were all clinical nurses at one time ourselves. And again, I just want to encourage you to support equity within the RNPA. I love working for the county. I'm so fortunate to have all of you in our lives. And again, I'm just pushing for equity for all of us nurses. Thank you so much for the study. Thank you for listening. And I encourage you again to push forward with this.
And Jill, thank you for your past service and current service.
Our next speaker is Ren Tong. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ren Tong, and I'm assistant nurse manager in the NICU. I'm reaching my 20th year at the county, and I'm speaking in behalf of all the A&Ms of the hospital, as well as staff developers, psych nurses. We do hear you, Jeff Smith, and what you've said, but I also want to speak in behalf of all the hard work that we do. There should not be a division amongst the clinical nurse 1, 2, and 3, because we are clinical nurses. We are on the front lines. We do patient care on top of being A&M. As A&M, I am always charge nurse when I'm on. So I am in direct patient care. So we should all be treated equally. And we see the constant door rotating when we train nurses and we lose them. We don't want to lose the A&Ms, the staff developers, the coordinators, all of the nurses that have been excluded. In this 10%, we want to retain them and keep our county system strong.
Next speaker is Matthew King. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Matthew, please unmute.
Hi, my name is Matthew King. I'm an assistant nurse manager, and I want to address action item number 43. I work as a clinical nurse bedside for more than 80% of my time. And the action item is going to create a huge inequity between the clinical nurses and the A&Ms and other staff developers. I currently make less money than many of the nurses who work on the floor, and with the wage increase, I'll actually make a huger disparity between what I make and the clinical nurses. I did hear what Jeff Smith said, but I think we can't wait until next month or next week. We need to make action now. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vanessa Gonzalez. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Gonzalez. I'm an assistant nurse manager in an inpatient unit at Valley Medical Center, and I want to address item number 43. I did hear Jeff Smith, but I still wanted to make my point. As an assistant nurse manager, we are a leader that all clinical nurses come to as a resource, as well as charge nurses, which is a clinical 3 nurse role for at least 80% of our time here. I have a master's degree that I earned to be in this leadership role, a higher level of education than most Clin 3 nurses have, yet some of the bedside nurses I oversee will be making more than me with the upcoming raise. How can you justify leadership making less than their direct employees when our responsibilities are much more? I ask you to include nursing leadership in the upcoming raise and not delay it with another study that we know will take a ridiculous amount of time, where there's a huge disparity in the salary between leadership and their employees. Thank you.
Next speaker is Holly. You will have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Holly Tabor. I'm a resident in Mountain View, and I'm also Associate Professor of Medicine at Stanford School of Medicine, Associate Director of the Center for Biomedical Ethics, and Co-Director of IDD Transform. IDD Transform is a project that was funded to focus on improving the healthcare, and health outcomes for adults with intellectual disabilities in a meaningful and measurable way. I want to thank you for your support of Special Olympics. Our work is very much founded on a partnership with Special Olympics that works on helping train healthcare providers on how to better care for people with disabilities, including those with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and on characterizing the health needs of that population. We employ an amazing Special Olympic athlete, Justin Steinberg, and his employment and participation is absolutely vital to the work that we do and to centering the voices of people with IDD in thinking about how to improve health equity in our county and beyond. Thank you very much for your support, and please continue to help us and support employment of people like Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Dea. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. David, if you could please unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is Angela Huang. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Angela Huang. I am a nurse coordinator working in the neonatal intensive care unit at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Thank you for the opportunity today for us to just express our dismay that the upcoming 10% raise for clinical nurses will exclude me and my fellow nurse leaders. And I want to thank you, Dr. Smith, for the update. Nurse coordinators occupy many important roles in our health and hospital care system. You've heard it from a few already. This includes managing and supporting our electronic medical record system, patient educators for high-risk and complex adult patients. They lead our quality risk management infection prevention departments, this just to name a few. Many of us who work in patient units, such as myself, we take on patient assignments at the drop of a hat. When the neonatal intensive care unit census is high with many critically ill and fragile infants, I am able to take direct patient care and function as a senior clinical nurse.
Our next speaker is Sarah. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Campelli. I'm one of the assistant nurse managers for acute spinal cord injury and respiratory rehab at Valley Medical Center. Just wanted to talk briefly about 43. A majority of part of my job is at the bedside, helping advocate for sick patients in our county. But I also do things like completing scheduling, completing employee evaluations, disciplinary action, and managing nursing. I ask you to vote the wage increase across the board to all nursing classifications so that we don't create a wage inequity. Thank you.
Next speaker is Marco Acosta. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Marco Costa, inpatient case manager at VMC, a CEMA member speaking on behalf of my colleagues. We're glad that RMPA nurses are getting an increase. We have worked alongside clinical nurses and have witnessed their great work. As you may be aware, we too are registered nurses, and there's Me Too language within our contract that aligns us with RMPA nurses. We respectfully ask that you support us and ensure that the county follows CEMA's contract. As case managers, we also remained working in the hospital throughout the pandemic, not only performing our regular duties, which includes direct contact with patients, but also performed other duties such as DSWs, DPAL case managers, convention center, discharge planners, even assisting in discharges with patients over 500 miles away in hard-hit counties like Imperial. We work long hours, weekends, and holidays as salaried employees to make sure our county's healthcare system continue to support our community. We ask that you please help support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sukjeet Kaur. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sukjeet. I want to address Agenda 43. I have worked as a Psych RN at VMC Emergency Psych for the last 9 years. We serve the most vulnerable population in our community. EPS is the only Psych ER in Santa Clara County. All RNPA members deserve the 10% raise, and we all should be treated equally. I feel if not given the 10% raise, it will cause high turnover and affect patient care in a negative way. I want to continue to do what I love and what I studied for. Please, we need your support for the 10% raise for all nursing classifications. Thank you.
Next speaker is candidate Wen. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors and Dr. Smith. I'm Candace Nguyen, a manager of nurse case management at O'Connor Hospital and a SEMA member. It's great to see the county implement a realignment for many of our RNPA nurses, many of our sisters. My SEMA nurses and I performed under impossible conditions these last 3 years and continue to do so in light of the hospital surges. SEMA nurses, including myself, were deployed as DSWs. Some positions were lost due to the VSIP retirement program, and we constantly still struggle with coverage as some of our staff have had to take medical leave as they themselves contract COVID. While it's reassuring to hear about the class study for other site nurses and site managers, SEMA already has RNPA alignment language. Observing this already existing RNPA alignment language in our SEMA contract is a huge factor in attracting and keeping SEMA nurses and nurse managers. Please ensure the county follows SEMA's contract and keep SEMA nurses aligned with RNPA. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jasmine. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jasmeet. I'm also talking about Agenda 43. I'm a board certified psych care nurse. I'm currently employed at Psych Emergency. As we all know, EPS is the only psych emergency in the whole county, and we all work under very high risk of physical and verbal assault conditions every day. Due to the current classification system in the county, we are classified as psych nurses, and unfortunately, we are not covered under the 10% raise. Although we are reassured that there is a research study going on the psych nurses, but we are worried because the initial study for the clinical nurses took almost 3 years to complete, and we don't want to wait that long. As we all, even as a clinical nurse or a psych nurse, we all work under the same work conditions. Our goal is the physical and mental health of our community. So we all deserve a raise. We all are facing inflation and increase in taxation. So please, we are requesting a fair and just decision from the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Fatima. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Fatima Abu Khalid. I am in the board of directors for RNPA. Thank you, Dr. Jeff Smith, for your update. I just want to chime in on my fellows and advocate for all RNs to receive the 10% increase. We want parity and not disparity. All of our badges say clinical nurse. Please support, retain our nurses, ANMs, staff developers, CRNAs, psych nurses, nurse coordinators, and all our nurses. My concern is how long it will take for the study to be completed before we lose nurses. Please support all our nurses to receive the 10% increase and retain them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jennifer Hall. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hall. I am a Special Olympics athlete. I've been a Special Olympics athlete since 1992, and I'm an ambassador and a Hall of Famer. I just want to say thank you for so much of your support for the Special Olympics, and I'm a work for Safeway too, and thank you for the Disability Awareness Month. Thank you so much for just being there, for being a supporter. I do so much sports and stuff like that. I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Our next speaker is Eddie LeCastillo. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eddie J. Castillo. I'm an infection control nurse here at O'Connor Hospital. I've been working within the Valley Health and Hospital System for all of my nursing career since 2013 when I obtained my bachelor's in nursing. I then advanced my degree to a master's and focusing in clinical nurse leadership. I then enrolled in infection control programs and training to earn certifications to boost my knowledge and resume. I say this because many have earned advanced degrees and certifications for opportunities to be even considered for an interview in this competitive nursing profession. It is always preferred to have advanced degrees in these promotional positions because of the broader overview and understanding of the entire health and community system. As advanced practice nurses, we have put the extra effort and time and committed in order to get where we are. I'm certain my experience is shared across the like promotional positions represented within the RNPA. We have worked so hard to provide safe and quality patient care on a higher level of nursing. As an infection control nurse, we contribute to the success of clinical nurses providing direct patient care and the whole facility in mitigating and managing infections.
Our next speaker is Fen Chen. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Oh, hello. Good morning. I'm a nurse per diem nurse at St. Louis Regional Hospital, and I'm an experienced nurse with 30 years outside of this institution. So per diem nurses are a group of highly flexible nurses, and we come in whenever we are needed. And when a hospital is short, and we put up extra shifts that are unfilled. So we are here to help correct staffing shortage for a better patient care experience. So we provide the same service to our patients as coded nurses or extra help nurses who work alongside with us. So we don't have any county health benefits, nor do we have retirement benefits or any other benefits. So we make the same contribution to our county's hospital system. Please consider us on this nursing alignment. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Hazel Cortez. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, am I heard?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Hazel Cortez. I'm an emergency psychiatric services nurse for the county. For your perspective, we are the only emergency psych department in all of the county which is experiencing a mental health crisis. I just want you guys to know that we receive all kinds of individuals from the community. Whenever you clear out a homeless encampment, we see a surge of patients. When we see a mass tech company experience mass layoffs, we see a surge in patients. We've also been impacted by the pandemic, putting an end to a lot of our resources for our community individuals who use those resources, such as shelters. We ask that you include us in the 10% raise, as this Board of Supervisors has acknowledged that the county is in a mental health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
April Grady, you're our next speaker. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is April Grady. When people ask me what I do, I struggle to answer. Lactation nurse coordinator doesn't quite convey the many hats that I and the other lactation nurses wear. I continue to step in as a bedside NICU nurse when we are busy to maintain patient safety. I manage our NICU milk room, working with infection prevention nurses to maintain an aseptic environment to feed our most vulnerable preemies in the context of chronic formula shortages and supply shortages. I am our baby-friendly lead and maintain this coveted designation for our hospital, as well as working with our O'Connor sisters to bring them on board with baby-friendly. I drive from Santa Cruz to work at VMC because I wholeheartedly believe in the mission and I love Valley. However, gas is expensive. I have kids in college and there are jobs closer to home. I feel that the nurse coordinators really need to be aligned with the clinical nurses, as we do very similar jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chito Pascual. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Chito, please unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Dr. Smith.
Morning.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for the update. We are thrilled to hear the plan and the ongoing study. I am a registered nurse for 21 years and working as an assistant nurse manager at East Valley Clinic. First, I am very grateful that I have the opportunity to serve this underserved and marginalized population of our county. And we are here during the pandemic, and we will continue to provide care and beyond. Second, I am here because I would like to share the concerns of the upcoming salary increase that all nurses are not included. All nurses are important members of the healthcare team. We are all equal, providing care and providing safety for our members. Lastly, I am requesting to consider that all A&Ms and all nurses working for the county be included without upcoming salary increase for the clinical nurses. We are looking forward to being treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Favi. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fabiola Del Gel, and as an A&M, I do everything a clinical nurse does, plus many additional duties. I ask that you give all nurses a 10% raise. I personally became a single parent in 2020, and going back to work was not an easy task. But going back to VMC was the easiest decision I made because I love my job and the population that we serve. I came back at the cost of up to 10 additional hours away from my 2 young children each week.
and it makes me feel unappreciated. It has made me reevaluate my decision not to work at the hospital that is 1.2 miles from my home. I fear that people will step down from their leadership roles, and it will be difficult to fill those positions. There are many qualified nurses capable of doing these things, but they're not going to step into these roles that require more time, responsibility, and energy for little to no increase in pay. This will directly impact patient care and safety. As an AM, we already struggle to hire per diem and extra help nurses because of the cost difference pay from other hospitals. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kimberly Soria. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
My name is Kim Soria, and I was recently promoted to assistant nurse manager at VMC. I worked as a clinical nurse for 14 years at Valley Medical Center before my promotion to A&M. While I am pleased that my fellow clinical nurses are receiving the 10% increase, we must consider this impact that it has on current A&Ms who spend 80% of our time on the floor side by side with clinical nurses, performing the duties of clinical nurses, including those of bedside care and charge nurse. When our units are short-staffed, it is we that are obligated and motivated to come in. Beyond this, we are given 20% or less of our time to perform the exhaustive administrative work that it takes to organize and maintain JCAHO standards for our units and staff members, those of which exceed 50 staff for most units. We are on call at all hours of the day, every day of the week, including holidays, a duty that is beyond that of any CN nurse. I beseech you to consider that as clinical nurse 1, 2, and 3, roles which assistant nurse managers were before we promoted, we were underpaid per the study. We are not asking for retro pay, but to bring us up to the level we deserved before we promoted, thereby honoring the promotional increase we duly earned. Many are considering demoting themselves back to CN3 because it would mean an increase in pay without all the responsibility. Retention of these high.
Next speaker is Jennifer T. Lee. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jennifer Lee. I'm a QI coordinator for Valley Health Plan. I did hear Jeff Smith this morning and his update, but I still want to advocate for the SEMA nurses. With that said, for the last 2.5 years during the pandemic, I was deployed to be a disaster service worker as a group supervisor and a deputy director of the contract tracing program. I am so happy to see the counties implement a realignment to address the impact of the pandemic and the nursing shortage on nurses' pay. The clinical nurses I worked with as a DSW were heroes and did an amazing job. So many of the SEMA nurses were deployed to critical roles around the county that ran our vaccine programs, our contract tracing, and more. We work long hours, holidays, weekends, and salaried employee to ensure the county's pandemic response.
Next speaker is Danielle Brooks. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Danielle Brooks, and I'm a staff developer at St. Louis Regional Hospital, also known as a nurse educator. I'm here to humbly ask you to consider a wage increase to those of us in the RMPA union that were excluded. I have dedicated my adult life to advancing academically and to serving my community, having worked at St. Louis Regional Hospital since 2003, starting as a CNA and working my way up to RN and now a board certified nurse and staff developer. It means so much to me to be in the education role now at St. Louis Regional Hospital, a position I have strived for my whole nursing career. Excluding us from this wage increase could have a profound impact on my hospital and across the enterprise. Retention is already an issue with more than 400 vacancies currently across our system. What are the top evidence-based reasons that negatively affect patient care? Short staffing and incompetence that leads to medical error. If our wages not increased along with the clinical nurses, our patients could suffer. We play an essential role across the enterprise. Please consider us as worthy as the clinical nurses that we teach and walk beside every day. While excited to hear that a study may follow for us, we can't wait the 2 to 3 years that it took the first study for the clinical nurses. Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Steach. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Karen Stake, a nurse manager of the ICU, inpatient dialysis and rapid response team, and a SEMA member. It's great to see the county implement a realignment to address the impact of the pandemic and nursing shortage on nurse pay. The clinical nurses on my unit have all done heroic work and truly deserve recognition. Please ensure the county follows SEMA's contract and keeps SEMA nurses aligned with RNPA. During the pandemic, 16 of our 22 beds were filled with COVID patients. We saw many deaths per day here in the ICU, and that has had an emotional impact on our nurses. As a manager, I had to find nurses to staff the unit, even though we overflowed into our ORs. hundreds of interviews, hundreds of hours spent on making sure they have resources and staffing. My fellow nurse leaders and I work 60, 70, 80 hours a week, weekends and holidays to support our healthcare system in our county. Please make sure the system supports us.
Next speaker is Diane Vanderpool. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Diane, please unmute. We'll come back. Sophia Pena, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Inga Sofia Pena. I'm a nurse coordinator in Mother Infant Care Center at Valley Medical Center, 20 years strong. I am one of the very few international board certified lactation consultants in the enterprise. Our practice is extremely specialized in the management of lactation. Besides maternal child health, we do consultations throughout the whole hospital for medical, surgical, the ER, the ICUs, burn unit, etc. Wherever they ask us to go, we go. Our unique scope of practice is highly desirable and indispensable to healthcare institutions. In 2011, the Hospital Infant Feeding Act was signed into law. It mandates that all acute care and hospitals have a clearly posted infant feeding policy that needs to be communicated to all perinatal unit staff to apply to all infants. Guests who were instrumental in writing these policies: nurse coordinators, staff developers, nurse leaders, and a panel of experts such as pediatricians and neonatologists.
Next speaker is Rachel. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hugh Muller. I am a nurse practitioner at Valley Medical Center. I have worked at Valley Medical Center for 22 years. My name is Rachel Hugh Muller. I've been a nurse practitioner at Valley Medical Center for 22 years. I have worked at Valley Medical Center for 22 years in different capacities. I started as an orderly transporting patients within the hospital. I was a clinical nurse for 15 years. I love what I do, and it showed in my work enough that I was recognized with a Nurse Excellence Award 2 times. I have been a nurse practitioner for the last 5 years. I continue to love what I do in making a difference in our patients' lives. I love where I work for the county here at Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. For the 22 years that I have worked for the county, I knew I was compensated less compared to my other peers who work in other hospitals. But this is heartbreaking to know that we will not be treated equally within our organization, that my years of excellent service and additional training is not recognized. I echo my colleagues to request the county complete expedited classification studies for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Gandhi. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Hi, my name is Hogan. Can you hear me?
Yes. We can.
Yes. Okay. I work at O'Connor Hospital outpatient infusion room with the chemo patients. I work as a full-time nurse for last 16 years, and then moved to per diem. Recently, because of our personal reasons, we have to move to Tracy. Still, I love to work at the county hospital here because of my colleagues and then the patients I work with under my management. Everybody I love, and they love me. And I commute from Tracy, and whenever they need me for extra help, I come. And I have national certification, and I work with policies. They asked me to work help with policies and yearly training.
Next speaker is Alex. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Alex, please unmute. We'll come back. Alex Reyes, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm a clinical nurse. I'm the bedside nurse, basically. So I think, for our brothers and sisters, I mean, it's very sad that they're being excluded. Actually, we're even in shock because in the pandemic, nurse managers, the psych nurses, everybody was in there fighting while the pandemic was happening. While other people were nice and cozy in their homes, we were out there fighting. So I think it's unfair that they're not being included. Also, inflation.
inflation is hitting even all of you guys behind this call, you see? But I know there's higher earners, but in reality, I mean, inflation, this might get worse. So we need to prep everybody for what's coming for next year. Okay, so I think it's just not unfair, especially when it comes to inflation. Everybody's being hit. Lower earners, high earner people are they're going to be going through hell. Okay.
Next speaker is Renee L. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Renee and I'm a per diem nurse. I work alongside other clinical nurses at St. Louis Hospital and extra help nurses. I was sad to hear that we weren't included in the 10% raise since we do the same work that they do. And I didn't hear the per diem nurses mentioned when the gentleman spoke earlier about the next set of raises that they may possibly be doing. As per diem nurses, we fill in the gaps and we come in and help when the floor is short. We're very flexible. We go in for 4 hours, 2 hours, 12 hours, whatever's needed. Without us, we would be short staffed. As per diem nurses, one of the incentives, we don't get some vacation, we don't get holiday pay, we don't get benefits. So without this 10% raise, we're going to be making less than the clinical nurses. So the incentive to stay is not there.
Next speaker is Kimberly Madden. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Kimberly, please unmute. Welcome back. Next speaker is Lee Y. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lee Yu. I have been a certified diabetes educator at BMC for the past 30 years. Due to the limited appointment availability for our endocrinologists, patients referred to the diabetes clinic are seen and managed by our nurse coordinators and nurse practitioners. We provide comprehensive assessment and individualized treatment plans to help people with diabetes to achieve good diabetes control and live a full and healthy life. Our responsibilities have evolved from providing diabetes education to highly advanced individualized treatment plans. Santa Clara County cannot afford to lose our nurse coordinators and nurse practitioners who provide advanced diabetes treatment in our community. Please consider nurse coordinators and nurse practitioners in the 10% realignment plan.
Next speaker is Kimberly Madden. We'll try one more time. If you could unmute, please. Okay, Tracy Labasan, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tracy. I'm a nurse manager of the Progressive Care Unit at O'Connor Hospital and a SEMA member. I'm really happy that to see the realignment raise for the clinical nurses, as they are all heroes on my unit and really truly deserve this increase. But I just wanted to make sure that all clinical nurses will receive the same alignment with RNPA and SEMA. As an example, my unit was the first COVID unit in O'Connor Hospital. We had up to 30 COVID patients at one time. We were short-staffed and we were even required to overflow to an additional 16 beds, which put us to 68 beds. We provided excellent care for our community. Clinical nurse managers, we worked at the bedside along with the nurses, 60, 70 hours a week, no pandemic pay, no overtime. And we received no education reimbursement for our education hours, although we have to do the same amount. So please.
Next speaker is MCK. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Username MCK, please unmute. Welcome back, Maria Cortez. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Maria, if you could unmute, please. Welcome back. Nathan Barfield, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Nathan. I'm a nurse manager at O'Connor and SEMA member. Like all healthcare workers in the county, we are here to provide high quality, safe patient care and advance the health and well-being of all residents in Santa Clara County. I was motivated by the many nurses who have spoken up about the county implementing a realignment to address the impact of the nursing shortage. I've only recently heard about this realignment, and it has been mostly in the form of the division it is creating. I have heard comments about the A&M staff developers, extra help per diem nurses who feel they are not being considered now for this realignment. Although the pandemic was challenging, the post-pandemic world has been even more challenging as many residents delayed their healthcare appointments, hospitals are inundated with sicker patients, and healthcare workers are facing more violence towards them. The A&M staff developers have worked harder than ever to train, coach, and evaluate our staff members while facing the same challenges with skyrocketing costs and inflation. As a nurse manager, I see many of our employees, especially extra help, who we train and they lead to the surrounding hospitals where pay is higher. As a nurse manager, it's my role and responsibility to hire and retain the best and brightest employees and ask that you come up.
Our next speaker is Rupali Patel. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Rupali, your mic is on. Looks like your mic is on, but we can't hear you. We'll move on. Samantha Davidson, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Samantha Davidson. I'm an assistant nurse manager at St. Louis Hospital in the med-surg department. I've been in the nursing field for over 10 years, beginning my career at VMC and then moving to St. Louis. I've been in the A&M position since 2021 at the height of COVID. I have an advanced degree and I'm board certified. My unit employs over 120 employees, and currently I'm the only A&M on my unit. I work side by side with the clinical nurses that are included in this 10%, and while I'm incredibly pleased they have received this increase, I'm also incredibly concerned about the nurses excluded. I'm essentially never off the clock, dedicating a great portion of my life to my job and my community. By being excluded from this raise, I will end up making less than the 120 plus employees I manage. While I love my job dearly, it's very disappointing to know that all the years I spent working to advance into a leadership role are essentially going unrecognized. I humbly ask that you please reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Next speaker is Amy Labra. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Amy Labra. I've worked at Valley Medical Center for 26 years in different capacities. And currently I work as an assistant nurse manager, which I've been doing for the last 5 years. I'm covering as an A&M and Valley Specialty Center, overseeing pulmonary, sleep, dermatology, and rheumatology clinic. And A&Ms are registered nurses who provide patient care. As an A&M, I cover and function as a clinical nurse during staff absence, medical leave, time off, staff vacancies, or staffing shortage, while also fulfilling my role managing department assigned to me. And at the height of the pandemic, just like clinical nurses, A&Ms were designated as disaster service workers and were assigned to lead other clinical nurses. So this is what, it's already bad we're paid less compared to other hospitals. It's disheartening that we're not treated equally within our system. So I am humbly asking to reconsider A&M's and NP's case managers to be realigned as well.
Next speaker is Jimmy. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jimmy Lopez. I am a nurse at Valley Medical Center in the ED. I'm also on the board of directors for RM.
Jimmy, we lost you.
Jimmy, we lost you. Okay, we'll move on.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Am I back? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what my brothers and sisters from BMC, St. Louis, and O'Connor have said. We really need to align all nurses, A&Ms, managers, everybody, staff developers. And that's all I really want to say. I just want to show support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Pham Lan. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. If you could please unmute. Your mic is on.
Go ahead.
And
Next speaker, Jill. Yep.
And we will try Maria Cortez. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. I am not able to unmute them, Mr. President, so that concludes our request to speak.
All right. Thank you very much, Jill. That concludes item number 6, public comment. I thank all those speakers who spoke today. We now turn to item number 7, approval of the consent calendar and changes to the Board of Supervisors agenda. Jill, I'm going to ask you to please read the revised consent calendar update for today.
Thank you. We have a request from President Wasserman to consider item number 11 before item number 9. Item number 11 is to receive final report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring relating to the Andrew Hogan incident. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to consider item numbers 9, 10, 12, 99, and 100 concurrently. Item number 9 is to receive report relating to the status of jail reform efforts. Item number 10 is to receive report relating to responses to recommendations from a report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring. Item number 12 is to consider recommendations relating to the new jail replacement facility project. Item number 99 is to receive report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to the operational realignment plan that has been implemented. Item number 100 is to receive report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to personnel in the programs unit. We have a request from President Wasserman to add item numbers 16 and 17 to the consent calendar. Item number 16 is to approve referral to administration to clarify and expand the oversight authority granted to the Board of Supervisors Management Audit Division to include all aspects of the construction and pre-construction of the Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Facility. Item number 17 is approve referral to administration to report to the Health and Hospital Committee in December 2022 and to the board in February 2023 with options for consideration relating to improving mental health care access for West Valley residents. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is receive report relating to the second harvest of Silicon Valley Strengthening Summer Meals Program. We have a request from Supervisor Samitian to hold item number 23 to November 15, 2022. Item number 23 is to receive report relating to recommendations for creating or acquiring a centralized solution that allows constituents to securely upload files to county departments. We have a request from administration to hold item number 25 to November 1, 2022. Item number 25 is to receive report relating to the implementation of a Board of Supervisors constituent relationship management system and associated timelines, staffing needs, costs, and funding sources. We have a request from administration to hold item number 26 to December 6, 2022. Item number 26 is to receive report relating to expansion of Universal Developmental Screening Initiative, including progress at Valley Healthcare Tully and further expansion recommendations. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to remove item numbers 35 and 36 from the consent calendar. Item number 35 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 67, $6,441,643, transferring funds from the 2011 Mental Health Realignment Trust Fund to the Behavioral Health Services Department budget and increasing revenues and expenditures in the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare budget relating to adding 38.4 positions to augment acute and emergency psychiatric services. Item number 36 is adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.23.63, adding 1 half-time medical social worker 2 or medical social worker 1 position, 2 forfeits medical social worker 2 or medical social worker 1 positions, 8 half-time mental health care worker positions, 8 mental health care worker positions, 3 nurse practitioner positions, 26 psychiatric nurse 2 or psychiatric nurse 1 positions, and 1 psychosocial occupational therapist in Santa Clara Healthcare. We have a request from Supervisor Chavez to remove item number 50 from the consent calendar. Item number 50 is approved delegation of authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend or terminate an agreement with concern relating to providing employee assistance program services to county employees in an amount not to exceed $5,375,000 and a contract term that starts no earlier than November 1, 2022 and ends no later than June 30th, 2026, following approval by County Council as to form and legality and approval by the Office of the County Executive. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to remove item number 65 from the consent calendar. Item number 65 is to consider recommendations relating to a delegation of authority to continue rapid service expansion to meet behavioral health and substance use disorder needs. We have a request from County Council to delete item number 77D. Item number 77D is to approve conflict of interest code for the Sunnyvale School District. That concludes our consent calendar, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Jill. You take a breath. Board members, before I turn to each of you, Jill, I see we have one speaker on the consent items.
We have two now, Mr. President.
All right. Let's do 2 minutes each for the speakers.
Thank you. We'll get the timer up for you. Matthew Tinsley, you will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Matthew Tinsley, and on behalf of the County Superintendent of Schools and the Santa Clara County Office of Education, we'd like to register our support for item 17 for options to improve mental health care access for West Valley residents. We at the county office are proud to partner with the county on our school-based wellness centers and anticipate deeper collaboration as the state rolls out its Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Key to both of these initiatives is to reduce barriers to access by providing care where it's needed. This referral will help the county achieve that goal for the communities of West Valley. We'd also like to address item 22. We'd like to offer our thanks to the county for continuing support of the Summer Meals Program and Second Harvest. We'd also like to register our support for using unexpended funds for program continuation to the beginning of the next school year. The impact of the pandemic has fallen disproportionately on those least able to bear it. The Summer Meals Program has provided invaluable relief for tens of thousands of children and their families across our community. Extending this support using existing funds is equitable and compassionate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
That concludes our request to speak, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jill. Vice President Ellenberg, and then Dr. Smith.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. With regard to item 17, Supervisor Simitian's referral on mental health services in West Valley, that was recommended for consent, but I'd like to have the item heard briefly so that I can ask the maker of the referral whether he would consider some additional direction on the report back from administration.
All right.
On item 22, that I added to consent, just a brief comment. I really appreciate the clear report and continued work of SSA, Second Harvest, and partners to expand access to food for children and families when school is out during the summers. I look forward to receiving the item mentioned to allocate funds and extend the contract. I'd also like to direct that county intergovernmental relations look specifically at issues of summer food insecurity when children are out of school and support federal and state strategies to boost CalFresh benefits for out of school time as part of planning for the 2023 legislative priorities. I had asked that items 35 and 36 be pulled from consent, but I'm happy to put those back on consent with some brief comments and direction. First, I am very, very pleased to see this substantial increase in positions in our psychiatric facilities and the emergency departments, which are critical for providing supportive care for patients and for improving the safety of our staff and nurses, and I fully support the action. Additionally, I strongly support the critical work of our psych nurses that spoke on public comment today, and I look forward to the proposal to the board that Dr. Smith indicated would address salaries for these nurses. I'd also like to say that I found the statistics on the dramatic increase in Murphy conserved patients to be really striking, but also consistent with what I've been hearing from system stakeholders. This challenging reality in EPS and BAP is at the root of my previous direction to expand subacute long-term care. And I expect to see progress on planning for this level of care at our next meeting in the monthly behavioral health report from the CEO. I've also heard concerns from stakeholders that when someone enrolled in one of our contracted intensive outpatient programs or in residential care, their providers are taken to EPS, sorry, their providers are not notified that they have been taken to EPS. And that, of course, just makes it challenging to connect the individual with appropriate follow-up services and maintain continuity in treatment. And I've heard also that some individuals who are transported from a residential treatment setting to EPS, because they're in crisis, are discharged with bus or taxi vouchers rather than transported back to their residential program. So I'd like the Board of Supervisors to receive an off-agenda report on the current practices at EPS on these two items and any expectation on how the increase in staffing levels could allow for additional care coordination and transportation to be provided. On item 99, I'd like to ask that this item be held to the November board meeting, during which we'll review the annual update on the consent decrees. I had brought this item forward from PSJC, anticipating that we would receive an update today during the jail study session, but I see that we're not hearing that particular piece until next month. In my view, that actually works out well, since this report is preliminary, pending further information from the Sheriff's Office on deputy recruitment and retention efforts, as well as vacancy rates compared to neighboring counties. So I would look forward to receiving the complete report so that can inform our review of the consent decree update. I know that staffing is a major contributing factor to compliance with the remedial plans out of cell time and access to medical care requirements. So I'll just wrap up by acknowledging the Sheriff's Custody Bureau and the Correctional Peace Officers Association for putting their heads together on the staffing issue, which has been a long-standing problem, far predates my joining of the board. And I'm glad that we're beginning to see some action in this important area.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg. Dr. Smith.
Yeah, I had two things I wanted to mention. One is I wanted to give you more information about the nursing actions. There were a lot of issues brought up. We have many classifications that require nurses to fulfill the position. Most of them are represented by RMPA. Some of them are represented by SEMA. We have clinical nurses, we have psychiatric nurses, we have assistant nurse managers, we have nurse managers, we have executive nurses, we have advanced practice nurses, which includes certified registered nurse anesthetists, we have nurse practitioners, we have specialists in various fields like nutrition, lactation, and a number of others, which are also called advanced practice nurses. Some of these positions are linked to the clinical nurse and some are not. And the reason why we need some additional time to complete the study is that obviously for those that are already linked, we're going to come back with the same 10% recommendation. But for some of the others, there's questions about whether they actually need more or whether 10% would be sufficient. For example, the nurse anesthetist. There is some issues where there's compaction, so we need to address that. And then probably one of the biggest problems that we have that lots of hospital and health systems have is that clinical nurses get overtime or when they work extra, so their actual salary is significantly higher than the administrative nurses or nurse managers. Because those individuals don't get overtime and don't work typically nights and weekends. So we have a number of issues that need to be explored with the union. That's why we have this issue put in front of you in pieces. But we're going to address all of those issues as best we can. Obviously, we need to coordinate that also with the two unions. So that's one thing I wanted to just give you more information about. And the other thing is item 68. This is an issue of $100,000 to the benefit of Puerto Rico, having to do with the damage occurring during the hurricane. When the board asked us to deal with this through a referral from Supervisor Lee, we were recommended to pick a recipient of the 100,000 we thought was reasonable. We therefore went with the Red Cross because they're an internationally recognized institution. However, the local Puerto Rican club has expressed desire to actually receive the 100,000. They did back in 2017 when Supervisor Yeager asked for the same thing. I've talked to them. They believe that they have currently setups available for providing more services than the Red Cross. And I just want to let the board know that it's your discretion if you want to stay with what we recommended, that's fine. If you want to pick a different issue or recipient, that's fine. You have your discretion to do it. Or if you want to just send it back to us to explore more information, that's fine too.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Supervisor Samantha.
Thank you. Oops, there we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to indicate that the reason for my request to put item 23 on hold.
Husband said that it looked like a shop and a shed.
We have our Vietnamese interpreter. Yep, thank you for your mic. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just wanted to indicate that I had asked for item 23 to be held because respectfully, I just did not feel that the staff response addressed the issue that the referral had raised satisfactorily. And so rather than have an unproductive conversation today, I ask that we continue the item, hold the item. I certainly will ask that my office reach out to the administration and share some of the concerns we have. But I think it's an important item and one where we can and should expect a more robust response. So that's just so folks understand what's happening there. On item 84, this is the yet another request for yet another amendment and a continuation on a back and forth negotiation between our county and VTA. And I'm just going to abstain on that, mostly as a way to express my concern that the parties have yet to come to the table. And I'll ask our representatives to VTA to do anything they can to get everybody to sit down and actually sort this out, since there's a pretty big difference between what our expectations are and the folks at VTA. And there may be reasons why we're, I think, looking at a third amendment on this and yet another delay, but I wanted to raise it up a little bit, call it out. And then finally, through the chair, I need a little help from the county council, perhaps. Items 48 and 49 on our consent calendar are a bit of a jumble, kind of a hodgepodge, a little of this, a little of that. Colleagues know I might even say nits and gnats and dogs and cats. And what I'm trying to discern, Mr. County Council, is I would like to register an abstention on that portion of the items that deals specifically with increase in compensation for the medical examiner coroner. I have expressed concern about the medical examiner coroner operation in the past and would like to be registered as an abstention. Any reason I can't just ask the clerk to record me as an abstention on that particular portion, talking about the budget unit 293 piece of item 48 and section 2 of the ordinance in item 49. Through the chair.
James.
Yes, I think that can be noted in the minutes, and I think it's just really item 49, which is the salary ordinance. 48 is, as I understand it, just the job spec and
That's correct.
And retitling related to the director for the Office of Cultural Competency. So I think it's just 49, and I think your concern with respect specifically to that position can be recorded in the minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification, but I would like to be recorded as an abstention on item 48, budget unit 293 as well, because the language of the enclosure from the ESA folks specifically calls that out as a $14,000 increase from fiscal year to fiscal year as a result of the reclassification. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. That's all I have.
Duly noted. Supervisor Chavez, your hand went down. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. First of all, I would like to go ahead and pull item number, let me make sure I get the numbers right. I believe it's 60. Is that 68? I'm just to make sure they're about the Puerto Rican issue.
$68 is about Puerto Rico, yes.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to go ahead and pull that item and discuss regarding the recommendation and the information you just provided to us regarding the local organization, and we could probably make a decision today on that. And then the other issue, of course, is item number 43 that we have had so much discussion on, and the letters. So I just want to double check to confirm, since there's so much discussion. Is the current is this still on the consent right now, or what are we doing? I just want to double check with county executive. You could explain.
Yes, 43 is still on consent, adopting that particular ordinance.
Okay, and then but Doc Smith is going to bring this back to us next meeting regarding the realignment for the other unit that's been discussed today, correct? Is that what the
Dr. Smith, would you please confirm your timeline?
We won't bring this particular ordinance back. We'll bring another modification of the other positions. I don't think we'll be able to get it done by the next meeting. Give us a month and we'll be able to do at least much of it. It will be sort of a serial action because, as I mentioned, there are a number of different types of nurses, and some of the analysis is pretty simple, like issues with psychiatric nurses, compaction, those kinds of things. Some of it is a little bit more complex with advanced practice nurses. So we'll bring back the easy stuff in a month, and then the more complex stuff after that.
Right. And I think the spirit here obviously is the fact that, our psych nurses works alongside our clinical nurses who works alongside our per diem nurses, right? So in many ways, I do believe that if one is getting the races, I think the other one should be as well, and not create different classes that way for equity purposes. So I just want to say thank you, Dr. Smith, for clarifying that. And I just want to make sure that's also clear to the speakers that our intention here is not to only make races for one, but really for everybody, especially in light of all the shortages and what our nurses has gone through in this very difficult COVID period that we've gone through the past couple of years, and the sacrifices they have given is certainly very, very much appreciated and commendable. And I just want to make sure that our salary increases would reflect that as well. And I think those are the only comments I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is up.
Thank you very much. I just a couple things. One, I would be very interested, Dr. Smith, from the labor relations team to get an off agenda, and it may need to be confidential, but just to better understand the strategy that was employed in this particular case. We obviously don't want to slow down the action today, but I think one of the issues that was raised is that's really critical, and Supervisor Lee just raised it, but it was raised by some of the speakers, is how we look at these kinds of discrete actions, recognizing the impact to the workplace. I just think that's something that should be considered as we make determinations and look at classification studies. So just to better understand what the thinking there was, and maybe what we could be doing in the future to address that. And then
We can certainly get back to you with an off agenda.
thank you. I appreciate it, Dr. Smith. And colleagues, I would just ask that to be included as part of the overall action today. The other thing that I'm particularly interested in is I'm pleased we're taking 68 off. I think it's worth just finishing that discussion because people are in such need right now. And then the other thing is colleagues have an item on the agenda to ask for an analysis to expand the Healthy Nail Salon program, which is voluntary. It's been enormously successful. It's a great opportunity for small business. I'm happy to put that on consent if my colleagues are comfortable with that, because it's really asking for an analysis to come back in January as part of the, in preparation. If there were any budget needs, it would be done before then, but at least giving the staff a chance to look at the expansion of this program. And we have a new manager coming on board that I would like to get their insight on that program. Again, if that's comfortable for my colleagues.
Thank you. And that number for the record, Supervisor Chavez?
It's item 14.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Jill, roll call vote, please. Oh, we need a motion.
Yes.
I would make a motion. Oh, sorry. I'll second what Susan just first did.
Move approval of the consent calendar with all verbal direction added.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote, please. Oops, Supervisor Chavez, your hand is still up.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jill. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee,
Lee, aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item number 8, which is a public hearing to consider the purchase of real property located at 1100 La Avenida Avenue in Mountain View for a public purpose. That said, I'm going to open the public hearing at this time. Jill, I don't see any registered speakers. Do you?
No speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you. I will then close the public hearing and we'll move on to item B of this item 8, which is looking for the action to adopt a resolution. As B1, B2 is to approve a delegation. Supervisor Simitian?
So move.
Thank you. I'll second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you. We now move on to item number 11, which is to receive the final report from Oaklem, our Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring relating to the Andrew Hogan incident. And I'm looking for Michael Giannacco, our project manager, on my screen. If not his face, then his name. There is both. Michael, take it away.
Good morning, President Wasserman. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good to be with you today. I have attached to our item our final report with regard to the Hogan matter. It's 50-some pages, so I don't anticipate going into detail about it, but I thought I would do a very high-level presentation on some of our critical findings and then focus on the recommendation. After a lot of work and a lot of time, we were finally able to begin to dig into the critical issue that had been raised and referred to us by this board. And that was what happened to the internal affairs investigation that was initiated in September of 2018 following the Hogan incident that occurred in August of 2018. And based on the final access to information, documents, and people, we were able to report that there was no stated reason for closing the investigation. The only transmittal of information was from then Under Sheriff Rick Sung, who essentially instructed the internal affairs investigator assigned to the case to close the investigation down with no information being provided. Since there does not appear to be any change of events, there's no change of situation, there's no change of staff, and there's no change in the initial information that formed the basis for opening the investigation, we then turn to circumstantial information that could provide an explanation for why the matter was closed. And the circumstantial information has a lot to do with the timeline of events that occurred right around that time, which I'll go over quickly. August 25th, 2018 is the date of the incident. That is when Mr. Hogan harmed himself, and there was a failure all along the line to provide him immediate care while in custody. 1 month later, it's a little unclear as to why it took a month, but eventually after a month, an internal affairs investigation was officially opened. 2 weeks later was the election and eventual re-election of Sheriff Smith. Less than 1 month after that, one of the individuals who was supervising the response to Hogan after he appeared at Main Jail and after he had self-harmed himself was an individual by the name of Lieutenant Lay. Lieutenant Lay, 1 month after the sheriff's re-election, was promoted to captain. And then it was 9 days later that Rick Sung ordered Internal Affairs to close the investigation with no further information. And so certainly the natural inference that can be drawn here is that the support that Lieutenant and then Captain Lay provided to the sheriff in her re-election campaign, the fact that she had promoted to a high position in command staff was likely a factor in the decision to close down the investigation, which then comes to our conclusion, which is that if in fact our inferences are the most reasonable inferences to be drawn from the facts as we know them, then what we have, at least as to this incident, at least as to this case, is a different level of accountability and a message, a strong message within the organization and outside the organization, that there are two types of accountability here in the sheriff's department, sheriff's office, depending on what you did in one case, but on who you know in another. Turn to the recommendations. There are 5 of them. The first 3 have to do with important changes that the Elmwood facility have made with regard to transporting inmates who are undergoing a mental health crisis back to the main jail. And as we indicated in the reports, those are forward-thinking recommendations, forward-thinking actions. They occurred almost immediately after the Hogan incident, and the jail deserves credit for enacting them. The problem is we're 4 years later, and the only guidance that still exists in custody with regard to how inmates are to be transported under this situation is in a memorandum. It's not in their custody policy and needs to be. That's one of our recommendations. In addition, there is no regular logging of transports of this sort, and we believe that would be helpful to have an independent log for those types of transports. And finally, there's no directive in the memorandum that an inmate who is being transported, no longer in a van, but in a patrol car, is to be seat belted to further protect the inmate from harm. And then the other recommendations I think are the fundamental recommendations of the whole report. And one is, in our view, the sheriff's office needs to enact a policy that instructs all of its personnel that when an inmate is injured and presents as being injured, that there must be immediate first aid attention provided to that inmate. That didn't happen in Hogan. It was 30 minutes to 40 minutes, and Hogan was able to go from a very dire situation to a situation of unconsciousness while the sheriff's office waited. Paramedics who were called from the fire department waited to provide that care unnecessarily, and the policy needs to be enacted in our view. And finally, as to the internal affairs investigation, we believe that the sheriff's office should enact a policy that would require there to be a memorandum explaining any decision to close an open investigation before any facts are collected. And that memorandum should be in writing, and it should also be subject to approval by the highest member in the organization, namely the sheriff herself or himself, depending on who that is. I think that would go a long way to providing an explanation for what happened here. We still don't know exactly what happened here because the individual who was most responsible on record in the document for authorizing this closing would not cooperate with our review, and the sheriff herself would not cooperate and submit to an interview as part of our review. President Wasserman and board, I will end my initial remarks at this point, but certainly am available to answer any questions any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giannakko. Supervisor Samitian.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Giannakko. Thank you. It's a very thorough and disturbing report. One of the challenges, quite frankly, given the length of the report, the breadth of your coverage, and the need, which I understand, to revisit the sort of moment-to-moment unfolding of the original incident, is that there's a lot of good information here, but sometimes you got to sort of hunt for it, candidly, just because of the breadth of the coverage you've given it. And that's not a criticism at all, quite the opposite. It's sort of a backhanded compliment, I guess. That said, I just want to make sure that I have pulled out of the report the sort of basic elements of what happened here in a fashion that is correct. And so I'm going to walk through some of that and ask you, Mr. Giannakko, if I may, through the chair, do I have that right? Do I have that right? And as always, if I've got anything factually wrong or you got a different take on it, we contract with your firm to say so. So, that's certainly my expectation. My recollection from the report and from the earlier report is that our Office of Correctional Law Enforcement Monitoring, you all labeled the handling of the Hogan matter by our Sheriff's Department as an abject failure. Am I remembering that correctly?
Those words were used in the report, yes, sir.
Thank you. And following that abject failure, as you've just recalled, there was, in fact, an internal affairs investigation that was opened, that commenced, and then it was shut down after it was opened. No reason was given. And if I read the report correctly, it was shut down over the objection of the internal affairs investigative team. Am I remembering that part correctly?
The investigative team was not happy with the decision to close the investigation. That is absolutely correct.
And then from your file, from your report, I believe we learned that at some point, Under Sheriff Rick Sung asked the IA folks, the internal affairs team, for the case file, and that the internal affairs staff was worried that he would destroy the file. Do I have that understanding correct?
In early 2020, a year and a half after the incident, Under Sheriff Sung asked for the case file, and Internal Affairs was worried that if the original case file, which is what he had asked for, was produced to him, that it would go missing.
So they responded, if I understand your report correctly, by giving him a copy, essentially a duplicate case file, while retaining the original. Is that correct?
That's correct. And they also photocopied, independent of that, important information in the file and kept that in another location.
Okay. As to the duplicate case file that they gave to then Under Sheriff Rick Sung. What happened to that duplicate file?
It has not been located, Supervisor Smidian.
Is that another way of saying it's missing, Mr. Janako?
That would be another way of putting it, Supervisor Smidian.
All right. Now, if I understood you correctly, both today and in the report, both Sheriff Smith and Under Sheriff Rick Sung refused to be interviewed. Is that correct?
Yes, through their attorneys, they declined to be interviewed.
Okay. And it seems to me that means we can't know for a certainty whether Under Sheriff Sung acted on his own with the sheriff's with the sheriff's acquiescence, I mean, essentially whether he acted on his own and, or whether in fact the sheriff ordered Under Sheriff Sung to shut down the investigation. Is that an area that's still unclear?
Due to the failure to voluntarily cooperate, as well as there's no document trail, which goes to one of my recommendations.
Okay, so we don't really know whether it was directed or whether it happened, but the undersheriff, just to be clear, is the number 2 person in the department, yes?
Yes.
And is appointed by whom?
That selection is done by the sheriff.
Okay, and the folks you interviewed indicated that the sheriff was aware, at least, that the internal affairs case had been closed and indicated that she agreed with that course of action. Do I have that right?
That is correct. The question that is outstanding is exactly when she became aware and whether she became aware of it before it was ordered.
Okay, but the undersheriff's role, Undersheriff Sung, that part's pretty clearly established, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's in writing. That's in the document, sir.
Okay. And where is the undersheriff now?
The undersheriff is still technically a member of the sheriff's office, but has been put on administrative leave, awaiting criminal proceedings.
And as I understand it, that's in connection with his indictment on an alleged pay-to-play scheme in connection with concealed carry weapons permits, not this matter per se. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
How long has he been on administrative leave? Do we know?
My recollection is it was December of 2021.
Okay. Dr. Smith, through the chair, Dr. Smith, Mr. Williams, do we have any greater certainty there?
That timeline sounds correct to me.
All right. Could I just ask Mr. Janako that we get that information shared to our board with our board in an off-agenda memo?
Absolutely.
And who is it that assigns someone to administrative leave? Is that a decision the sheriff makes or somebody else in the organization?
It is a decision that the sheriff makes, but generally speaking, this is standard practice. When somebody is a subject of a criminal prosecution, there is usually a decision to place that individual on administrative leave.
So in fairness to all parties, there's been no determination of guilt or innocence. There has simply been an indictment on this matter of the alleged weapons permit issue, yes?
Right. And Supervisor Summidian, I was able to go over my notes and I will I'll give you some specificity. The indictment actually was returned against Undersheriff Sung in November 2020.
November 2020.
Yes,
so
sir.
Does that mean we'd be looking at 2 years of administrative leave rather than, well, wait a minute. Yeah, 21 and 22 rather than 1 year?
Yes, sir.
And the leave, again, is attached to the weapons issue, not to the internal affairs issue and the Hogan matter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask Dr. Smith and Well, let me ask you, Mr. Janako first, since you're our Oaklem representative. Is Under Sheriff Sung being paid while he's on administrative leave for these past, I gather, 2 years now?
I am not sure, but generally speaking, my experience in other jurisdictions is if you are subject to criminal charges, then the county is not required to pay you. But I am not 100% sure about that.
Dr. Smith?
Yes, whoops, sorry. He's on administrative paid leave, pending the investigation.
So he is being paid while he's on leave. Yes, just to be clear.
He is.
All right. Dr. Smith, again, through the chair, I am looking at documents that my office was able to pull up at a moment's notice from a website called Transparent California. And for 2021, which would be the first year of the 2-year leave as you describe it, or as it appears is the case, the total pay for the undersheriff was $320,614 plus $64,722 in benefits, plus pension debt of $102,329.23, for a total pay and benefits of $487,665.23, or close to $500,000 in pay and benefits for 1 of 2 years. Dr. Smith, does that sound like it's in the ballpark based on your understanding and experience?
That's exactly correct.
So does that mean that the undersheriff has received in 21 and 22 close to $1 million in pay and benefits during the pendency of the administrative leave, which was occasioned by the criminal charge, and which we now understand also involves a clearly documented case of suppressing an internal affairs investigation, close to $1 million over 2 years?
Yes.
Is that money recoverable if at some point someone is found guilty of a criminal offense?
No.
Okay.
That's because he's currently a member of the sheriff's department, and he is currently on leave with administrative pay, and that's the decision made by the appointing authority, which is in this point the sheriff. And so until he's actually, if he was actually determined to be guilty, his termination would happen after that. Or, there might be other reasons for termination, but until he's not working for the county, that money is vested in him.
Well, so understanding the relationship between the administrative leave and the pending criminal charges, we now have before us a well-documented with paper, as Mr. Janako was kind enough to remind us a minute ago, well-documented understanding of the fact that the internal affairs investigation was shut down with no plausible reason given, and a refusal by the undersheriff to be interviewed and provide a plausible reason. Does that, at least in theory, provide the basis for discipline or demotion or reduction in rank in the sheriff's department? And if so, are you going to have to tell us that the person who could or would make that judgment is the sheriff herself? Somebody?
I'm sorry, having problems with my mute again. The answer is yes to both questions.
Okay. Mr. Janako, well, let me go to County Counsel and or Dr. Smith. Could the decision have been made by the sheriff to place the undersheriff on unpaid leave?
There's a process that has to be followed before a peace officer can be placed on unpaid leave under state law. And so, you know, it's possible, yes, but there are certain procedural steps that have to be taken. It's not just something that happen automatically.
No, I understand that. What I'm wrestling with here, of course, Mr. Williams, is I mean, and I very much understand and respect the presumption of innocence in our system, but you know, here we are 2 years later with close to $1 million in salary and benefits having been paid out to someone who is indicted on, I believe these are felony charges, yes?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And is still technically holding the position, is no longer the under sheriff, even though they're on administrative leave, at least I hope, yes?
Yes, the person who's acting as the actual undersheriff now is no longer Rick Sung.
But Mr. Sung's compensation is based on his prior position as undersheriff, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Williams or Mr. Janako or Dr. Smith, you know, if the sheriff is herself the subject of criminal investigation, doesn't her decision to put the undersheriff on administrative leave with full salary and benefits provide a powerful incentive for him to remain silent in any pending matter that might involve the sheriff, Mr. Williams?
I'm not really in a position to comment on that. I think that's for people to conclude, but that's not illegal.
Mr. Janako?
It would be certainly a theory. Again, I don't have enough facts to know what is going on in Sheriff Smith's head about that because we haven't had a chance to speak with her.
I was just going to say, forgive the interruption. And the reason you don't have enough facts is because neither Mr. Sung nor the sheriff will talk to you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, as to the actual reasons the internal affairs investigation was shut down, you've been very clear, Mr. Janako, and I just want to make sure that I can confirm this, that at no point 4 years later has anyone offered a plausible explanation that involves a bona fide reason for shutting down the internal affairs investigation. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, sir.
And given the unwillingness of Sheriff Smith and Under Sheriff Sung to be interviewed, you were left to consider whatever facts were available and then do your best to offer a plausible explanation. And presumably that's what led you to conclude on page 44 of the report, which you shared with us today in your oral report, that the reason had to do with a desire to favor Lieutenant Amy Lay, yes?
Yeah, the timing of events couldn't be more stark.
And I'm just going to read through the chair the first paragraph. I'm tempted to read the whole page, Mr. Chairman, but I will read just the first paragraph. On page 44 of the report, packet page 227, the circumstantial evidence, this is a direct quote, the circumstantial evidence points to a likely motivation for this break from normal practice. Publicly available information establishes that retired Supervisor Amy Lay, one of the supervising officers involved in the incident, was a leader of the Santa Clara County Correctional Peace Officers Association. That organization provided significant support for the sheriff's 2018 reelection, which followed a contested campaign. And for those with an interest in this piece of the puzzle, I would encourage you to read carefully the entirety of that page, including the timeline that Mr. Giannaco raised. Mr. Giannaco, moving on to a different area of concern, in both the text of the report and the footnote, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, it seems that there another internal affairs investigation that was also shut down before it could be completed, again without a plausible bona fide explanation?
During the course of our review of the Hogan matter, we learned of another incident, which we are currently reviewing.
So that other incident is under review, yes?
Yes, it is, sir.
You gave some preliminary indication as to the reasoning that has been suggested, at least thus far. Can you share that with us again orally? It is in your report, sir.
Yes, the information, preliminary information, is that, again, this individual received favored treatment, who's an employee of the sheriff's office, because of his support of Sheriff Smith during her election campaigns.
Well, that leads to an obvious question, at least for me, which is, so now we've got one you've just documented, a second shutdown that you are investigating. Is it possible there are more out there that have yet to come to light?
That's possible, yes.
And if you receive direction from our board, could you undertake an investigation to determine whether or not that is in fact the case?
We could try to learn more that we can about this phenomenon to see if it has repeated in the past. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to switch now, Mr. Chairman, to a piece of this conversation that probably would otherwise get lost in the shuffle. But Mr. Giannaco, the reason you couldn't tell us all this when you gave us your original report is because you needed to get access to various documents. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you asked for those documents, they were not forthcoming. Is that correct?
We asked for those documents 4 separate times and they were not forthcoming.
And so ultimately, how did you get the documents?
We issued a subpoena in November of last year, and then the documents finally showed up in February of this year.
And that subpoena power was the subpoena power that our board holds, which we essentially conveyed to you as an agent of our board. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, and that occurred in August of last year.
And let me ask Mr. Williams if he is available and can answer. Does our subpoena power, could our subpoena power have been used to actually subpoena Sheriff Smith and Under Sheriff Sung in person to compel testimony rather than simply subpoena the documents?
Yes, the board has the power to issue subpoenas to compel testimony.
And then presumably, if someone is subpoenaed to provide such testimony, they can either provide the testimony, refuse the testimony and contest the subpoena power in court, or they could take the fifth, yes?
Yes, an individual receiving a subpoena could seek to quash it. There could be questions or issues raised in court regarding the scope, and individuals subpoenaed would have the ability to invoke any privileges applicable to the questions in the testimony.
All right. Well, Mr. Giannaco, thank you again. I think, what I'd like to say at this point, Mr. Chair, and then I will offer a motion and ask for a second, is that the conduct that you have reported to our board is absolutely unconscionable. It's appalling. And I don't know how we can ever hope to attract good people to a department that accepts and in fact normalizes such shameful misconduct. I think you know, if somebody asks, why does this matter? What I would tell them is that if the internal affairs process doesn't work, then there's no accountability. And if there's no accountability, then there's no ability to deter bad behavior in the future. There's no ability to improve the performance of the system. And as you've told us before, Mr. Giannacco, there's also no ability to clear or absolve anyone who wasn't a bad actor, the folks who did the very best they could under very difficult circumstances. And I have been troubled throughout this entire conversation about the fact that people will paint with a broad brush. And, you know, there are good people who are trying to do good work, and they shouldn't be left without some mechanism that actually works to absolve them in a conversation like this. And, you know, if we don't have an internal affairs process that works, we end up with a system that is truly unworthy of the public's trust. And that's a trust that is essential to a functioning and effective system of law enforcement. So that takes us finally, I guess, to your recommendations. And first question I have is, Mr. Giannacco, in your understanding, I understand you're not our county counsel, but do we have any ability to actually impose those recommendations on the sheriff's department? Because every single one of your 5 recommendations begins with the 4 words, the sheriff's office should. And that's essentially a recommendation to the sheriff's office. But do we have any ability to actually impose that set of recommendations on the sheriff's department as you understand our position?
I think it's tough. With regard to one of the recommendations, I believe there might be a way to work around the fact that, generally speaking, it's the sheriff's office, the sheriff herself, that defines policy.
All right. Well, let me turn to Mr. Williams. And Mr. Williams, if you tell us that, you know, this is something that you would prefer to handle off agenda in a confidential attorney-client privilege memo, I will be disappointed, but I will understand.
James.
I do think it's best addressed in a confidential off agenda memo. In general, I would concur with the comments from Mr. Giannacco. I don't know which specific recommendation you might be referring to, but.
All right. Well, then I'm going to offer a motion. Thank you, Mr. Williams, that directs County Counsel to provide legal advice as to the authority, if any, the board has to actually direct that these recommendations be adopted or compel their adoption. And I'm going to further ask, Mr. Chair, that we formally ask the newly elected sheriff, whoever that may be, to appear before our board at the first board meeting in February to advise us as to whether or not these recommendations have or have not been adopted. And I want to provide explicit direction. It may not be necessary, but I do want to provide explicit direction that we ask our contractor at Oaklem, the Office of Correctional Law Enforcement Monitoring, to investigate the second internal affairs investigation that has apparently been shut down, and that we further direct Oaklem in their oversight role to commence a project to review every single internal affairs investigation that is currently underway in the sheriff's office and any prior investigations that arose during Under Sheriff Sung's tenure as undersheriff. And that we direct Oaklem in their role as policy analyst for our board to report back at the earliest opportunity with a plan reflecting what I'll call best practices and modern thinking and law enforcement accountability for a program that would revitalize the internal affairs division in the sheriff's office and presumably begin to develop some enhanced community trust. And I think the only other thing I would ask is that the legal memo that we requested, or that I've put in the motion for Mr. Williams County Counsel's office, be accompanied by a public document that shares as much of that information as it possibly can in a document that is not privileged, so that the public knows where we're going with all this. And again, you have to ask yourself, at what point do people say, this shocks the conscience enough? And I think we are long past that point. That is my motion. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion by Samitian, second by Lee. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. Also, Mr. Janako, thank you very, very much with you and Oaklem for this thorough and transparent and forthright report. Before discussing your recommendations, I actually would like to ask you, basically, since this investigation was terminated abruptly without being finished, do you think there's any value to reopen the internal affairs investigation, in your opinion?
Mr. Janaka.
Yes. Supervisor Lee, I do think that there could be value in reopening it. The difficulty is that 4 years have transpired. Certainly, because of that fact, no discipline could be effectuated even if an investigation was reopened. But there still could be learning, although I do think that this report does help with regard to that learning aspect.
Okay, and I mean, I think at this point, I'm less concerned about the discipline, but really try to, like you said, learn, because this type of situation is one that should have never happened and one that should never happen again. Now, your 5 recommendations that has been presented, I really believe that should be implemented as soon as possible. And I would like to find out, and so I'm going to ask if it's a friendly amendment to the maker motion to basically just send a request right now to the sheriff's office on what steps have been taken or will be taken on these recommendations at our November 1st board meeting. And specifically, what I'd like to do is to have an update on where the department stands on implementing each of these recommendations. And if it's not completed, what is the timeline to get them done? After all, as public servants who serve our community, when a failure of this magnitude occurs, a failure that could have been prevented clearly, excuses and delays have no place, and only actions and progress should be presented. 1 and 2 is I would actually like to ask for an off-agenda item, whether it needs to be confidential or not. I'll let James let us know of how we could stop the ongoing payments of all paid leave for individual that's been indicted for a crime. I really need to find out how that works, and I can't imagine a single resident of our county would agree to continue that type of a payments. And like today, as Supervisor Million has indicated, I mean, close to $1 million has been sent on somebody who's been indicted. And I understand their process, so I really want to understand what that process is and how or why the process has not been accomplished to get some accountability of how we spend our money. So I think those are important things, and I hope the maker would support my recommendations.
Supervisor Smithien.
Through the chair, I'm happy to incorporate both with the understanding or clarification that the transmission of a request to the current sheriff for a report back is in addition to, not in lieu of or instead of, the request to the next sheriff to be at our first meeting in February. I am not altogether optimistic about what progress will be made in the next month or two, but can't hurt, might help, and I appreciate your sense of urgency and the need for speed, Supervisor Lee. That was
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, certainly we do have a different sheriff now, and I guess in this case I'm a bit more optimistic, and you are more pessimistic, and we make a good team to make change. I hope. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Smith and Supervisor Chavez.
I wanted to say that I'm sure that the county council will include this issue in his off agenda, but since there have been so many things raised about personnel issues in public, I wanted to just make it clear that we all, the board and administration, recognize that there are property rights in employment and that those property rights have to be honored, and we're not talking about taking away property rights without appropriate due process. I only say that for the purposes of having it on the record and making sure the public understands that. I don't want anybody to misunderstand the action here.
Try that again. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. This may be a question actually for James or Mr. Giannacco. When it comes to what materials can be shared with other departments or other entities, I'd be interested in knowing that. And what I'm specifically interested in is understanding when an internal affairs investigation could be reviewed by another entity, including the Board of Supervisors. And the reason I ask that question is that if in fact what we're looking for are checks and balances, one of the things that has been most concerning to me as we've done a lot of different things around reform in our public safety and justice system is that, that there are some areas that have very little checks and balances. I don't just mean oversight. I mean, literally kind of basic checks and balances. So in whatever report comes back, I would be interested in understanding, as an example, when an internal affairs case is closed, whether or not it would be appropriate for the board to have an opportunity to review that, even if it's in closed session. So that's one just idea and thought that I'd be interested in getting feedback on. The second is that, one of the challenges that we've had with the jails overall is that there are many, many parts of what happens within the jail that are under different groups of people's responsibility. Dr. Smith has some responsibility in booking. The health and hospital system presumably runs the as part of the health system internal to the facility. And so I'm very interested in understanding what custody health learned from the Hogan incident, including what new protocols, if there are any, are in place or are being considered. And in particular, I think one of the challenges is understanding the relationship between somebody in custody health and somebody who's responsible for the security of the facility. And in the past, when we've looked at making improvements, one of the challenges has been the competing interests between the two different roles within the organization, and how in real time do those roles get resolved more quickly than clearly happened here. And one of the most significant components of the after action review really tells you in very real terms, in a minute by minute manner, what does or doesn't happen, who is or isn't in charge. And when the healthcare folks think that the issue is of high enough acuity, what's their out? Like, who do they get to call in order to make sure that both parties are considering all the options in front of them? Meaning, when would a Dr. Smith or a Renee Santiago get a call so that what's happening, especially as it relates to the physical or mental health of an individual that's in custody, is being addressed? Your thoughts, Mr. Giannacco?
Yes, Supervisor Chavez, it's a very interesting question and an important observation. So a couple things. One is there was a root cause analysis in the Hogan matter, but that was back in 2018. A couple of things have happened since then. One is that those RCAs, which is what they're called, have improved considerably, particularly under the leadership of Dr. Day, and we've already written a report about that in a general way. But you are absolutely right with regard to particularly holes in the system. So for example, as indicated in the report, when the RCA occurred in this case, that is chaired by Custody Health and run by Custody Health. They were advised by custody, meaning the sheriff's office, that this case was under investigation. And so based on that, and the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, et cetera, there wasn't much more that Custody Health could do with regard to a check and balance. But took custody at their word that there was going to be an investigation. And then it was shut down and Custody Health was never advised, hey, the investigation was shut down.
Well, and I think the point that you're raising is that in order, from my perspective, to have a thorough review and therefore have the appropriate policies, that digging into what occurred, is really critical. And so, I remain concerned. And this is, by the way, something that happens in custody every day, right? You're trying to, we have nurses and doctors who are trying to provide support, and they're obviously under the direction, under the safety protocols of the jail, but may have some opinions about the safety of both the patients and, by the way, the custody staff as well. And so to my satisfaction, I genuinely, from talking to both custody staff and talking to medical staff, believe that we have some issues that need to be really worked out, so that everybody's safer in our facilities. And so I'm very interested in a deeper dive into the protocol between those parties and really understanding whether or not everybody sees that there's a way to communicate up when one party is feeling stymied by the other party, whichever party that is, by the way. I don't have a preference there, but my concern is that much of the frustration stays in the jail instead of alerting the leadership and therefore making substantive policy changes that impact what happens in custody. So that's why I'm driving on that so hard. And so if the maker and the seconder wouldn't mind, I'd be very interested in getting Mr. Janako's take on that. And I just want to acknowledge that I think that there's been dramatically improved coordination through both Renee's shop and through Dr. Day. And I think the experience she brings it's just been dramatic in terms of the improvements. So I want to concur with that. And at the same time, recognize that if she's not given all the tools she needs and her team isn't, then we still have a significant problem.
Thank you. Supervisor Smith and Supervisor Lee, you're both okay with the request?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'd like that to be a separate standalone motion. My concern is that, as you can tell from my remarks, the issue of internal affairs not be in any way clouded or diminished or distracted from. So if Supervisor Chavez or any other member of the board wanted to offer a standalone motion as part of this item, I'd be happy to vote for it, but I would like the motion that I've made, for which we have a second, to remain a standalone motion. And again, I'm happy to support a separate motion, but I am concerned that we not lose focus on the importance of addressing this IA debacle.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, understood?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. We've got, Jill, one member of the public. Will you please allow he or she to speak for 2 minutes? Then we'll come back for a vote on this, then back to Supervisor Chavez.
Our first speaker is Walter Wilson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman and board supervisors and staff. This report is so disgusting and just unbelievable that someone who is being investigated can intercede in an internal affairs investigation in a law enforcement agency in this country, in this state, in this county. And the work that Oaklem has done in this case has been just stellar. I mean, they've done everything that they could to get to the facts, and we still haven't gotten to the facts. the public is owed the truth about what happened here and what's going on, in spite of the fact that it's been shut down. I think that we still have an obligation to the public, to the family, and also to the other sheriff deputies to know what the truth is, because this paints a very, very bad mark on all the sheriff's deputies, like Supervisor Median said, in spite of the fact that they did the best jobs that they could. I just find it appalling to me that someone who is probably part of an internal affairs investigation can intercede in that. And I would really ask, the general counsel and Mike Janako and others, what should or could be done to change this whole process that we have, where we have a law enforcement agency that can undermine and intercede and engage in illegal activity, missing reports and these sorts of things, so that it doesn't happen again. As the chair of CCLEM, I am just really disgusted by this, but I really appreciate the work that Oaklem has done, and that they continue to do on behalf of the public and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Concludes our request to speak.
All
Mr.
right,
President.
Supervisor Chavez, you have your hand raised, but can we do that after the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, did you have something else before the motion was voted on?
I was just going to say that I would second Supervisor Chavez's motion when she made it second. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Simidian said he would do that as well. So Supervisor Chavez, you can pick from there. Joe, we have a motion by Supervisor Simidian, a second by Lee. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, thank you. Now Supervisor Chavez, I go to you as the motion maker. We had a second by Supervisor Simidian and then by Supervisor Lee. Do you want to just go Chavez Simidian?
Well, let me say what the motion is so people can decide. And I just wanted to add, make sure that I'm interested in getting a report from staff on what bodies, in addition to an internal investigation, whether the report is completed or whether it's not completed, can be shared with other entities, including the Board of Supervisors. That's the first part. The second part is I'm interested in understanding the medical protocols that exist today, and the conflict and the processes and procedures available to line staff, either medical or custody staff, in reporting up when there's a conflict between two individual purposes, and how that gets resolved in real time. And I think that I think those are the two main issues I'd like addressed.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian, do you still wish to be the second?
I think I will I'll defer to Supervisor Lee, and I will vote for the motion in a moment if that's the motion to its.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, you wish to second that?
Yes.
Thank you. Joe, we don't have any speakers on this motion, and we'll call for a vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you. Board members, we're going to break now at noon for a 30-minute lunch. We're going to resume at 12:30, and when we return, per Supervisor's Vice President Ellenberg's request previously through consent, we're going to hear item number 9, 10, 12, 99, and 100 all together. All right, I will see you in 30 minutes.
Recording stopped. Can you hear us? We want to do a mic check.
Yes, I can.
Thank you, President Wasserman.
Yep. All right, it's 12:30. How are we looking here? I see Vice President Ellenberg.
We are still awaiting for Supervisor Chavez and Samantha.
There's Supervisor Chavez. We have one to go. Hi, Key. Nice to see you.
To you.
Thank you. Let's give this another minute.
Recording in
Supervisor
progress.
Smidian is connecting now.
Wonderful. Joe, would you please do a roll call just to establish the presence of a quorum once again?
Yes, Mr. President. Supervisor Lee.
Lee present.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Samantha.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Here.
President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you
You
very
have
much.
a quorum.
Appreciate that. For those listening at home or in their office or while they're hiking or who knows what these days, we are now going to handle items 9, 10, 12, 99, and 100 together. There will be one-time opportunity for speakers to speak about these items. We are going to hear from staff first, and then we'll turn to speakers and then supervisors. So we're going to start with item number 9 and turn to our Deputy County Executive, Mr. Key Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to make a note for what we've planned for these items, and then I'll sort of turn it over to Veronica. So for item 9, we do have a brief presentation. The County Exec's Office is coordinating that with various departments. And then for items 10, 99, and 100, there's no presentation, but staff are available for questions. And then, of course, for item 12, Dr. Smith and Deputy County Executive Martha Wapensky will have a presentation or comments and be available for questions. So with that, President Wasserman, I'll just turn it over to Program Manager Veronica Marcello in the County Exec's Office to kick us off.
All right, Veronica.
Apologize. Good afternoon, President Wasserman and the Board of Supervisors. As a quick overview, there were originally 623 recommendations that came from the Blue Ribbon Commission and other sources. These recommendations were focused on improving custody operations. The 623 recommendations were consolidated into 80 summarized recommendations. In regard to progress made on the summarized recommendations since the last child reform study session in April, we have moved from 10 audited recommendations that have been implemented to 13, which is about 16% of the 80 summarized recommendations. There are also now an additional 8 summarized recommendations that have been submitted to Oaklem for review. 28 summarized recommendations, or 35% of the 80 recommendations, are pending submission to Oaklem for audit. Lastly, there are 31 summarized recommendations,
or 39% that are currently in progress. In the following slides, the Office of the Sheriff, Custody Health Services, and Facilities and Fleet will provide updates and report on progress made since the previous jail reform study session. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Captain Asban and Laura McCabe from the Office of the Sheriff.
Good morning, President good afternoon now, President Wasserman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Laura McCabe, and I'm a program manager too at the Office of the Sheriff. I'll be presenting the updates for today's jail reform study session on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. We have 4 areas in which I will provide updates today. The first is the use of force. The new use of force policy has been finalized and became effective in August. The new policy provides clearer direction to deputies on the appropriate use of force with an emphasis on de-escalation. Training on the new use of force policy is underway. To date, 413 custody staff have completed training. That's more than 50% of our custody staff, and everyone is expected to have completed training by mid-December. Overall, the use of force training has been well received by staff and includes scenario-based de-escalation training. Second is resources for individuals in custody. The new inmate and orientation and rule book is ready for printing. This new document is written with simple language and larger font for ADA compliance. There are more definitions and examples than in the previous version. It was reorganized in a format to make it easier to read and to find answers to questions. Overall, it was designed to address the interests of an individual who is in custody for the first time. Sections of the document have been reviewed by custody and county business units for content and accuracy. The new inmate orientation and rulebook has been translated into both Spanish and Vietnamese. We're planning to roll it out later this month. Each inmate will receive a printed copy of the document. The document will also be available on the tablet. Key sections, such as the ADA section, will also be posted separately for ease of finding them. Third on our list, there's the programs unit. I'm going to leave that for Lieutenant Gill and Dr. Marshall to speak about during their upcoming item. And then I'm going to quickly move on to our jail reforms item, which is the 4th in our list. The Office of the Sheriff presented Oaklem with evidence and documentation of completion for each of the individual Blue Ribbon Commission recommendations within 5 of the summarized jail reform recommendations. In general, this includes evidence of policy control system, which is our Lexapol system, lower priced inmate phone calls, enhanced camera system, and expanded programming availability. That's my presentation.
Thank you. And before we continue, Vice President Ellenberg brought it to my attention. Item 99 was held to our November board meeting. So we're hearing now 9, 10, 12, and 100 together. Thank you, Vice President. Please continue.
Thank you. I'm done for now.
Thank you. Now we'll transfer the presentation over to Custody Health Services and Dr. Day.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Wasserman and Board of Supervisors. This is Eureka Day, Director of Custody Health Services. And thank you for the opportunity to update you on the good works of Custody Health Services that pertain to deliverables under either the jail reform recommendations, the federal consent decrees, Oaklem recommendations, and/or from the Board of Supervisors. With the support of the County Executive and the Board of Supervisors, Custody Health Services has been able to procure the necessary funding for strategic, operational, programmatic enhancements to refine and strengthen medical, mental health, and dental services for patient safety and quality of care, up to and including the following. We have been able to procure this funding for a dental Panorex camera with computer tomography to provide comprehensive patient oral exams. This is a consent decree item, and this also prevents the transportation of patients coming from Elmwood to main jail because this camera will be located at Elmwood, and we only have one camera currently at main jail. We also have been able to procure the funding to purchase high security group chairs to ensure structured clinical out of cell time. This is a consent decree item where we need to provide up to 5 hours of structured out of cell time. And this will help us provide those targeted group therapies in dedicated units that were otherwise prevented to be able to provide these services. And we have worked collaboratively with Custody Bureau, the Valley Medical Center Pharmacy, Valley Medical Center Laboratories, and the Dietary Services of the County Executive to change the patient meal times, lab draws, and diabetic call. This is a consent decree item that's been an item for some years, and we're happy to say that we were able to complete that. We have changed our morning breakfast from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., our lunch from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, and our dinner from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. We've also been able to change our diabetic call, our labs that were starting earlier than 4 a.m. to no earlier than 5:30 a.m. Next slide. We're also optimizing technology for services delivery to include telepsychiatry and telemedicine. We've been able to procure 4 medical assistants who will serve as telespecialists, telemedicine presenters, who will be the eyes and the ears and also be able to communicate to the provider on the other side of the video conferencing, as well as to make sure that the patient is prepped for those conferences. We currently are doing telemedicine pilot with Valley Medical Center on certain specialty services that will prevent us having to transport those patients to Valley Medical Center. And we're now looking to enhance telepsychiatry for purposes of basically a compacted treatment space for psychiatrists to provide those services. And so this will enhance that ability to have telepsychiatry due to compaction of clinical treatment space. We're happy to report that we have 6 recreational therapists that we are currently recruiting for. And these recreational therapists will provide rehabilitative care with our patients to include social skills, coping skills, leisure activities, as well as to help reduce institutional stress in the carceral setting. And we're expanding our medication dispensing. Primarily, this is because of the increased pharmacy volume, as well as several patients, the majority of our patients are on polypharmacy, meaning that they are on multiple medications, essential medications for comorbidities, as well as for psychotropic medications. And we will be starting a crisis intervention team inside of the jails. This is a team that will respond to crisis for patients during the work hours and primarily after hours. And it will comprise of registered nurses, clinicians, and mental health support deputies that will work in tandem to respond to crisis in the jails. This team will also be reporting out on key performance indicators, as well as reporting out on the crisis dispositions and the type of crisis that they responded to. Additionally, we are bringing on 2 more physicians, and this is primarily due to the fact that we are having patients come in who are increasingly more ill, having more comorbidities, as well as aging. We're getting several aging population to include geriatrics, where patients are presenting with dementia and or Alzheimer's. So this will also help us risk stratify our patients and have increased oversight over the more ill patients that are coming in. We have been able to bring on key positions to include a chief of nursing, a chief of quality, and we have finally been able to hire a new nurse manager on our old LPS acute psychiatric unit. And we are now looking to bring on a director of forensic psychiatry, as well as we have extended an offer that has been accepted for a chief of mental health. And part of a collaborative effort that we're doing with the county council is that we will be having a medical social worker that will be working with the courts and in the courts, helping shepherd our patients through that court process, as well as working with treatment placement and other processing. Next slide. Additionally, we have been working on putting together a discharge unit program, and we are happy to say that that program is now up and we're piloting it. And what this is these are medical unit clerks. They're working in tandem with our release officers. They're co-located and they're working in tandem. So as unplanned discharges are happening, the medical unit clerks are also assuring that medication reconciliation is happening, that the AVS, which is an after visit summary, is occurring, that the patients are getting flyers for the reentry. They're getting information on going to Emborg Pharmacy. They may get vouchers and or tokens to get from for busing and or for taxi cabs. And they're also getting information on how to access and to register for My Health so that they have access to their medical records upon release. And we are right now working on a single source contract for a behavioral change model. And so this will be a model that the board has approved and we're excited to get on, but we're trying to get a vendor in to do just a behavioral management program that will be infused across both medical, mental health, and dental, as well as with our custody bureau colleagues. And we are also looking at we're working currently right now with our executive functioning. This is a pilot program that we are collaborating with Valley Medical Center and the Behavioral Health Services. And so we're excited about that. And then of course, we've had several different work around our medical assistant therapy. We are looking to bring on our vending machines with the help of our behavioral health colleagues in the community. And so we're excited about that. But we also have had at least 2 to 3 peer review publications and peer review journals around not only medical assisted therapy, but about on COVID as well. And we're working to change the narrative, if you will, and change the brand and become a viable member of the health and hospital system for Santa Clara County by becoming an employer of choice. And so we're doing several things with our ESA colleagues. We are doing a live stream, video conferencing, and video speaking series, LinkedIn live page. We also have worked very closely with ESA and put a dashboard together so that we can see the progress of recruitment from the beginning of an EPAR separation of a staff and or a vacancy all the way through hire. And so that has been very helpful in what we're doing. And I'm happy to say that for instance, our clinical nurses, we have only 5 vacancies in that area, which has been an incredible accomplishment for custody health and ESA. And I believe that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Now we'll turn it over to the Facilities and Fleet Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Ponce Vonce, Chief of Construction with Facilities and Fleet. My update is relatively short. Our project is progressing. We have a few projects, the ADA and Path of Travel. We are roughly 98% complete. And then the ADA suicide resistant projects, we finished all the non-housing at Elmwood, and we're currently working in Main Jail 2B and Elmwood 4A. That's my update.
Thank you.
That concludes item number 9.
Thank you. And we appreciate the 140-page report as well. Those were nice to hear from each of the individuals. Thank you all very much. That's item number 9. Item 10, we do not have a presentation. Item 12, we do have a presentation. I'm seeing a couple of supervisors' hands raised. I was going to take questions at the end, but do you wish to do your questions now? Vice President? Go ahead, Vice President Ellenberg.
If you don't mind, I do have a couple of questions that are specific to item 9 that I'd be happy to ask while it's fresh. I mostly want to talk about the staffing referrals and priority capital projects, but just a quick question first to Veronica regarding the orientation information for people who are newly in custody. What kind of accommodation is made if somebody doesn't know how to read or is vision impaired?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. I think we can get that information for you in another report.
That's fine. Happy to get that off agenda. I really appreciate the administration's work to compile the list of the board's referrals related to jail reforms. It is a long list dating back to 2019. There are several referrals that are marked as date uncertain to return to the board that are at least a year old. And I understand that this is a large volume of work to get through. So I was thinking that it might be best for the board to set priorities on the items we would like to see come back sooner rather than later. There were many referrals that were specifically related to staffing issues, which of course has been an ongoing concern to the board. And from the lens of chairing PSJC, I'm hearing continual impacts from departments across the system, including the courts that are impacted due to lack of staffing. And of course, this current lack of staffing leaves us falling short of the direction on the consent decree remedial plans. I recognize that some of the board referrals may not be as relevant as they were when they were first introduced, but nonetheless, I really think it's important that the board members receive a response from staff on each referral. And I think that it would be most efficient for all of the referrals on the same issue, for example, staffing, to come back together. During our consent agenda review, I asked for my request for information on sheriff staffing, that's 99, to be held to next month's review of the county progress on the consent decree. And this seems to be an appropriate time for the rest of the board referrals related to staffing to come back as well. So I'd look to my colleagues to see if they'd be interested in seconding a motion to bundle those referrals related to sheriff staffing and to target them to return next month during our consent decree discussion. President Wasserman, I can offer that as a motion. I know there's going to be a lot of things going on throughout this conversation, or I can hold it and come back at the end of all the presentations.
No, that's fine to be emotional. I want to get through each item and
perfect.
Move forward. So you have a motion?
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Supervisor Lee. And I want to just say a quick word about the priority capital projects as well. I did attempt to review the attachment under this item that listed the in-progress jail capital projects, but it was really hard to discern the current status of each of the projects. And some of the notes didn't have dates. Other dates were several years old. So I'd like to request that the board receive an off agenda ahead of our capital prioritization discussion in December that clarifies timelines for completion, as well as at best estimates, total and individual costs of the individual jail capital projects. So I would add that to the motion on item 9, Supervisor Lee.
Supervisor, you second?
That's right. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised. Did you have something more before we vote on 9?
Yes, I do have a few questions, and maybe that might generate some potential action. Is regarding a couple of things. One is the jail management system that's been cited as being key in the ability to make our improvements in our jail system. The matrix mentioned that on January 31st, 2022, the request for proposal, the RFP for jail management system was released to the county's vendor pool. I guess I just want to find out also before the year's end on the progress being made toward finding the vendor and getting this system finally implemented. Second is regard to the jail culture and the environment. On page 46 of the matrix, it discusses the sheriff's department has been reaching out to other agencies to learn about the best practices on revamping the jail training officers program. A part of why this recommendation hasn't been implemented is, of course, to do with the issues of staffing. And so we have 43 positions that the board has approved early this year. And so the question is, will any of those positions help in revamping this program? And I guess the question is, if somehow it's not, then whether we might need more position to make that happen.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, for that question. On the second question, I'd defer to the sort of sheriff's office, or if they're not available to provide a response, we can provide the off agenda, if that's okay.
Okay.
Sheriff's office.
Good afternoon. This is Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda. Good afternoon, President Wasserman and esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. So the 43 positions were specifically slated for MSDs or multi-support deputies to assist in access to care. Other positions associated with that were for staffing to increase in our acute housing, mental health housing unit, and other positions. So none of those were associated with training. So hopefully that answers your question, but those are much needed positions for access to care and out of cell time.
Okay, so Mr. Pelva, do you think we will need to actually have more than the 43 in order to cover some of these training issues?
It's possible, but since I don't have that information in front of me, I'd have to actually have a conversation with our training unit to see where we're at. But I do know that we are falling short with staffing in our training unit. And so what we're doing right now is we're placing staff on loan from other areas in order to accommodate the training and the training needs. So, to answer your question, it's very likely we do need more. But I would rather have a better definitive answer for you in the future after consulting with training.
Great, thank you. Now, one last question I have is regarding also the matrix on page 51. Mentions that the sheriff's office has contracted with Gary Rainey to conduct a culture assessment that can be used to develop an employee and inmate survey to track the ongoing progress. The initial report of findings were presented to the board back in April 2018. And based on that report, the sheriff's office has noted that the yearly jail population surveys would then be implemented once the incarcerated community has the tablets. As we know, we finally have the tablets now. So can you let us know if any of these surveys have also been taken place since the tablets are there?
Well, we have instituted some surveys. I don't think we've processed any of the surveys related to Mr. Rainey's report. So we'll circle back and analyze what that report says and what his recommendations were and get working on those surveys.
And if you could let us know, you say a month, would that be enough to just keep us posted what's going on?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you very much. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee. Through the consent calendar, we were handling 9, 10, 12, and 100 concurrently, which means at the same time. But I see that's not going to be quite as manageable as we might have hoped. We have a motion and a second. I'd like to hear from a member of the public. Joe, will you allow that person 2 minutes?
Yes, Mr. President, 1 moment. Walter Wilson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman and board. Dr. Day, thank you for your report. I have an important question that seems to be relevant to where we're going in the future in terms of what our future facilities are going to look like. And I'd like to know today, if you can tell me what percentage of inmates that are in custody are receive behavioral health services or should be, and or receive psychotropic medication. The reason I'm asking that is because there seems to be some disagreement about the percentage or the numbers of people who are actually incarcerated in need of these services. And I think this is going to have an impact on, excuse me, what we're doing moving into the future as we look at creating new incarceral facilities as well as behavioral health facilities. And I appreciate an answer. Thank you, Dr. Day.
Certainly, Mr. Wilson, we can get that information back to you.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Our next speaker is Jose Valle. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
I actually just have a quick question. Apologies if taking up some time, but is this item 12?
No, this is item 9.
What is that?
This is item 9.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much. I'll step out.
Next speaker is Sharon Luna. I am unmuting you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and Board of Supervisors. Last night, I had gone through all these reports because I do have an invested interest in regard to what is happening in regard to the jails. And my concern in reviewing is what are is actually helping to deter the crime that is happening in Santa Clara County. I have been a victim of crime. I am now dealing with a sister that is dealing with a crime situation, and there is no really issues that help or plans that help victims of crime. What I saw here is what you are doing with the inmates that have committed the crimes, and there's no victim impacts that are being created to help individuals. I had mentioned in regard to my son at a previous board meeting, and fortunately he has improved on his own. But when I look at what is being planned, I see senior citizens out in the street, others that cannot afford to live in Santa Clara County. And to me, and I'm probably in the minority, is that what are we doing to help victims get through the emotional impacts that have been received by those that continue to commit criminal activities. Thank you.
That concludes our request to speak.
Thank you. And we have a hand raised by Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah, thank you. I think just to add one point to what Sharon raised is that I do think that this is a very particular part of our agenda, and would think there would be some value in having somebody from, and maybe this is something that we could ask through Dr. Smith, that Casey Halcone have a conversation with Sharon about the work that we're doing relative to victims and in a number of different types of crimes.
Yeah, we can have Casey talk to him. We do have, as you know, an extensive victim response team.
And also, we're, Sharon, just to say this, that part of looking at crime prevention is also dealing with recidivism, because we don't want people to be committing crimes again. And that's part of the program. I wanted to say that I really agree with the thoughts of both Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Lee. So I'm excited to support the motion. Just two things that I am wanting to get information on either now or off agenda. And one is on how we make sure that phone calls from the outside are getting to people on the inside. I think this is particularly important as it relates to folks who have mental illness, whose families are trying to connect with them and be able to give them support. And I believe this is an administrative function, and so I'm very interested in how we're addressing that issue.
I think Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda would answer that question.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you for the question. So in general, we receive a call from the outside about any one of our folks in custody. We analyze what the call's about, and then we direct it based on what the call's about. So if it's associated with mental health care, we will defer that directly to our mental health providers. I know that there's only so much that they could provide information on, but we will forward that information to them so that they can have that conversation.
Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda, is that phone line managed through admin booking or through another part of the jails?
So we have multiple phone lines available. There's some that can be directed toward the facility administrations. So for instance, the main jail administration can receive an outside call from a person, or admin booking can receive a call directly also for them, so that they can answer questions related to maybe, bail or court appearances. So I know also Custody House has outside phone lines available. So depending on where the person sends the call to, whoever answers, they'll redirect it to the proper location.
I think, you know, one of the things I want to make sure of is that whenever possible, if there's still family ready to be supportive of the person who's in our custody, that we can make those connections again, because, well, anyway, for all the reasons that we know are obviously important. Perhaps for each phone line that we have that's external, I could just ask that the board get a brief on who's responsible for answering them and responding to them, and what the expectation of when a person gets a call back and all of that, because I do want to just say these family commitments are critical. I mean, family connections are critical. And then I think it's really thoughtful that Custody Health is looking at the mental health peer support personnel with lived experience. And I'm just wondering, is that in process or is that in consideration?
I'll defer to Dr. Dave for that answer.
Yeah, Supervisor Chavez, that is in process. I'm actually also working with other counties who have been able to bring on peer support workers into their jails, and working with our custody bureau to look at what those parameters are in order to get clearance and security for those staff.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, that makes sense that you would need that. That totally makes sense. Well, that's very exciting news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whoop. Did I cut somebody off? Supervisor Chavez, your hand? Nope, you're gone. All right, we have a motion by Vice President Ellenberg, a second by Supervisor Lee. Jill, roll call vote, please. This is on item number 9.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. Thank you, Jill. We're now on to item number 10. Dr. Day, you and the Sheriff's Office are the leads on this one. I understand there is no presentation on number 10, so I will turn to board members for any questions you have. Not see Vice President Ellenberg.
No questions, just want to express appreciation. The report seems to sufficiently address the concerns that we had when the item came before the board previously. And I just want to say that I'm looking forward to receiving Oaklem's audit of the responses to verify that this jail recommendation has in fact been implemented. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, President Wasserman. I do have a few questions on 10, just to clarify. So first of all, on receiving a report, what's the usual timeline for a root cause analysis to be conducted when unfortunate in custody death occur?
And Supervisor Lee, this is Eureka Day. And again, we do have parameters, and so that if we do have an in custody death, the time frame is 30 days. And so within 30 days, we are already doing our investigation. We are getting all the document information. We're meeting collaboratively, and then we basically close out with resolutions and recommendations.
Okay, great. And then as for the recommendation 4 and 5 that was made by the Oaklem that we heard earlier, could we develop some type of mechanism to simultaneously handling the grievances so that when multiple business units are able to work on them? In other words, would it be possible to update the ADA compliance grievance tracking system as well?
And I'm going to defer to our custody bureau colleagues.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Lee. This is Sheriff Sepulveda. Can you repeat the question? I wasn't sure I understood.
Sure. The first one's regarding recommendations 4 and 5 by Oaklem, and whether or not we could actually develop some type of mechanism to simultaneously handling of the grievances so that the multiple business units are able to work on them together.
Excuse me, Supervisor Lee, whoever has their microphone open, if you could please close it if you're not speaking. Go ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Sure. Let me try one more time. We're talking about the Oaklem recommendation 4 and 5 that we discussed earlier, and whether or not we could actually develop some type of mechanism to handle these grievances simultaneously so that the different business units are able to work on those together.
Yes, sir. What we do in these cases, I lost my train of thought, sorry.
That's okay. I hate it when that happens.
So what we do is I'm losing my train of thought here. Sorry.
Okay. We could,
Oh, hold on, we got
I
an
can speak
answer.
on behalf of that. We currently do have an ACES system, which is kind of our interim JMS that we've contracted with a vendor to build out to track our grievances. And subsequent to that, we utilize the same vendor to create a module for our ADA tracking. Currently, as it stands, without a JMS, everything gets filtered into the grievance unit. And then the grievance unit then doles out the particular, if the item is related to ADA, then it gets funneled to the ADA unit for response. You can work on it with multiple business units. However, it has to start out with the grievance unit for a disposition.
okay. Great. And you think that once JMS gets implemented, all this should be far more smoother than it is right now? Do you believe that's the case?
I mean, our intent is to have a robust system that can meet those gaps that currently are falling short of meeting the recommendations brought forth by like our consent decree or other monitors that have told us where there's gaps in the system.
Okay, so on the same kind of vein of discussion about the recommendations, on recommendation 3, it actually states that the custody health services to work in concert with the Sheriff's Custody Bureau on the root cause analysis conducted for complete suicides, serious suicide attempts, or other self-injurious behavior. We are worried about that because this report seems to clearly indicate the need for the custody health services and sheriff to work together on this.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lee. We do work collaboratively with Custody Health Services in establishing the root cause analysis. We analyze each case individually from each perspective, both medical, mental health, and custody perspective. What we look for is anything that we can improve upon. If it's an item that can be improved upon immediately, we take immediate action and improve upon those items. So we meet jointly and collaboratively, not only in the RCA meetings, but we also have additional meetings associated with improving systems in order for us to be successful in this area.
Right. So I would like to, I guess, understand that a little bit better if that's possible. Maybe like in the flow chart, or perhaps because I like visuals, to depict how custody health and sheriffs work together on these types of information, how the information is being shared. Is that something that's possible to be developed? Like
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you can get that to us maybe in a month or so, I certainly appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor. This was received report only. We have no members of the public wishing to speak, so we'll consider item number 10 handled. And we will now move on to item 12, which we do have a presentation coming from Martha Wapensky et al.
I think I'm going to start with this, Mr. President.
Dr. Smith.
And then I turn it over to Martha.
All right.
Today, what we're doing is responding to direction from the board from the summer. This has to do with the fact that the board has been concerned about what services and what the layout might be in a new jail. The layout that has been talked about, which obviously is not finalized in the past, was from 2014. We think it's stale. Lots of things have happened between 2016 and now. We need, I think, to start over again from scratch, wipe the board clean and start over with a more public input and input from this board. So what we're asking for is merely the authority to hire a consultant with expertise in jail construction and design, and then work with the board and the community on rethinking what the design should be like and how many beds there should be. We haven't put into the ledge file a specific way to deal with the outreach issue, which we realize is critical. We're hopeful that the board will approve this item and then give us some direction about how to deal with outreach. What we would typically do is have the consultant work with a subcommittee that's appropriately assigned, and then have regular reports to the full board and administration in order to work out the exact outreach protocols. Because there's significant public interest, we, from a staff perspective, think we should expand that effort and work on maybe small groups or focus groups in the community. But we leave that up to the board to give us direction about. What we're really just asking for is authority to hire a consultant and get started on redesign and restructure and re-input. Martha, you want to take it from there?
Martha.
That was pretty complete. I had nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two.
Come on.
I should state that the scope of work beyond what the county executive mentioned is in the report itself. And so that I think I would just note that for the record.
Thank you. All right, should we turn to speakers at this time? Let's do it. Jill, 2 minutes each.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Tina Brown. I'm unmuting you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. This is Tina Brown. I am a system impacted family member with DBUG and Care First Jail Never Coalition. I am asking for the board to have county admin revise this report to address some of the following concerns. The timing of this agenda item is premature. This action should be paused until the ATI work groups have been completed and implemented, as it will change the projected population from what was reported on January 2022. Effective January 2023, which will require courts presiding over any criminal matters to consider all alternatives to incarceration with the intent to use least restrictive means that are available. The scope of work presented is incomplete. It does not include any details about potential funding sources with detailed cost estimates. It also lacks clarity with regards to a process for researching the bidders for any negative history that are non-conforming to county policies and progressive values, which has happened in the past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Walter Wilson. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman, Board of Supervisors. I'd like to agree with the previous speaker on addressing the ATI issues as part of this process. I think that the alternatives to incarceration is going to make a big difference in terms of what the outcomes are and what the community decides. I'd also like to be sure that there's two other things. Is that one is that the idea of hiring a jail consultant is one thing, but I think that we need to have the outreach, and hopefully we won't hire a consultant to do that. We'll have someone who's familiar with this community, who knows the issues, and somebody who doesn't have to get up to speed. actually, kind of head that effort from the administrative officers. Somebody like Dave Campos, who's very familiar with the community and many of the people in the community here trust. The other thing is that I'd like to be sure too that part of this process prioritize the behavioral health aspect of this proposal that we're doing around the quote unquote jails. And that goes to my earlier question to Dr. Day, the percentage of inmates or people who are incarcerated that need to receive these services. Both of these items have to have, from our perspective, from a community perspective for sure, the same level of care that incarceral facilities are going to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Binay Vihar. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Binay Vihar. I'm a community organizer and system impacted with Silicon Valley Debug. I urge the Board of Supervisors to direct the county executives to revise this report and come back to the board, address the following concerns. The timing of this agenda item is premature, as was said earlier on. The work of the ATI work groups under the Public Safety and Justice Committee should be completed first before moving forward with this premature list. Also, the cost estimate should include a detailed itemized list of expenses and potential sources of funding. Bidders should reflect the values of the county and must not have a history that is contradictory to the progressive values of our county. The work of the consultant should be built off the one-year community engagement process that includes the experiences of the incarcerated and their families who have been directly impacted. Thank you. I yield my time.
Jose Valle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Jose Valle with Silicon Valley Debug. I urge the board to direct the county executive to revise the report and come back to the board to address the following concerns. The timing of the agenda is premature. The work of the ATI work groups under the PSJC should be completed first. The scope of the work of the consultant should list the following cost estimates, should include a detailed itemized list of expenses and potential sources of funding. Bidders should reflect the values of the county and must not have a history that is contradictory to the progressive values of our county. The work of the consultant should build off of the one-year community engagement process that included the experiences of the incarcerated and their families who have been directly impacted. Thank you.
Melissa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Melissa. I am here with Debug and part of the Care First Jail Never Coalition and a system impacted family member. I urge the Board of Supervisors to direct the county executive to revise this report and come back to the board to address the following concerns. The timing of this agenda item is premature. The work of the ATI work groups under the Public Safety and Justice Committee should be completed first. The scope of work of the consultant listed should include cost estimates, should include a detailed itemized list of expenses and potential sources of funding. Bidders should reflect the values of the county and must not have a history that is contradictory to the progressive values of our county. The work of the consultant should build off the one-year community engagement process that included the experiences of the incarcerated and their families who have been directly impacted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sharon. I'm unmuting you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and board members. I do not have a prepared statement. I can only address what I've read from the reports and also going into items that were addressed 2015 and ongoing. And I question the fact that supervisors had agreed that a jail was necessary. Now you have been delayed in getting a jail implemented. In fact, debug was mentioned in 2015 that they, or 16, that they appreciated the plan and the amount of beds that would be implemented for mental health purposes. I think that this issue has gone on, and there's always going to be incidents that come about that could possibly change how you do business. But the bottom line is, do you need a jail? And from all comments that have been stated previously and in past years, is that a jail is necessary. And I think that hiring another consultant to go and see what you could do differently is just delaying the process. And not only the process, is the expense that taxpayers are going to have to incur by numerous delays. So I hope that you will take into consideration what past decisions have been made, changes, also comments that have been done in the past. Thank you very much.
That concludes our request to speak.
Thank you very much, Jill. I'll now turn to supervisors for comments or a motion. Item A, 12A was to receive a report, which we just did. 12B, recommendations to direct administration to proceed with the process for a consultant. Supervisor Chavez and Vice President Allen.
Thank you. I would love an answer to the question about how this body of work flows into the current work that's being done through the Public Safety and Justice Committee.
Again, just an administrative suggestion, and it's up to the board, but I would typically expect the issue here to be referred to Public Safety and Justice and have the subcommittee integrate both functions at the same time. Now, that's just an administrative suggestion. Obviously, the board can do it differently, but it would be better from a policy perspective, I think, to have one of the policy subcommittees, presumably Public Safety and Justice, have both issues on their agenda on a regular basis so that they can make sure they're coordinated. They will need some coordination for sure, based on issues of changing populations and changing services available.
And if I were to say back what the product of this is this a combination of the studies that were done previously, previous to the 2016 time frame before the board took action? There was an analysis of the current facility, how many beds were needed, what kind of services were needed. Is it that deep a dive?
Yes. Trying to give us information based on the changes in the field about what size we might need, what types of services we might need, what they might look like physically, compare us to other institutions across the state, make sure that we coordinate whatever is being suggested with our alternatives to incarceration efforts. So making sure the two efforts work well together and aren't opposing each other in any way. So really just give us a starting point to give to the board and the public about what might be appropriate, and then obviously no final decision about what ends up happening is made until the board sees that and sees the public input and coordinates it.
So, Dr. Smith, then from an analytical perspective, when I look at the scope of work, I know these are very high level, that we're going to be looking at the consent decrees. What I don't see in here are the, I mean, there were a number of studies that were conducted, just I'm recalling them. And so I just have a question about like, where does that play in? And colleagues, let me just say, one of the reasons I'm curious about this is that from a public safety perspective, one of the areas that I was particularly interested in was determining whether or not we were looking at a facility development relative to lowering recidivism. Like if in fact what our goal was to make the community safer, how would program and design be aligned in a way that would improve our recidivism rate? And that's just kind of one big bucket. And let me just combine it with the second, which is that when we were looking at this last time, there was some recognition that we were really on our own, focusing on a relatively small piece of property, and versus taking a look at what services and activities could be conducted at Elmwood versus what services would need to be need to be at this current location. And I more mentioned that, recognizing, and this brings me back to the study question, that one of the big studies at the time, which I haven't seen a refresh on, was transportation, and why we had, the current facility staying where it was, with the for obvious reasons, just in terms of, were we saving money relative to transportation? And I don't know the answer to that, because our population has changed over the years because of state law in terms of who stays locally versus who goes to state prison. So I want to make sure that some of those basic analyses are done. And then, I think the point that I think you've raised this with all of us a number of times, Dr. Smith, is that we have the current bed count we have is enough to house the people who need the housing today. And so we're not looking at an expansion, we're looking at improvements in facilities that we have today. So anyway, that is all to say, it makes sense still to build at this location versus whether or not we would want to invest in Elmwood. And I don't know the answer to that. And then, colleagues, I'll just say again that if we're in the business of making San Jose safer, then recidivism and how we're doing all of this work to support our efforts in that way, in my mind, need to be reflected from the beginning. And it was a very difficult discussion with our previous consultants to even have that discussion with them.
Yeah, I've tried to answer that question from our perspective in administration. There's no presumptions on the table. This is a wide look. We don't have to use any piece of land or not use any piece of land. We should start with defining what we think is needed in terms of a census. The only presumption I would have, which I hope the board would have, is that in the process we tear down the current main jail north, because it's substandard, but we're not envisioning using the current studies as a starting place. We're envisioning wiping the slate clean and starting all over. And that means, looking at transportation, looking at location, looking at size, looking at census. Just a little bit of an editorial on my part. I think strongly that we could get by with no more than 2,000 cells between both jails. Right now we have a census of 3,000. That means we would need to divert another 1,000, which I think could be done. But of course, when I say that, the custody and other people, their hair lights on fire, because that's a hard job to do, but I think it could be done. But that's just my opinion. We'll see what the consultant says. I don't want to preempt them.
And so the type of consultant that you would be looking for is an outreach consultant, or is it a design company, like an engineering company that has a, an analytical component? Like who's the ideal respondent? I don't mean by company name. I mean, what are the characteristics that they would be doing for this piece of work?
Similar to the relationship we've had with Anderson Brule for some time on other issues, an architectural firm with design expertise and expertise in jails, so that they could get information and input from the community and from the stakeholders, and come back with options for the subcommittee to consider in terms of what services, what size, what location, how it might be structured construction wise, in terms of what kind of design would be best. That kind of function.
So to go back to the issue that I was raising around recidivism, that if our highest and just as a reminder, I say this to everybody, that a super majority of the people who go into custody come out. And so we want to make sure that they're not recommitting crimes. And so one of the things that I will just share is that I was always very interested in programming and design relative to recidivism. And I know that's a narrow field. And I know that it's more of a global assessment than just California or United States. But I do think that's a very important discussion to have. And, I don't know, for me, that would be important as we, put out the call for, for requests for qualifications, which is the other thing I would recommend, is that we do an RFQ instead of an RFP for services. And again, I thought the point that was raised by the community, and I think this was Walter, also making sure that there was a really key component of connection to the local community, I think would be really valid. I apologize. There was another question I was going to ask you, and I just lost my train of thought. I think
Going around.
I was going to say the deputy sheriff to follow it. But if you don't, I'll give it some thought and come back.
Let me suggest that if the board wants us to think about an RFQ, just include that in the motion as a possibility, so that we have the ability to not do an RFP if we think it's going to be too much of a problem, and we can do an RFQ instead.
Okay. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks so much. I do have some prepared comments, but I wanted to address Supervisor Chavez what I think you asked at the very beginning. And if I misheard, I'll just move along. But you were asking, I think, about the public commenters who talked about the ATI process that's going through PSJC now, and how this would intersect, impact, or be impacted by it. Is that correct? Okay. So my dear hope and intention with the ATI work groups is that this absolutely would influence the design of any potential future facility. But as I'll share in more detail in a moment, I don't think that precludes starting a community engagement process now that will be further informed as the ATI work comes to an end. And what I think, jumping a little bit ahead, is that we may be needing to look at two leaders of this group, somebody who really has expertise in community trust in outreach, and somebody who does professional design to ultimately put all of this together. So let me just backtrack then a little bit and say, to my colleagues in the public, I do plan to support the county moving forward with a community engagement process, focusing on the design of a new jail facility. And I really want to explain my position here, because I have made it clear that I believe in general, jails are traumatizing environments. I believe that we incarcerate far more individuals than has shown to be necessary for public safety. We have generations of evidence that this method of punishment very often has continuing negative consequences for people after they re-enter our communities. And Supervisor Chavez, as you've noted, most of them do re-enter our communities. They are part of our community, and it doesn't make us safer. I believe really deeply in prevention of many of the root causes that can lead to choices that inflict harm. And my priority will always be to build strong families, individuals, and communities from the outset, rather than focusing on the repair of damage that's been wrought by our lack of attention to those circumstances. I also know, as Dr. Smith alluded to, that it's not my determination as a county supervisor whether individuals are required to be kept in our custody. And while I'll continue to work tirelessly to expand options for individuals to be diverted from incarceration as often as humanly possible, I know that it's also my responsibility to ensure that those who are required to be in our custody are in an environment that is least likely to inflict further trauma and perchance has a greater likelihood of improving outcomes for people when they re-enter our communities. I believe that was your reference to recidivism. I remain opposed to any capital work on any kind of jail occurring prior to the build out of a continuum of care for mental health and substance use disorder treatments. But again, that doesn't preclude beginning community engagement around the design of a prospective new carceral facility, which ultimately does need to replace Main Jail North. I have no illusions that a new facility will be less traumatizing without dramatic changes, not only in design, but how the facility is run, who is running it, and what culture is valued there. But I acknowledge that it's a place to start. I also, I know that our advocacy community has scant reason to trust that this engagement process will leave them feeling heard or confident that we'll implement any of their input. And I think that's our failing as an organization. And Dr. Smith, I appreciated hearing your commitment to significantly expanding and deepening our investment in real community engagement that is led by people who are trusted by the community. I would say, again, in partnership with a design consultant, that we demonstrate real listening and that we respect the input of people who really are deeply invested in the outcomes of the project. I would echo the speakers and my colleague in flagging for administration that it really is crucial that whatever contractor we hire to assist with the design process, we must be very careful to improve on past experiences in which we've had facilitators unexpectedly drop out of their contract or modify it midway or be problematic for other reasons. It's not clear to me whether this perhaps was because of the way we design contracts or whether we didn't have enough good candidates or didn't research sufficiently into our contractors' track records. But I hope that we will take all of those lessons learned and take the necessary steps to ensure the successful completion of this community engagement process. So lastly, my request to my colleagues would be that to follow Dr. Smith's recommendation here that we don't create a new ad hoc committee of the board, but that the work of the board-led community engagement administration has proposed is directed to PSJC to avoid redundancy in the work. And I would add to that motion of approval, Supervisor Chavez's direction that we issue an RFQ rather than an RFP on the design consulting side. And I would hope for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn to Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thanks the administration for coming back to us regarding this solicitation process, because certainly the ones that's been done previously was done so long ago. And as Dr. Smith has mentioned, the layout work that was done back in 2014, that's 8 years ago. So I think the idea of starting from scratch is absolutely exactly what we need. The future of this facility absolutely needs extensive community input, and I want to ensure that we are engaging the community fully. There are several options that also want to be taken into consideration as the consultant develops this engagement plan, namely that they're providing language services at all the events, whether it's online or in person, offering, for example, childcare support for in-person meetings, consideration for cultural, religious, and or community events to prevent conflicts for online and in-person meetings, and an open period to receive comments, including after the meetings, online or in person, and also direct outreach to the justice-involved families. In coordination for community-specific language, specific meetings, online or in person, because at the end of the day, we really need to get this right, and we need a full-throated effort to engage the community very, very much fully. Ultimately, I think this is a place for rehabilitation, a place to reduce recidivism, and a place for recovery. And certainly is not a place for retribution. I think that's the type of mentality we need when we come up with the new facility that we're building here. And I just want to make sure that those are the spirit that we need to have in mind when it comes to it. I'm certainly supportive of whether this is going to be an RFP or RFQ. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. Sorry. But yeah, what is RFP, RFQ? I don't necessarily know which is the better process. I certainly want to give the administration the most flexibility to go forward to make the outreach process as soon as possible so that we could get the information back. As related to the issue of the priority, I certainly agree the fact that the need for a mental health facility and that type of ideas is very important. And there's certainly many ways we could do this. When I made my earlier motion, I talked about one standalone mental health facility. And I certainly have also later on said that, well, maybe it's not one, it might be multiple facilities in different locations to make it closer to the community, makes sense. And there's certainly also ideas of having it be like beds added to existing facility that we already own, whether it's O'Connor or St. Louis or whatnot, to start adding the beds, which might be quicker. Ultimately, the goal here is really getting these beds added to our community for mental health treatment that is so lacking, and I don't need to rehash that issue. My colleague Supervisor Ellenberg has pulled forth that issue for many times now that we've over and over talking about again. And certainly I do think both of those are absolutely important things that we need to move forward. And we shouldn't be doing anything serial. I think we need to do everything in parallel. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear that we're really trying to move everything at post haste really as fast as we can, because there's no wait on helping our mental health affected individuals and families. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We have no speakers, no more speakers, I should say. I'm going to weigh in with some of my comments as the senior and outgoing county supervisor. I appreciate what Supervisor Lee just said about, we need to get it right. I know prior to my getting here in 2010, around 2007, in talking with Supervisor Gage, that Board of Supervisors felt that they got it right, that we needed a new jail. They solicited public input. They hired a consultant. The consultant looked at best practices. A new jail was designed. Funding was agreed upon, and then it was stopped. A few years later, the board approved getting a new jail, soliciting public input, hiring a consultant, best practices, a design, and then it was stopped. A few years later, the same thing, and most recently, the same thing. We went back and forth, it seems, with an approval and not approval and an approval of the jail over a couple of years during the COVID time. I know we have issues such as the consent decree that our county council will work on with us. I know that until some change is made, and our predecessors 15 years ago thought the living conditions there were inappropriate and should be changed. But until we get an RFQ and design and public input and building and funding, and our successors, majority of our successors, don't stop the project again, those individuals in that jail will be living in inhumane conditions. In addition, recession or no recession, I'm willing to bet anybody $1. By the time we actually go to bid the new jail, it will cost more money than it would cost now. So my point to my dialogue there was every 3 to 4 years, a majority of the Board of Supervisors, sometimes I was on it, sometimes Supervisor Samantha, sometimes Supervisor Ellenberg, Lee and Chavez were on it, sometimes none of us were on it. Each time that Board of Supervisor majority thought they got it right. Each time that Board of Supervisors majority solicited public input, thought their design was best practices, etc. And then several years later, it changed. This started before I got here. It's going to be resolved after I'm gone. And I hope it's a fabulous, wonderful, rehabilitative, humane facility that reduces recidivism, that gives people more open space, treats issues that people have coming in so that they're healthier coming out. I wish all those good things. At some point, we need to take action and not repeat the exact same things of the past, which is public input and design to build what we think is the best we can build. At some point, you've got to do something and go with what you've got. We have a motion, I believe, by Vice President Ellenberg, I believe seconded by Supervisor Lee. Is that correct, ladies and gentlemen? Supervisor Chavez?
Supervisor Chavez, second.
Chavez, thank you. So motion by Ellenberg, second by Chavez. No further hands raised. Jill, vote please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
I will say yes rather than abstain so that we show a united front. And I hope to God, who's ever here, when the motion comes around, that it's sooner than later and unanimous and helps improve our county. Thank you. With that, 12 is done. We now move on, and Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, we now move on.
President Wasserman, you're muted, sir.
I said all those wonderful things, but I imagine you heard my first speech.
Yes.
So my second one will just be, I wish all of you that are on the Board of Supervisors, ultimately when a vote is taken, that you build the best jail facility this nation has ever seen and helps the people that are there rehabilitate as quickly as possible. Jill, I would say we're on item number 13 now. Do you agree?
No, 100.
We have, yes. Item
Oh,
number
no,
100,
we have
Mr.
100.
President.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg. And Vice President Ellenberg, why don't you take it away because you're the one that pulled that off consent.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I will be as brief as I possibly can. In fact, I submitted a memo on this item to provide context that wasn't in the ledge file. And I'll just briefly summarize it verbally, but I wanted all of my colleagues and the public to have a fuller sense here. This item is coming to the board as a follow-up on our past decision to extend an ordinance to maintain the current division of jail responsibilities between the Sheriff's Office and the Department of Correction. The ordinance has been renewed yearly since 2016. It was intended to be a temporary policy pending further board discussion of jail operations and resolution on the matter. As such, we agreed to extend the ordinance this year, but I had also asked County Council at that time to report back with an evaluation of options to transfer rehabilitative functions to a department that is under the purview of the board. And from the report before us, it is clear that none of the personnel under the programs unit are badge staff and are not legally required to remain under the sheriff's office. So given that there are no legal barriers, I think it's incumbent on the board to bring rehabilitative functions of our jails under our purview in order, number one, to increase transparency and public accountability of the critical rehabilitative functions. Two, to improve the county's ability to provide a seamless continuum of supportive services across the system. And three, to ensure that the sheriff's office's limited resources are focused on their badge staff rather than on civilian staff, which perform non-security related duties and thus don't belong under the sheriff. And I want to emphasize that this is not specific to our current sheriff and whoever comes in next. I think this still applies because I'm really focused on the care, the healthcare, the rehabilitation, as opposed to the punitive piece. So again, the responsibility of the board to fulfill these duties is separate and apart from whoever holds the sheriff office position. And I would be grateful for support of this following motion to direct County Council to work with administration to return with an ordinance amendment transferring the sheriff's office programs unit personnel to the jurisdiction of the Department of Correction or the Office of Reentry Services, pending administration's determination of which is most operationally appropriate. That is my motion.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn, well, let's look for a second first, then I'll turn to Dr. Smith.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Dr. Smith and Supervisor Lee.
I just wanted to, as the acting director of Department of Corrections, to say how much I support this idea. I think it's a great plan. We'll make progress.
Thank you. Very generous. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I would like to also ask a couple of questions, if this is the appropriate time, and that is, does the inmate rehabilitation manager work with the reentry staff, or do they work with Dr. Marshall and his team?
Doctor?
Yes, we currently work with the Office of Reentry. We work with in regards to transitioning individuals back out into the community. So we have a direct pathway, a great relationship with the Office of Reentry and trying to get that seamless and get individuals out.
Okay. And what are the budget constraints and options for increasing the offering of the current program right now?
Well, we have no budget at this time, so that's a constraint all to itself.
Maybe I can jump in and answer that. Since they exist in the sheriff's budget at this point, you know, they share the general fund component of the sheriff's budget, but I think moving them into the DOC won't generate necessarily any additional money, but will allow us to coordinate better with other outside services. So make it more efficient, more effective, I think.
Dr. Smith, do you think maybe it makes sense to do an off-agenda memo on this issue and see if there's anything that we might need in order to fund this after, assuming this get moved to your purview?
Sure, we can do an off-agenda memo.
Okay, thanks. The report mentions that the senior management analyst makes recommendations for the organizational, operational, policy, and process to improve the program's objective based on curriculum and success of the program. The report only highlights the correctional janitorial training program. So I would like to also ask to see if we could get an off agenda on the other programs for the other rehabilitation pathways, such as education, life skills, career tech education, and trauma-informed services. Would that be possible?
Sure, that's possible. I just also point out that a few months ago, the board, well, not months, but a little while ago, the board approved a ASM position for the Department of Corrections, which is a lower level executive position. And that would be perfect to manage all of these functions.
Great. Thank you. And that's all I have, Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Dr. Smith. Supervisor Smithian.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not persuaded that this is the right course to take at the right time. I'd like to hear a little bit more from Dr. Smith and Mr. Williams. My own inclination is to wait until we have a new sheriff and have a really thorough, comprehensive, holistic conversation about, all right, where are we headed with the jail? Who's going to be responsible for what? We take stripping off a particular function piecemeal 2 months before we have a new sheriff strikes me as problematic. I understand the good intention, but I just I'm struck by the fact that, as Supervisor Ellenberg referenced, we've been struggling to wrestle this one to the ground for a number of years now and haven't ever done it because we haven't ever had a sheriff in recent years who was prepared to talk about a substantially different model. And even if we have a sheriff who's prepared to talk about a substantially different model, that'll take time. And the chief of correction position is a challenging one, because if we assign that role to somebody else, we have the challenge of what I would say is someone trying to report to two masters, reporting to the sheriff if the chief of correction continues to be the under sheriff, and reporting to the board in the role as chief of correction. And I don't know what they're supposed to do if they get pulled in two different directions at the same time. So I'm open to dramatically different models, but I'll be a no vote today if this moves forward, just because I think it's a mess in the making if we don't wait until we have a more comprehensive notion of what the corrections function is going to look like and who's going to be in charge of what. Sorry. Dr. Smith, missed it through the chair.
Yep.
I was frankly surprised, Dr. Smith, that you were prepared to lean in on this one. So what's your thinking, if I may ask through the chair?
Well, the way I'm understanding it is that this group of services would not be reporting to the sheriff's department, would be reporting to the Department of Corrections, and therefore would not have to have any kind of agreement or formal structure with the sheriff's department. Obviously, they have to have coordination in terms of access to services back and forth. As you point out, for many years, there's been a challenge of trying to define what services inside the jail should be managed by the sheriff's office and which ones should be managed by the DOC. And the previous boards decided basically to give everything except for the food service, laundry, and administrative booking to the sheriff. That makes it very, how should I say, hard to recruit a competent director of corrections, because there really wouldn't be running much of anything. I think as many lay positions as possible would be best to be managed through the Department of Corrections by the board. The sheriff obviously has to manage badged positions, but we currently have a structure where that's not necessarily true. Plus, we also have individuals with badges who are doing clerical or non-badge work. So I think of this as a good first step. In terms of timing with regard to a new sheriff coming on board, I leave that perfectly up to the Board of Supervisors. I don't play in the political realm.
Well, before the current construct of having the county executive hold this title, for years and years, it was the undersheriff who was the chief of corrections. Am I remembering that correctly, Dr. Smith?
Yes, you're remembering that correctly, but that doesn't have to be true if the director of corrections is not managing badge staff.
So does that mean we will figure that out later? Because I just feel like we're further muddying the already troublesome issue of accountability. The current sheriff tried to lay at our board's doorstep problems of her own department's making, all due respect, and we were able to say, look, the responsibility of the chief of corrections is limited to administrative functions. The more we make that set of responsibilities murky, the less accountability, not more accountability, I think we're likely to end up with. It doesn't sound like we know whether we're going to continue the model of a chief of corrections who does or doesn't serve as under sheriff and therefore does or doesn't have conflicting loyalties. I don't know, maybe the maker and the seconder have thoughts they want to share. I'll stop here, Mr. Chairman, just because I've said my piece and expressed my concern. It may just be the easiest thing to do is vote no if I can't get to yes, even though I understand what I think is a worthy goal. So
maybe I can just make
Dr. Smith.
a couple of clarifying comments. The director of the Department of Corrections doesn't have to be a badge staff, so there's no requirement that the undersheriff do that job. Previous boards just decided to do that out of convenience. So I've always thought that that was a challenging positions to be in, to be reporting to both the board and the sheriff, who are sometimes in conflict. So I would see this, unless the board does something differently, I would see this as a way of separating those roles. So there would be one person reporting to the board about administrative and non-badge functions, and another person, the sheriff, being responsible for badge staff and reporting to the board regarding budget and operational issues as typically occurs with the elected officials.
Supervisor Smithian? Supervisor Chavez?
I think it's a formula for confusion, and I'll vote no. Thank you. I don't want to take any more of the board's time. Thanks.
Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. Maybe I misunderstood this is a referral. What I was thinking I was hearing was this was a referral for the staff to come back with what that kind of possibility would look like, not that we would be taking the action. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. I want to add one point to what Supervisor Smithian just said, and to me this is a much bigger problem, and it was something that I alluded to earlier today, which is who's responsible for taking the phone call from the family, depending on where they call in, and with our custody staff, part of the earlier Hogan discussion is who's the boss of whom under what circumstance, and and I would just add that I think that what we really want to get to is ultimately
ultimate accountability. Like that's really the coin of the realm in my mind as it relates to everything that we're doing in public safety and justice. So I'm interested in it because I'm very interested in the function. And I think if the timing is right, then we will have a new sheriff that can weigh in on a robust discussion about structure. And Supervisor Ellenberg, if I understand you correctly, this would align with that timing for the new person. We wouldn't be making a decision absent having a bigger discussion about this. Is that accurate?
I can't imagine it happening more quickly than making a decision by January. And absolutely the new sheriff should weigh in, but I'm interested in having administration get started on recommendations as to how this could work.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, I'm not sure we've done a full robust analysis of how the changes we've made in booking are impacting the overall function of the jail. So I think that that's part of what I would want to see come back would be a discussion about changes we've already made and whether or not they've improved outcomes that we're trying to get to. Because I think absent that, we're kind of creating a Winchester mystery house situation for ourselves. And actually it's been under that, that's been the case for a long time, frankly. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Susan.
I still, what I'm looking at, the heart of what I really care about here is that the rehabilitative functions and the support functions and care functions are handled by professionals that are trained to do that and that are overseen by a non-law enforcement officer. I think the booking piece is interesting, and I'm happy if you wanted, I'm happy to add that to my motion if you want administration to report back on that as well. But I do think, again, regardless of who is in the sheriff's office, we're one of the few counties that actually has the opportunity to divide these responsibilities. And I think in some ways we have really underutilized that opportunity to provide care and rehabilitation in a supportive way that is county government safety net driven. This is our core function, as opposed to the sheriff's office, whose core function is to maintain people ideally safely in custody until their cases are disposed of and they are released.
Yeah, I think that my point is that if the alignment is we're all focused on the same outcome, and and that's dealing with recidivism, like what are our highest obligations, and then how do all of these changes back into those obligations? That's really what I want to understand, because I find that the lack of who's in charge has been such a big part of every problem we face with the jail for years, that I am interested in learning more. And I do think we ought to do an analysis of whether or not moving booking has been of value in terms of improving whatever we think those outcomes are. I've gotten complaints both from people who work there and people who have interacted with booking. Now, I also will say that I don't understand all of the, what the root causes of those concerns are. So that's part of the reason I'm just mentioning it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Memoriam. Oh, first we'll go to Mr. James Williams, if that's okay with you, sir. Yep, Mr. Williams.
I can go in either order, but I just wanted to make a couple just big picture comments just to remind the board of the kind of bigger item. This is obviously a specific subcomponent, but back in 2010, when the model was changed basically to move the vast majority of functions out of the Department of Correction, the charter at that time required that there be a Department of Correction. And so the options that the board had were somewhat constrained. In 2012, the charter was amended to provide the current language, which allows the board to assign all of the jail functions to the sheriff or any subset of functions along kind of a continuum. And so the conversation that's come up periodically since 2016 with the ordinance code that's been renewed usually on an annual basis, has been, yeah, where on that continuum does the board want to land in terms of dividing responsibilities between the sheriff and the Department of Correction? The 2010 structure was admin, booking, food services, laundry, and warehouse, but everything else being assigned responsibility to the sheriff. And under state law, of course, there's real constraints with respect to badged staff for certain specific types of roles. And that's been outlined in some of our prior memos, public memos to the board and ledge files. And so, this question is with respect to a specific unit, but I think the broader question is still a really important one, and one that has been deferred, and I think is an important question because it affects, what is the kind of cohesiveness of a Department of Correction and its responsibilities and its leadership. Because if I think, and I don't want to speak for the board at that time, and I wasn't the county council at that time, but I think the thinking behind the undersheriff being designated chief of correction back in 2010 and for a number of years thereafter was, given the legal constraints that were applicable then, it was an effort to most align all the units possible under the ultimate de facto operational authority of the sheriff. And then, of course, in the last several years, the interim chief of correction has been the county executive. So there's a lot of options within some very meaningful constraints. And I say very meaningful because, as we've outlined previously with the board, there's some really material state law constraints around structure, but there are options. And so what I understand this item to be is to basically have county council and administration come back with the assignment of the specific rehabilitation unit, the positions outlined in the report from the sheriff's office under item 100, to be under the either the Department of Correction or under another entity within county administration. But it still very much leaves the broader question, one that I think does need to be addressed, because that the temporary codification, I think, does need to be resolved. I mean, if you look at it, it's a temporary structure, and I do think it needs to be resolved at an appropriate time point, which presumably would include input from the incoming sheriff's administration next year.
Thank you, James. Supervisor Memoriam.
Well, thank you. I very much appreciate Supervisor Chavez's clarifying what we are or are not debating, in part because colleagues, this item arrived relatively late on our agenda as item number 100, as you know, and this morning at 9:21 a.m., 9 minutes before the meeting, the clerk posted the October 13th letter from Supervisor Ellenberg. And Supervisor, this is the basis for my lack of clarity about what the motion does. In the last paragraph of the letter, which we received today, it's got an October 13th date on it from Supervisor Ellenberg. It says very explicitly, I recommend that the board direct county administration to transfer the sheriff's office programs unit personnel to the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections or the Office of Reentry Services, pending administration's determination of which is most operationally appropriate. Now, that's not a referral for consideration at a future date. That language says direct. If we're talking about a referral, I can probably get myself all the way to an abstention. If it's a direction, I would still be a no vote. So is it not a direction as indicated in the letter we received this morning?
My ideal is that it is for direction. What I'm hearing from my colleagues is that you're not all there yet and would like to get some more information back. So I am content to slow the roll a little bit here, get more information, certainly include the new sheriff in January, but push toward the same end.
Then I'll be
honored to have your abstention, Supervisor.
thank you. I'll be a proud abstention then in a moment, and would also just ask, I don't need it to be incorporated. I just ask that we be sure to check in with employee groups who I suspect are going to have a keen interest in who is in charge of whom. And I got to believe there is some meet and confer and more that will need to happen to respect employee rights as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jill, before I speak up, I see we have a member of the public on this item. Would you let that person speak for 2 minutes on item number 100?
Will do. Walter Wilson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good afternoon again, President Wasserman and board. So yeah, this is an interesting discussion. I am fully in agreement with the administration board of supervisors taking over the rehabilitation portion of the programs. My only concern is, and I guess that's part of what's going to be worked out with the policies and administration, is that the DOC, Department of Corrections, doesn't use this as an opportunity to be punitive or to let people go when they want to, or not let them go, or that sort of thing, to use it as opposing to a requirement, allowing them to use it as a way to be punitive towards people for whatever reasons. I think the fact that it's necessary, very necessary to have these programs to make sure that people are healthy when they leave here. I want to make sure that the Department of Corrections, as well as the classification department that can actually make a difference in terms of an inmate status, doesn't use this this program as an opportunity to use it for punitive reasons against inmates. And I think that there has to be a policy in place so that when this program is enacted, there's I guess there's like a warm handoff that's understood that this is not an option, this is a requirement of the policy, and not something that they can not do or do. And I think that's an important thing to look at when instituting something like this. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Longs. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Longs, and I'm here to ensure, oh God, I'm gonna have, I'm not ready yet. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
This is your opportunity on this item, Ms. Long.
I don't have my notes ready. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes our request to speak.
It sure does. Thank you. I'll just ask a question of the motion maker. Vice President Ellenberg, did your motion end up being a referral or direction? And is your referral for post new sheriff election, so meaning in 2023?
It has evolved from direction to a request for information back. And we can get the information back, let's say at the second meeting in January, which gives the new sheriff about 10 minutes, I think. Doesn't mean that it's completed then, but that will give us some opportunity to see where we are and what the process is, and it will be an opportunity for the new sheriff to begin to weigh in.
Thank you. It's important to me the new sheriff has input.
Absolutely.
And brings a perspective that, that the board at that time can hear. Thank you very much. All right, Jill, call for the question, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Abstain.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. All right, so I understand that to be a referral, and the new sheriff will be talked with. Thank you. Spoken to. We now move on to item number 13. Receive report from the Department of Planning and Development relating to the SCP, or the Stanford Community Plan, And that's gotta be Sylvia and maybe then Jacqueline, or maybe Jacqueline straight ahead. Sylvia.
Good afternoon, board members. Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. We are making a significant pivot in the board meeting by shifting to the policy document governing growth and development at Stanford University. While we begin projecting the presentation, I want to introduce, of course, Jacqueline Onshano, our planning director, Lisa McKyle, our planning manager, is with us, Jeff Bradley, our consulting project manager with M Group, and Brittany Bendex, who's a principal planner with M Group. And also we have Elizabeth Pianca, our lead deputy county counsel. So with that, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Jeff Bradley and hope that we can begin projecting our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman, Vice President Elberg, and members of the board. As Sylvia mentioned, I'm Jeff Bradley, Consulting Project Manager with M Group. Today's study session is the second of 2 sessions with the board relating to the Stanford Community Plan update. At the first study session back on September 27th, the board will recall, we provided an overview of proposed policy changes in the community plan and received input and comments from Stanford, the board, as well as interested members of the public. This study session will focus on providing responses from staff on issues that were raised at that first study session. Our agenda for today's presentation includes an overview of the role of the community plan as the chief policy document guiding growth and development on Stanford's campus. We will provide greater context for the proposed policies of the housing chapter and greater detail regarding staff's position on housing credits for a future GUP, housing incentives and affordability. We will also focus on circulation policies, including an explanation of the trip-based standards for local congestion issues and vehicle miles traveled. And finally, we will provide a response to comments regarding the policy recommendations from the municipal services study. The presentation will take approximately 20 minutes with plenty of time afterwards for a discussion and questions, of course. To frame today's study session, we're starting with an overview of the role of the community plan, or the SCP. During the public conversation about the update and its recommendations, we have received some requests for text changes that are more appropriate as conditions of approval in a future general use permit, known as the GUP, rather than policies for the community plan, which of course is a long-range general plan level planning document. For that reason, we're taking a moment to briefly distinguish between the role of the community plan and the role of the general use permits, conditions of approval, and mitigation measures to make it more clear how all these elements work together. The community plan, of course, is a land use policy document originally adopted back in the year 2000 that guides the growth and development of all of the unincorporated lands under Stanford's control, known as the community plan area. It functions to provide a policy framework for any future general use permit application that Stanford may submit. Once the application is filed, the community plan informs the GUP's conditions of approval and CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, controls for mitigation measures. The graphic on the right provides a summary of this process. So based on that background, we'll now transition to housing. We can go to the next slide. Thank you, Brittany. During the September 27th study session, Supervisor Lee had raised questions regarding data that we had provided about Stanford's housing production on campus and the immediate vicinity. We've zoomed out a little bit to include housing throughout the area that Stanford has provided. To provide additional context to the housing discussion, we've included additional details about on-campus housing production under the current time period of the GUP from 2000 to 2022. This provides data on whether the housing is on or off campus, whether it was built or purchased by Stanford, the year the housing units were completed, and the location of the housing by city. It's important to note that this information does not include student housing, of which the university has provided over 3,000 new units on campus during the same time period. So as this table shows that you see on the screen, between 2000 and 2022, Stanford built only 2 projects consisting of 69 units on campus. These units reflect 3% of the total number of staff and faculty housing units built during that time. However, during the same time period, Stanford built or purchased housing developments totaling nearly 2,200 units, 2,170 faculty staff housing units off campus, 97% of all of the faculty staff housing proposed. There are 2 very important facts that we can take away from this. First, the Stanford purchased over half, 53% of the units it provided during this time period. And secondly, that 97% of all units provided, whether built or purchased, were off campus in the communities of Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Redwood City, and Los Altos. This reliance on off-campus housing reduces the availability of housing for the general public within those communities in an area experiencing an acute housing shortage with very high prices and a lack of affordable housing. With this context in mind, our proposed changes to the community plan's housing policies would require Stanford to construct all required housing, both affordable and market rate, on campus, with the provision to allow up to 30% of the housing on nearby contiguous Stanford lands in Palo Alto, such as the nearby Stanford Research Park and the Stanford Shopping Center. In response to staff's housing proposals within the community plan, Stanford submitted a letter to the board dated September 26, agreeing in principle that net new academic development as part of a new general use permit application should be balanced with the addition of new housing. However, Stanford is also asking that the board consider a policy that would provide for credit for housing built during the current GUP for a future GUP. The department's response is that any effort by Stanford to build or acquire housing now would be to address housing demand associated with current and past development, and seeking credit for this housing to offset a future GUP or general use permit with its associated demand for additional new affordable market rate housing would mean that Stanford would not fully address the demand for housing associated with the future general use permit. As the cornerstone of staff's proposed community plan housing policy proposals is to require Stanford to fully address housing demand associated with any new GUP to avoid further exacerbating the significant housing and jobs imbalance in this area, staff does not recommend providing Stanford a housing credit for a future GUP. We have received a correspondence from the surrounding communities of Mountain View, Los Altos, Atherton, Redwood City, as well as the County of San Mateo, supporting the providing new housing on Stanford's campus lands and to not support crediting housing built under the current GUP towards a future GUP. Additionally, Supervisor Chavez raised questions about what community plan policies provide incentives to build housing. Recent state laws such as SB 35, which provides for affordable housing construction, and SB 330, known as the Housing Crisis Act, and the raft of new housing element laws require jurisdictions to remove barriers to new housing. As a result, the community plan, acting in concert with the housing element, will provide a clear path with incentives for Stanford to produce housing, both at affordable levels and within the campus. This slide and the next identify these policies. The first primary policy incentive in the community plan and the housing element includes higher density housing opportunity sites on campus. This is important because new housing in these locations would be eligible under state law for staff level, streamlined ministerial approval based on objective design standards. This approval process would streamline the permitting of the sites as it allows Stanford to construct housing on these sites under the current GUP rather than having to wait for a new GUP to be approved. Additionally, to encourage more on-campus housing development, the plans includes implementation measures that would broaden on-campus permit streamlining. Additionally, as shown on the next slide, there are additional incentives that encourage housing production, including providing permit streamlining approval process on any on-campus housing within a half mile of a public transit station. This policy would create more opportunities in addition to the housing opportunity sites. The county would also pursue other ways to streamline permit reviews, such as pre-design consultations to work out issues with staff and Stanford prior to filing an application. The SCP update locates higher density housing in ideal locations near transit, shopping, jobs, and services. And more housing is also supported by setting a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre in the academic campus land use, which encourages a more efficient use of land and can incentivize affordable housing development. Additionally, the plan includes a development incentive for affordable housing units, where Stanford may provide extra affordable housing units with a corresponding reduction in market rate units. This does provide some flexibility for Stanford to provide the most needed type of housing, which of course is affordable housing. Next slide summarizes comments from Supervisor Lee at the September 27th study session, requesting staff consider requiring future housing to reflect the income levels associated with proposed academic development. In response to Supervisor Lee's request, the department is recommending an additional policy to be more specific, that the Nexus study would indeed determine required housing based on the income levels of future Stanford employees and staff. This is consistent with the goal of the community plan to provide housing needed to accommodate demand from new academic growth. And one last slide before I hand it over to Brittany. We have also received comments from the city of Palo Alto, which has raised concerns that the proposed community plan update necessitates closer coordination between the city and the county relative to the current regional housing needs allocation, requirements of the current housing element cycle, and other related issues. Staff has met with city representatives as recently as Thursday, October 6th, to discuss these issues, and we are continuing to coordinate with City of Palo Alto staff during this community plan update. And I now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Brittany Bendix. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now address comments received on the circulation chapter. At the September 27th study session, Supervisor Chavez raised questions regarding the SEP's updates circulation policies, specifically relating to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which is a relatively new methodology of circulation review mandated by the state to evaluate the regional circulation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. As part of this question, Supervisor Chavez expressed that she wanted clarification about how local congestion would be managed, especially given the county's local trip-based standards. The next few slides are the department's response to this question. However, before we review VMT, we want to address the trip-based standards in the SCP update. These are the two metrics that will influence local congestion management. First is the no net new commute trip policy. This is an existing requirement from the 2000 SCP and will carry forward through the SCP update. There are no changes to this requirement. Stanford has demonstrated a sustained commitment and true innovation to the continued success of this trip reduction program. This is articulated further in the circulation chapter, which discusses Stanford's shuttle system, bicycle systems, and programs for carpools, parking, and ride shares. The second trip-based standard included in the SCP update is the reverse trip standard. The purpose of the reverse trip standard is to address increasing local traffic congestion in the areas around the campus from trips that originate on the campus. We want to stress that the state's requirement of VMT is a regional consideration, is in addition to, not instead of, these local standards. Additionally, these standards are complementary and designed to not discourage the SCP's major goal of providing housing on campus. Now we'll provide more information about VMT. VMT is a new standard to evaluate transportation impacts under CEQA, which is a required step in the GUP review process. This new policy shift is a shift from the state's previous requirement to consider a level of service metric under CEQA when evaluating transportation impacts. The state's policy shift from local congestion management to a more regional focus is to reduce carbon emissions and address the climate crisis. So what exactly are vehicle miles traveled and what do they measure? When evaluating residential trips, VMT looks at the trips that start or end at home. For example, VMT counts the miles made from trips between a resident's home and workplace, These are home-based work trips. VMT also counts the miles made from trips between a resident's home and shopping destinations. These are called home-based shopping trips. But if the trips are made between shopping locations, these miles are not counted because they aren't connected to the resident's home. The idea is that by estimating the vehicle miles traveled by a resident, jurisdictions can reduce anticipated miles from future residents. Simply put, the fewer miles traveled by a resident's single occupant vehicle, the fewer vehicular emissions. Therefore, the state has a goal to reduce VMT by 15% statewide. To achieve this goal, the state requires each jurisdiction to determine its own local approach and mitigation measures. The county is currently undergoing this process. And again, VMT would be in addition to the county's other policies that mitigate local congestion, not instead of. Because of Stanford's unique setting, there's really a great opportunity here to innovate and build on Stanford's past efforts to either shorten the distance traveled between trips or to eliminate them entirely. It's really an extraordinary opportunity that would be similar in scale to the Google or Facebook development sites. This brings us to a second question Supervisor Chavez asked at the September 27th study session. What can the community expect from VMT? The community can expect that VMT mitigation from Stanford would build on and expand its existing transportation demand management strategies. The Stanford campus offers rare and extraordinary opportunities to deploy strategies that other developments cannot. Stanford has the ability in circumstances to manage on-campus circulation, which provides many opportunities for the university to be innovative. We have listed some of Stanford's TDM programs that are already implemented. At a broad scale, this includes Stanford's multimodal transportation network that consists of automotive, transit, bicycle, and pedestrian routes. The Marguerite Shuttle System, a free local shuttle bus system comprised currently of 41 battery electric and 8 diesel backup buses, and a 19-route system that includes service to train stations, bus stops on El Camino, Palo Alto, and Menlo Park during the week and weekends. Carpool and vanpool programs that extend as far as San Francisco, Manteca, and Santa Cruz, and are supported by a full-time Stanford employee transportation coordinator. Bicycle programs and infrastructure that includes secured bike parking, lockers, maintenance facilities, safety classes, and discounted equipment. On-site paid parking requirements for staff and visitors. A university-managed on-campus transportation store that sells tickets and passes for local and regional transportation entities. Provision of special passes for eligible affiliates that allow unlimited rides on either Caltrain, VTA, or AC Transit for free. And short or long-term rental discounts for Stanford affiliates in car rental or car sharing programs. In the last few slides, we have shown how Stanford has used its unique and extraordinary circumstances to combine housing with congestion management while reducing emissions. The extent and success of its TDM program illustrates how these strategies may continue to be realized in the future. The final topic we'll cover today are the recommendations related to the municipal services study and the feedback from Stanford. We'll address the feedback in the next 2 slides before describing next steps in the SCP update process and concluding our presentation. The first issue raised by Stanford in its September 26 letter is that while the university embraces the recommendations in the municipal services study that call for better communication and transparency on services, some recommendations are unnecessarily burdensome, requiring detailed data to be provided for all municipal services. The municipal services did determine that generally Stanford provides sufficient services. However, the study also acknowledged that this assessment was limited by a lack of transparency in data that inhibits meaningful discussion on metrics like unit cost of services. This is why a major recommendation of the study across all areas of service is for Stanford to provide more transparency, and is why staff recommends keeping these recommendations. Another area of concern are policies regarding how Stanford should engage with the City of Palo Alto and the Palo Alto Unified School District on funding agreements. Stanford states that they have worked collaboratively with Palo Alto to establish funding agreements for various municipal services and believe it's important for these parties to have flexibility in how they choose to address mutual interests and areas of concern. In the case of the school district, just as they did in the context of the 2018 GUT process, Stanford states that they will work proactively with the district to address any potential impacts on local schools as a result of future academic growth. Like its peers at MIT and Harvard, Stanford has made voluntary payments and participates in voluntary funding agreements. For example, as part of the 2000 GUT, Stanford agreed to pay the Palo Alto Unified School District $10 million. The department intends to document Stanford's payments and agreements through the SCP update, while collecting the additional data needed to determine if future payments are appropriate. We can see the need for funding most acutely based on impacts from additional housing. As we presented earlier in this presentation, between 2000 and 2022, 97% of the housing that Stanford provided for its affiliates was located in other communities, and 50% was provided by purchasing housing developments that would have otherwise served the residents of those communities. These housing units do not just reflect missed housing opportunities for residents. They are also missed sources of tax funding that pay for important public services as the units are taken off of the tax roll for these local jurisdictions. In an effort to be responsive to Stanford's concerns where possible, especially for the county to encourage financial agreements for services rather than require, staff is proposing to modify 3 implementation measures shared in the Growth and Development chapter that was shared on September 27th. These measures are listed here. The first would encourage Stanford to develop a reimbursement agreement among the university, the City of Palo Alto, and the county and other jurisdictions for fair share costs of municipal services provided to Stanford, including reimbursement for additional expenses resulting from large university events, and to include unreimbursed services provided to properties located both on campus and those located in adjacent cities and in unincorporated county of San Mateo. The second measure would encourage Stanford to pay its share of expenses with implementation of new or improvements made to fire emergency preparedness measures. And the third is to encourage Stanford to provide fair share maintenance funding for Palo Alto City parks used by Stanford affiliates. The proposed shift in language is in an effort to respond to Stanford's concerns where possible. The intent of this session is to elicit the board's input on the proposed policies, and the department would retain the language as originally proposed if this is the board's preference. The department is continuing to finalize the recommended SCP update and concurrently preparing an EIR for the SCP update and housing element. The department will return to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors with the final proposed amendments to the SCP in December, with final action by the Board of Supervisors in the first half of 2023. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your attention this afternoon. Our team is available for any further questions or comments.
Brittany and team, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We don't have any members of the public wishing to speak. Supervisor Chavez, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to compliment the presenters on responding to our questions so thoroughly and thoughtfully. I thought that was enormously just helpful. And I wanted to just start with this, the second to the last issue about the voluntary versus, how these agreements get structured and implemented in terms of the shared financing agreements. And I'm just wondering what the underlying issue is for the county, and I'm presuming it's accountability, but I want to make sure I understand that.
Let me invite our project manager, Jeff Bradley, to provide the initial response.
Thank you, Sylvia. Jeff Bradley again, M Group. Thank you for that question, Supervisor Chavez. With these policy measures and some of the edits you see, we're really trying to find a balance within the policy document of the community plan compared to obviously during the processing of a general use permit, and there was a development application on the table. Clearly, the county would have a strong ability to require agreements for impacts essentially to off-campus areas that would need to be mitigated either under CEQA or under the conditions of a use permit. With the policy and the community plan itself, we are cognizant of the fact that this is a unique situation with the existence of the 1985 land use agreement, where Stanford agrees to provide all of its own municipal services in exchange for being allowed to develop at intense urban level development, which normally would not be allowed within unincorporated Santa Clara County, given the overall policies around urban concentration within cities. Having said that, we're happy to take, as Brittany said, we're happy to take another look at this and make sure we find the right balance between requiring something and encouraging it. There is several different ways to approach that.
But is the outcome we're trying to get, I mean, what's the outcome we want? Is the outcome accountability so that we're sure they do it? Is the outcome that we want clear guidelines, so under what circumstances, and then there's a way to respond to it? I'm just trying to understand the underpinning of the approach you're taking.
Sure. From the department's perspective, in working with the administration and the county's legal counsel, it's really about having a mechanism so the county can legitimately require Stanford at appropriate instances to live up to the terms of the land use agreement and make it such that the surrounding areas of Menlo Park, Palo Alto, San Mateo County have a mechanism that addresses their concerns and has a way forward so that the agreement continues to function as intended.
Let me, if I may, expand on his comments and try and sort of elevate the conversation to a more basic level, which is that Stanford's campus is a unique land use when an unincorporated county. It's got an integrated community with 4,000 acres. Its lands are held in perpetual trust for educational purposes, and these lands are largely tax exempt. And pursuant to a 1985 land use agreement, there acknowledges and contemplates the fact that the university would provide municipal services. And some of that is provided directly, some of it is through agreements with local jurisdictions, as an example, or private providers. To answer your question simply, our intent is to ensure accountability, because that agreement contemplated that it would remain the academic areas within the unincorporated county and not be, as typically you would see, annexed into the city of Palo Alto. So we did conduct several studies, including a municipal services study. And really our effort is to ensure that they are providing a level of service that one would expect in a local jurisdiction. That simply is what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Memoriam.
Thank you. I just want to make sure Supervisor Chavez has completed her.
Her hand is up, but I believe so.
Okay, I just, thank you. Yeah, I think as to, in a minute, I'm going to offer a motion, which is that we receive the report and direct staff and consultants to consider, and that's all I'll say is consider the feedback from the board today in bringing back a final set of recommendations for us to vote on in December. But and I'll offer that in a motion as I may, but I want first to say, as to this set of issues about costs and covering costs, Um, I heard, I took some encouragement, no pun intended, from Ms. Gallegos saying she wanted to make sure that whatever we did, it ensured that the fair share of payments was made. I think the simplest request I can make as one member of the board is that for SCP GD I4, 10, and 13, these are the funding cost issues for services that are on page 9 and 10 of the staff report, that I would ask that the language revert to the language that we had previously. I think it simply does not get the job done to say we want to encourage Stanford to develop a reimbursement agreement or encourage Stanford to pay its share of expenses or encourage Stanford to provide fair share maintenance funding. I think we just need to say shall, and shall, as we did in all three of those originally. So let me just ask Mr. Bradley and Ms. Gallegos, not for agreement or disagreement, I just want to say, is it clear what I'm asking for today, just so we're not missing a beat here? Thank you.
It's clear.
Thank you.
Yes.
And then also on page 10 of the staff report, we have a paragraph that says the County of San Mateo requests analysis of the effect of lost tax revenue on local government's ability to pay for the services needed by Stanford University's off-campus population, and to address the impact that Stanford affiliates have on local roads, parks, other public spaces and services. Similarly, the City of Palo Alto requests full disclosure of university-owned properties within the city limits, their status, and a calculation of tax revenue lost. Is that something we are intending to do? And I'm sorry, there may be a mute. There we go.
Sylvia?
We have done some of this analysis. We haven't done all that has been requested. I would suggest that we take this back and understand the scope and level of work necessary to provide this. And certainly, I would imagine the time frame would be when we report back on December 13th with final proposed policies. So let me please take that back, and I'll respond more thoroughly off agenda.
All right, I'll just say for the record, I made a note here. Yes, how are we going to do that? I look forward to you coming back and telling us how we might get that done. But I think it is something that is important that we respond to. Let me say, I think it was Ms. Bendix, but I'll give a shout out. I really appreciated and want to underscore the fact that, as Ms. Bendix said, it isn't either or when it comes to trip-based counts and vehicle miles traveled. It's both. It's not an either or, it's both. I think that's what Ms. Bendix was trying to underscore in her report. And I was rarely have three letters been so important, but on page 7 of the staff report, there's an and between trip-based and vehicle miles traveled VMT standards. And I think the fact that it says and is an important note. I just want to make sure we continue to reinforce that as the conversation continues. And I also appreciated the consultants and the staff indicating the continued need to call for more transparency. I see here in the staff report that the university acknowledges the call for better communications and transparency on services. The scale of data required and the direction on funding agreements is concerning, at least for them. What I would say is, look, obviously we don't want to do make work stuff. Anything we ask for should be doable, and anything we ask for should have some tangible purpose. That being said, you can't have this one both ways. It was the university that wanted to avoid incorporation or inclusion in an incorporated community back in 1985. That's what the 1985 tri-party agreement represents. I heard the word unique from our staff and the consultants many times because it is unique. If we said, hey, let's let 4,000 acres somewhere else in the county develop without being inside an incorporated community, all hell would break loose. LAFCO would be on our case, and understandably and appropriately so. this is a special case, but as I say, if you want the ability to provide the services, then some level of transparency and is going to have to be, I think, increased. An area where I was prepared to indicate a desire to have a little flexibility, and forgive me, I just can't find it. I scribbled a note to myself. There was reference, I think, somewhere to accreditation for childcare on campus, and I gather you got some pushback from the university. I think what I would say, again, one supervisor is, I think we all, I said one supervisor, and then I immediately said all. I think what I'm concerned about is that it has to be, quality childcare. I don't particularly care about which agency, entity, accreditation authority is used, as long as there's a way to ensure that it will be of the caliber quality that we all are seeking. And I thought, thank you, the language about Nexus study was helpful because it articulated what I had been thinking throughout this conversation, which is, if the university takes action on its own to address housing needs on the campus, then the benefit of that, the credit, if you will be reflected in any Nexus study that is done. And I think underscoring that, rather than saying we want credit against a future GUP, which is not something I would support, is helpful and important. And now I'm going to throw everybody a bit of a curveball, Mr. Chair. And I can see Mr. Bradley's excited and leaning in. And my question is, given the concern about housing opportunity sites, one of the challenges we've always had on the campus is that we have so many of these sites that are zoned, I believe it's A1, which is basically a placeholder zoning until one day, somebody actually zones the property. Is there any expectation that at some point somebody's going to say, okay, we need to identify these sites as housing sites rather than leave them in limbo decade after decade? Because that's how long it's been.
Mr. Bradley.
Yes, thank you. I was taking a moment to digest Supervisor Smithian's question. It's such a high level zoning question. I feel may be more appropriate for one of the department planners to answer it in context with other areas within the county.
Brittany, who's responding?
We have our planning director here and our planning manager.
Lisa.
Sure. Let me see. Can you hear me okay? I've had some mic issues. Okay, great. I just want to make sure I understand the question, Supervisor Smithian. Is the question that the county has had opportunity sites, but they remain vacant for some time? And what does the county plan on doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, if, we've spent an awful lot of time talking about the need to create housing. And I'll look at Ms. Gallegos when I smile, and also to County Council and say, so the fact that we got sued over development standards in a small neighborhood, while, vast acreage is left unzoned, undesignated for housing, is more than a little ironic. So, if folks want to make sure we've got plenty of housing opportunity on the campus, one approach is to say, let's take that A1 zoning that's been there for at least 25 years that I know, and presumably longer, and turn it into some kind of a residential zone. What are your thoughts about that possibility or advisability?
Yes, I mean, we do in the A1 zoning, it does allow for the housing and at a high density. And through our housing element efforts and this community plan effort, we're proposing to increase the density, and that will result in some zoning amendments in other areas of the county. It may or may not result in them for Stanford, but I will say that Stanford is in attendance and they've agreed in the density that we've proposed under this housing element. And I believe they have a desire to build that housing, but I hope that answers your question, Supervisor.
Well, I think I'll call that a definite we'll see one day, maybe, Ms. Mendix, but I appreciate the note that you strike that the university has agreed that, they need to step up on the housing. That's progress. And I don't want to, dismiss that for a minute. We did get some communication and have heard at our various meetings about housing affordability issues, particularly among graduate students, postdocs. Mr. Bradley, your thought about those issues?
Yes, we've added a policy to the community plan to specifically call out the need for any nexus study to clearly identify affordable housing categories needed for the grad students. The previous nexus study that was completed during the 2018-2019 GUP process was focused solely on faculty and staff housing. So through this community plan effort, the grad student population would be firmly part of the campus residents that would be included in any future analysis around the affordable housing needs.
All right. Well, I do think the grad students and the postdocs raise an important and legitimate point, and I'm hoping that what we review and hopefully sign off on in December will address those legitimate concerns. I just want to be very explicit about that. As part of the municipal service studies, I shouldn't say as part of, in conjunction with the municipal service studies, there's been on a somewhat separate track, a policing study. And I wanted to ask in this forum at this time, Mr. Bradley and county staff, we continue to hear about these horrific sexual assaults on campus. I know that the problem is not unique to Stanford University. I want to be clear, I say that. That said, how do we make sure we see the university step up its response?
Well, yes, if I may. I oversaw the Stanford policing study by OIR. We plan to bring that soon to the board. With respect to the recommendations, much of it relate to the MOU with the sheriff, the specific increase in, and notably in the newspaper of some assaults taking place. I mean, I think that's a discussion with Stanford to understand what additional resources that they are targeting for that. And I understand from public reports that they are trying to increase security patrols. But to deal with that specific issue, as I said, I think it's beneficial to have the conversation with the sheriff and Stanford's public safety department to understand specifically what they're doing to these reported assaults.
Thank you. And Ms. Gallegos, I don't have to ask. I know of your commitment to addressing these issues, but what do we need to do to make sure that this doesn't just turn into a conversation that leads nowhere, that it actually produces some demonstrable results that keeps people safer on campus?
As it relates to the study, we are going to have recommendations that can be acted upon and would result in changes in the relationship between the Sheriff's Department and Stanford University. As I noted, the institution itself is going through a process that continues. As you know, they convened, I'll call it a working group, and held community forums. In some respects, I would suggest that question should be as much directed to the university itself. I think they're in the best position to respond to that.
All right. Well, I just want to underscore here today my expectation that that issue will be addressed in the studies and the policies that we adopt here at the board. I won't belabor it. And then, again, not unique to this particular university setting, the mental health needs of the population are obviously a matter of concern as well. Thoughts about how this process can engender a more successful response to the level of nature and level of need on the campus?
In this instance, I'm going to request that Mr. Bradley, who oversaw the municipal services study, sort of touch upon this, because it was captured at the request of students. We did in a survey try to understand better their perceptions of how the university is meeting their mental health needs.
Thanks, Celia. Yes, I did review the municipal services study recently as it was published some months ago, and brushed up on this topic. And there's quite a bit of information there that focuses on the percentage of students that requested mental health assistance during the school year based on the survey that the county did. And then also talked about different healthcare coverages, which by definition under law are required to cover mental health, behavioral health treatment. And the conclusion was that Stanford was doing a good job with that. But obviously there's always room for improvement, and we're open to modifying any programs or policies that would advance that goal.
All right. Well, at this point, I see Supervisor Lee has his hand up, and I don't know if we've since gotten members of the public who want to weigh in, but what I'd like to do is reserve the right to speak one more time before we vote on the motion. But I will move the formal motion that we receive the report and direct staff to report back to us on the requests from San Mateo County and the City of Palo Alto, and consider comments made by any and all today in their recommendations when they come back in December.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by submitting, a second by Lee. Supervisor Lee, we have one member of the public wishing to speak. Is it okay if we hear from he or she first?
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you. Jill?
First speaker is Tim McKenzie. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi. Thanks a lot, supervisors, and thank you for staff for your work on this. I'm Tim McKenzie. I'm a postdoc at Stanford and was once a grad student there as well. And I want to thank staff, call attention to, and thank a lot for the specific policy provision of ensuring that housing affordability is determined by the workers that Stanford hires. And I want to highlight and make sure that those things get linked. If Stanford hires, say, 3 high wage workers and 3 low wage workers, but the high wage workers live off campus and the low wage workers only get access to the housing built based on the high wage salaries, then that doesn't work. I don't think that's the intention. Just want to make sure that there are no loopholes in there. And also highlight the need for childcare. Childcare is a huge cost, like beyond the cost of living for most postdocs. I sent a message to the supervisors about a report the Stanford Latinx Postdoc Association together. I highly recommend looking through that. And request the community plan gets updated on this 10-year base. That is my understanding from the last meeting in September, that there's proactive outreach, that Stanford, there's actually a lot of different communities within Stanford, and finding places where people are self-organized, giving the different communities an opportunity to speak in. I'll highlight what some of the supervisors said, that the uniqueness of Stanford, like when the supervisors do something in unincorporated county, municipal cities in our county also follow up. I live in Mountain View and would love to see childcare as a municipal service employers may be providing. So please use that to your advantage.
Next speaker is Jessica Van Bork. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and supervisors. My name is Jessica Van Bork. I'm the Executive Director of Land Use at Stanford. And on behalf of our team, I'd like to continue to extend our appreciation for the planning staff and their willingness to engage and work very complex policy language. Our team was here today in full, listening deeply, and we will take back what we heard to our greater team and are available to continue to work with staff and answer any outstanding questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Forrest. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking. Forrest, if you could unmute, please.
All right. Hello, my name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I'd like to also thank Dr. Tim McKenzie for speaking earlier. We're both postdocs at Stanford. As always, I didn't actually plan on speaking today, but having the opportunity here just kind of jumped up on me. I want to point out the Scope 2035. Stanford undergraduates wrote an excellent letter. Even I learned from the letter, having looked at a lot of the documents, participated in the process, that while the need for childcare on Stanford campus is noted in the report, the Stanford plan has no expansion of childcare. And then it noted that in the report on childcare, that the average salary was $200,000, and noted that if the average salary of the survey respondent was $200,000, then in no way is that representative of the population of grad students, because they don't make that much. And it's definitely not representative of Stanford staff made up of SEIU members earning in the range of $25 an hour. So just wanted to point that out. That was a great discrepancy that the undergraduate students pointed out to everybody, that just kind of floated right past me as well. And with that, I just want to thank the wonderful staff at the county, SEIU 5-to-1 members. I really appreciate all the work you do, and I think you don't get called out here on these reports. So if any of the 5-to-1 are listening, thank you. Bye.
And that concludes our request to speak, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jill. We have a motion by Supervisor Samiti and a second by Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Lee, your hand is raised.
Yes, if I might make some comments and some questions at this
Sure.
time, Mr. President. Yes, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank Ms. Van Bork and her team that met with me last week, and we had some very frank and open discussion of some of the questions I raised regarding building on campus. Because after all, we know one thing is that since adoption of the 2000 general use permit, the GUP, Stanford has provided over 2,200 new housing units for faculty and staff. But what's really surprising is only 3% of these units were actually located on campus itself. So I asked the question as to what strategies could be adopted to ensure more housing is developed on campus as opposed to off campus. And I asked those questions, and we had some very frank discussion. And some of the discussion focused on, issue of, well, is this something that the faculty and staff would want to live on Stanford campus as a concern? And whether they would rather commute from a more remote community where they're more, and that's where they live. And I think there's certainly some potential truth to some of those issues. But other issues also being raised, I thought was interesting, is the fact that they thought that the response I got is that if the rent were too low, then potentially that could be considered a taxable income to the staff member renting those spaces, and then cause tax issues. And I wonder if that might also apply to childcare as well. So I don't know if staff or legal counsel have any comments on those type of issues, because at the end of the day, obviously, we want to encourage and help Stanford to provide these housing to their staff members so that they don't have to commute from far away, and making that option available.
Thank you. James, anybody want to respond to that?
We have Jeff Bradley.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, President Wasserman. Jeff Bradley, M Group, responding to Supervisor Lee. I think it's important to remember when we talk about provide all new housing on campus or nearby, they're really talking about all new housing needed based on new academic development. So we're not telling people that, live in Pleasanton or San Francisco or San Jose that they need to move to the campus because Stanford's built housing for them. It's really to account for the incremental increase of new housing demand based on new campus population of workers of all types. And there's such a backlog of housing need in that area our analysis indicates there would be a very high uptake of on-campus housing, especially within the affordable housing categories, which are roughly half of the total demand based on the most recent Nexus study. And then we also did include the provision for 30% off campus, where the university would have more flexibility to lease long-term or short-term to both Stanford affiliates as well as non-Stanford affiliates, i.e. the general public. And so that provides some relief valves, because we understand not everyone wants to live exactly where they work. But we do feel it's a solid approach.
Good, thank you. And I also learned that at Stanford, I guess they do have a rule internally, basically saying that number one, they have to be Stanford students, staff, or affiliates to live on campus, number one. And number two is they don't build housing that puts staff and students together. Those, they try to keep it separate, and for obviously potentially very good reasons as well. But my concern here is I certainly want to make sure that if they were to build these affordable housing on campus, that they don't get penalized, or the individuals living there get penalized as taxable income because of the fact that they're getting such a good deal to live on campus. Because at the end of the day, we obviously don't want them to be commuting and make it, and even some of the grad students just mentioned, we all know how much grad students make. They make peanuts, and postdocs, and that's just the fact of life. We have same issues with of our medical residents, for example. We know the grad students are living on ramen, and that's we've all been there. Many of us went to grad school, and so I certainly feel a need to see what we can do to further that goal to provide affordable housing for the graduate students, and many of them, of course, are also families as well, right? Then they have kids, so the childcare element is extremely important. So I just want to make sure that we do work closely with Stanford to offer whatever help we can to make sure that I mean, they've got the land, right? That's really the most expensive, important thing to build anything in the valley. They've got the land to do it, and that certainly makes it much more quote unquote doable. And so I certainly don't want to waste the opportunity, because when Stanford go ahead and buy the apartments like they did last week, we saw in the news, various things happen, right? That's negative to our county. Number one is we lost more housing opportunity for non-students, right? For our residents, that of course Palo Alto needs more housing for people working there, and are not related to university. But in addition, we lost all the tax revenues, right? Because Stanford being a 501c entity, they don't pay taxes on it. So there's actually multiple reasons why I would not encourage Stanford to be buying more of these properties in our community. I don't think that helps us at all. And like as you can see, even San Mateo County, I mean, Stanford's not even San Mateo County. The county there actually wants to do a study and say, hey, how much tax dollars we're losing just because Stanford bought out some properties, right? So I think it's the same thing for us. That I think we need to work closer with them to find ways to help not using the currently available housing stock in our cities, the nearby cities, to serve these needs, but actually hoping that we could get more housing built on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And on the tax question, I strongly suggest that individuals do their own research on that. If you pay for rent off of campus, that's money out of your pocket. If you're given housing, it's not money out of your pocket, but you may well have a tax liability. And a lot of it will depend on your taxable income. But we don't want to be given, I think Supervisor Lee, we should just suggest that they look into that. I'm with you on that. Supervisor Samantha.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation, colleagues. And first, I want to thank Supervisor Lee for the second and for his time and energies, and really of all the members of the board on land use wholly contained in District 5. I do want to tease Supervisor Lee a little, though, in a good-natured way as my colleague. By my calculation, I have represented Stanford University, I believe, for 30 plus years, 14 years on this board of supervisors, 8 years on the Palo Alto School Board, 12 years in the California State Legislature, And obviously, we've had scores and scores of hearings and public comment. And in all those, what would that be? Let's see, 8 plus 12 is 20 plus 4, 34 years, Supervisor. I've never had anyone from the campus express concern to me that they might not have to drive an hour and a half to get to their job, that they might be living, quote, too close to the campus, nor have they expressed concern that they might get a rent rate that was, quote, too low. Just all those years, never heard it. So I appreciate you sort of highlighting the arguments that are being made, because I think the very fact that real folks who are confronting these challenges don't raise them is an important one. I would like to mention, just because I forgot, Mr. Chair and colleagues, that we also have a letter now from the community of Menlo Park weighing in and expressing their support for the approach that staff has taken in terms of the previous recommendations. So we have Menlo Park, Atherton, Redwood City, and the County of San Mateo on that side of our artificial boundary. We have Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Los Altos in the Santa Clara County side. I think it reflects a real effort on the part of our staff to sort of hear from folks in the affected communities. I neglected to say earlier, and this is the piece I wanted to look at M Group and county staff on. I do think our health and safety chapter could use a little more meat on the bones, for lack of a different expression. I think I referenced the mental health concerns, including, but certainly not limited to, the tragic suicides we hear about too often. I referenced the sexual assault concern. I think some of it is, very typical emergency response considerations in terms of neighborhoods that may be tough to reach. I'm thinking of the faculty subdivision areas, for example, and some of it's just sharing information. So I'll ask my office to reach out and share some of those concerns with the staff and with M Group as well. But I do think that's an area where we could have a little bit more in the way of sort of a more robust treatment of these issues. And with that, as I say, I've got a motion that says receive the report and consider various comments. Thank you.
Jill, question, call roll, please. Call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you, Jill. We now move on to item number 5. I'm going to turn to Supervisors Chavez and Lee to lead this discussion. This is a referral condemning the attacks on protesters and treatment of women in Iran.
Item 15,
Lee,
right?
Supervisor Lee, go ahead.
Item 15.
Yes, it is item number 15.
15,
Supervisor
yes,
Lee.
just clarifying, yeah, sure.
Yes.
This is actually a referral drafted by Supervisor Chavez, so I might ask Supervisor Chavez, would you like to lead on it, please?
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Lee. I very much appreciate your support and taking leadership on this issue. And colleagues, I know that I absolutely know that we're all watching what's happening in Iran. And so what I'm asking is that we as a board condemn the murder of Mahsa Amini by her own government. The government violence against women perpetrated by the Iranian government, and support the protesters who've risen in response. And by the way, so many of them are children. They're young that are getting in the streets. Her murder was a shocking act of violence that was committed as part of the Iranian government's program to exert control over the lives of women. The youth of Iran have stood up. They're being so brave. And so what we want to be able to do is support them in their fight for basic human rights, autonomy, and condemn the actions of the Iranian government that took the life of this young woman for the crime of not wearing her hijab correctly. This referral requested the administration and county council come back on with come back to the board with actions that we can take to strongly condemn the violence and to support our own communities locally who are standing up. This should include, but is not limited to, a board resolution that is informed by our partners at the Assyrian Democratic Club of the Bay Area Iranian American Democrats, the Silicon Valley Democratic Club, and other organizations that have adopted their own resolutions supporting the rights of people in Iran. And I'll turn it to Supervisor Lee for his comments.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez, for your comment and this important referral at this juncture. I, along with so many around the world, have been moved and amazed by the strong women of Iran who continue to courageously speak up and protest for their rights. Despite the government shutting down the internet in Iran, and despite their attempts to violently silence their own people, killing hundreds and coercing their families into lying about how the loved ones died, Iranians are speaking out and sharing their experiences, often facing the threat of death for doing so. Although we are filled with hope and awe as these protests are growing in numbers and strength, we are also horrified by the stories we are now hearing after so many weeks without internet access. We are now hearing firsthand accounts about how many peaceful demonstrators are being beat up, being arrested, and even being murdered. In one couple of instances, after the death of at least 2 teenage girls, the families were finally given back the young bodies with severe head and body injuries. And the families were told to say that they killed themselves, or that they jumped off the buildings themselves. This is absolutely horrifying. In addition, just this week, the latest weaponry being used by Russia to murder civilians in Ukrainian cities living in high-density apartments away from the front lines are the kamikaze drones made by Iran. We must, as a county, be very clear in our condemnation of violence or support of violence of any kind towards protesters and women in Iran and elsewhere, and selling weapons to support Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine and committing war crimes. And this is why I'm joining Supervisor Chavez on this referral to have our county go on the record to condemn the horrific attacks on protesters and the mistreatment of women in Iran. The world is watching. And we're asking our county staff to come back to a board with actions that our county can do to support the people of Iran who are calling for justice. And just as we have done with other communities that have been impacted by civil unrest, I expect that our county will continue to be a safe harbor for refugees and those seeking asylum. And we must do all that we can to support the basic human rights of the Iranian people. Thank you.
Thank you. So is the motion by Supervisor Chavez or by Supervisor Lee?
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And the second by Supervisor Lee?
Yes.
Okay, we have a member of the public, please, Jill.
Our first speaker is Payam Travan. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Payam, if you could please unmute.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, President Wasserman and supervisors, especially Supervisor Lee and Cindy Chavez, giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of Iranians in our community. I'm Shardat Kabir, running a local Persian magazine, and wanted to point out that there has been a great atrocities taking place in Iran ever since the killing of Mahsa Amini in the hand of the Islamic Republic because of her hijab. And as a member of our community, would like to condemn attacks on protesters and the way that the women are being treated in Iran right now. In recent events, Islamic republics, after placing prisoners and protesters under barrage of bullets in the prison, they set their bodies on fire so nobody can find out who they were. Also taking young girls attending protests to custody, and after raping them, killing them, and sending their beaten bodies to their families. We ask to condemn this act of madness and stopping support of their operatives in our local community. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our request to speak.
All right, and I see we have a hand, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks so much. I appreciate my colleagues for bringing this referral forward. I'd like to ask if you would be willing to include a little bit of additional direction, which would be to include children in the report back. From what I've read, the average age of the protesters is about 15 years old, and a large portion of the confirmed deaths are those of children. In fact, 23 of the 201 deaths as of the October 12th report that I read. Of course, this is all absolutely horrific. Would the maker and seconder be willing to include a section on children in the report back?
Of course, that's a really important point. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. All right, call for the question, please, Jill.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We now turn to item number 17, approve referral. This was brought by Supervisor Simitian to administration to report to the Health and Hospital Committee in December 2022 and to the board in February 23 with options for consideration relating to improving mental health care access for West Valley residents. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I will not repeat the contents of the referral, Supervisor Wasserman. I will, however, just say, colleagues, I was really struck by the chord that we obviously tapped when we heard back in short order from Chappie Jones, the Vice Mayor of San Jose, Darcy Paul, the Mayor of Cupertino, Rob Rennie, the Mayor of Los Gatos, Tina Walia, the Mayor of Saratoga, Rosemary Kamei, a trustee on Santa Clara County Board of Education, and a council member-elect, Tara Srinivasan from the Santa Clara County Board of Education. Forgive me, Tara, for mangling that one. Dave Guidry, for a board trustee and former president of the Los Gatos Saratoga High School District Governing Board. Richard Nguyen, the board president of Campbell Union School District. Alyssa Koff Ginsborg sent a letter from the Behavioral Health Contractors. Christine Tomkala from Santa Clara Family Health Plan. Michelle Liu at the Health Trust. Don Taylor at Pacific Clinics. Dave Mineta from Momentum for Health. Sarita Coley at Aki. Mariko Sayak at Cassie. Tyler Taylor at SASE, the senior organization. Josh Salo with West Valley Community Services. George Rossman at Los Gatos Community Health and Senior Service Committee, Jeff Blum, Los Gatos Community Health and Senior Service Committee, and Dick Conrad, also from Los Gatos Community Health and Senior Service Committee. I thought the response was in some ways gratifying, but in some ways a disconcerting acknowledgement of the need for services and a cry for help. So I'll move approval of the referral as contained in our published agenda, and I would ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Simitian, a second by Supervisor Lee. Roll call vote, please. Oh, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. I did want to keep this item on the regular calendar today, and Supervisor Simitian, I so appreciate your leadership, longtime leadership on the issue of mental health parity and your support of more active efforts across the county on this issue. I'm glad to approve the referral today, but want to note that I'm also looking forward to reviewing the reports on access and parity that are due to come to the Board of Supervisors next month. Those referrals, of course, were initiated under your leadership as well. And I believe that it's really critical that all of these elements are addressed on a county-wide scale and not limited to the West Valley. And I want to make sure that as we bear in mind the split in responsibility between the county for serious mental illness and addiction and for our Medi-Cal plans for mild and moderate mental illness, I think this referral touches on some of the challenges of providing access to everyone that needs care in our very fragmented system. So to that end, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, Supervisor Simitian, for your consideration. First, that the report back include information regarding how the Santa Clara Family Health Plan and Anthem Fund connect their members to the mental health services called for in this referral, how they might contribute toward the proposed work, and what legal enforcement or cost recovery options might be available to the county for privately insured individuals that cannot access care from their private health plan, as we discussed during COVID, to assure that private systems do their part to cover their own members. And again, I very much appreciated your leadership all through the pandemic on that matter. And two, that we look for ways to align the reports back for this referral and the two that were heard last week at HHC, so that we can keep these issues clear and connected for future board discussion. Are you open to incorporating those elements in your motion?
Let me, I like what I hear, but let me just check in with Dr. Smith and make sure that if we incorporate that direction, it will not delay a response. That's the concern I always have when we add to a referral, is that it all of a sudden we discover that that's the reason why it's taken longer than anticipated. Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I don't think it'll delay the response significantly, maybe a day or two, but not a lot.
Okay. And then Supervisor Ellenberg, when you talked about aligning with the issues that we had discussed at our prior Health and Hospital Committee meeting, what does that mean in your thinking? I just want to make sure I know what it is you're asking so that we can honor the commitment.
Thank you. The issues of access and parity that I think you've really been so strong on. This to me is very much a related piece of that full picture, and I would like to sort of consider all of these pieces and issues together to make sure that we really are providing the right services for the right populations in the right locations.
All right, thank you. Then I'm happy to incorporate the requested language, and assuming the seconder is comfortable with it as well, then I'll.
Supervisor Lee, thank you. Good enough. Thank you very much. Jill, please take a vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian?
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, everyone. We do good stuff around here. Number 18, receive report from County Executive, Dr. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I really only had one thing today that I wanted to talk about. That has to do with the physicians union. As you know, they've been threatening to strike and been using the press to give the impression that our clinics are not being run because there are vacant positions. So I'd just like to give people the real numbers. There are only 15 primary care, ambulatory care, medicine positions that are unfilled at this time, and we're actively recruiting for them. There are another 19 specialty positions that we've made offers on, and we have various different start dates. So that leaves about 46 vacant positions that are all specialty care. They're not in the clinics. They're not doing ambulatory care. They're not doing primary care. They involve mostly dental, some neurology and general surgery, all of which we're recruiting for. But the implication that the primary care clinics are not functioning because of vacancies is not true. So I just wanted to clarify that for you and for the public, and we'll give you more information as need be. That's all I have.
Mr. President, you are on mute, sir.
Thank you. I will say that without pretending to speak. Now on to item number 19, County Council, Mr. James Williams.
There were no reportable actions taken at the closed session meeting of October 17, 2022. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. We now move on to item number 20, which is our monthly report on the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. I'm guessing Paul, there he is, Mr. Paul Lorenz and Mr. Bruce Copley.
Hi, good afternoon, President.
Yes.
President Wasserman. So joining me, of course, is Celine Ho, the program manager for the homeless program. Bruce Copley was the Behavioral Health Department, and Javier was the Office of Reentry. There are two items that our board referral requests for information that are in the operations report. One, of course, is around transportation, and Supervisor Ellenberg wanted further clarification on what transportation services we offer homeless individuals. The second item, and the reason the others are joining me, is that Supervisor Cindy Chavez had requested more information regarding patients that are cycling through the system, in and out of the system, including custody for drug and alcohol treatment issues. The partnership that we have as a homeless program with the Office of Reentry Services, Behavioral Health, and Custody is obviously really important to ensure that we coordinate our services and our resources to better serve the population that is in question. In the report, we give pretty at length detailed information of what activities we're currently engaged in. There's no doubt as we go through this and go forward that we will be able to provide you more information in terms of our successes and other areas of opportunity. So at this point in time, what I'd like to do is turn it back over to the chair and see if there are any specific questions that may come about as this report.
Thank you very much. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thanks, Paul, for the report, and I appreciate your following up on my questions. I have just a couple of more that may not be able to be answered until this gets going, but I'll share what they are. The ledge file indicates that reentry plans to implement transportation services for clients released from Elmwood will begin in 2023. This is a shuttle on-call service that also would provide rides from the RRC to other frequent destinations like the MC campus, pharmacies, shelters, and such. First question is, why are we waiting until 2023 to begin operation?
Supervisor Allenberg, Javier Aguirre, Officer Direct Reentry Services. Yes, so we are finishing the request for proposal. We'll be doing an RFP, so we're working with procurement. It will be released in the fall, and depending on the funding level and the scope of work, we will probably return to the board for approval. So that will then take us to later this year, with the goal to have some services, a phased approach starting early 2023.
Thanks. And are you anticipating this to be a 24-hour service?
So we're looking at, we already have information about the number of discharges at specific of the week during and daily working with pretrial services. So we'll try to do a phased approach to see the need and the use. Then regarding the 24/7 service, it would all depend on what is opened in terms of county services. Of course, one service that is open 24/7 is the recovery station at the reentry center. And currently, Custody Health can make referrals to the recovery station for folks that are, and there's a shuttle from the recovery station to Elmwood and then also to main jail.
Shuttles to the jails. Well, people are
right. So
be going to the jails of their own volition.
Yes. So currently, our provider Horizons that supports the recovery station has a van that could pick up individuals from site. So if Custody Health has a planned discharge of someone access the recovery station from Elmwood, they could arrange that transportation.
Interesting. Thank you. That piece is unexpected, and I just want to give that some thought. I think I'm going to toggle back to Paul for my other question. The patient survey results in the ledge file note the concern about turnover for mental health providers being a challenge with consistent care. And I'm wondering if this is in any way a function of the use of interns. And I absolutely want to encourage the use of interns, but I'm wondering if that's a piece of the inconsistent care. And can you tell us whether the internship has been a long integral part of the program, or is this something that has been implemented specifically due to workforce shortages?
I'm going to have Celine Ho
Celine.
to respond.
Hi, Celine.
Hi, Supervisor Ellenberg. Yes, our psychology residents are an integral part of our program. These psychology residents end up seeing these patients and end up being a part of the VHHP program in some sort of coded capacity. And so these psychologists are, difficult to recruit positions, and it's one way for us to have these folks have the experience of working with our complex population and then end up being as part of our workforce. So they are integral part of that. It is true that there are turnover because they do run these group sessions, and then after their rotation, they either move on or they're working in a different capacity. So we're kind of tweaking the way we do these groups and having a more consistent behavioral health clinician run these groups.
Thanks. Yeah, it really is a complicated puzzle to provide adequate and consistent staffing. The report indicates an intent to add one coded position for a mental health provider for improved crisis response, increased access to long-term therapy, and increased numbers of specialized group sessions, but I didn't see that position amongst the additions of staff on the consent items in 35, 40, and 41. Is there, do you have an implementation timeline for that position?
Yes, the recommendation for the behavioral health clinician was based on these survey results. So it's currently just a recommendation to the board right now. So we're looking to the board for some direction and approval to implement this recommendation.
Then that's an easy motion. I recommend approving that position.
So that was a motion?
That was a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez seconded. Vice President Ellenberg, your hand is down. Supervisor Chavez, any further comments?
Yeah, just a couple of things. One is that as it relates to the transportation component, Javier, I wonder if you have had a conversation with VTA about their paratransit program. And the reason I ask about it is I know that VTA is in the process right now of preparing an RFP or an RFQ for transit services. And given just how few employees there are available to do some of this work right now, there may be value in asking them if there's a way to extend their, the contract or extend with their contractor.
Supervisor Chavez, no, we have not connected with VTA, but we certainly could do that. That could help us with our drafting of the RFP or collaborating with VTA on some of these transportation needs. We'll do.
Yeah, I was looking at the list here, and I think that if somebody has an expertise we don't have and it allows us to extend that opportunity, that would be great. The other thing I wanted to ask is, right now so BHP is not notified when a client is arrested or booked in jail. And I'm thinking the fact that the booking section is under the county, how we can actually make that communication occur.
So
let me try to jump in. The administrative booking is under the reentry structure, but the actual booking structure is still done by the sheriff. So I need some clarification on the question that you're asking.
Yeah, thank you for that. So right now, I was asking in our last report, what, under what circumstances would VHHP know that they have a client who's been booked or arrested for trying to follow their, their medical cases. And when we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, it was clear that there's no communication really when someone's arrested. And I'm just curious if they're a client, how, because they're in one system. I mean, in terms of like being somebody that we're interacting with, and if we're trying to keep people from continuing to cycle in and out, and whether or not there are options for that person relative to detox or other available services. It seems to me that having that relationship in booking that allows for notification would be very beneficial to Valley Health Plan if they're responsible for these homeless lives.
Okay, I understand now. We have explored the issue through HealthLink, our Epic medical record system. It's a little bit limiting because technically all of the information about healthcare is confidential, and all of the information about booking is confidential until it's complete. So we're trying to figure out how we can do that, but we'll send you an off-agenda memo about our efforts and see how we can come up with it. The simple answer is that it's not simple.
Yeah, no, yeah, I appreciate that. It never is, right, Dr. Smith? It's just that I was just gonna focus on the fact that when, one of the things that I remember working on when I very first got here was being an advocate for expanding Epic. And one of the reasons for that really was our ability to more effectively communicate with folks who are in any of our systems, and then being able to understand what's the appropriate type of responses that are available to us or services that are available to us because of that. And then, and then as it relates to booking, I'm not sure that I understand that there is any part of booking that is confidential. And if in fact we have medical personnel doing the diagnostics when people come into booking, because that's a component of the body of work that's being done there, it then appears to me that the medical information would be with the medical personnel of the organization already, and the booking information is public. So,
well, some of it is public. There's CGIC information, which is not public. So there's questions about how much of that CGIC information we can screen out. Plus, the other issue is how much of a history of criminal assertions or charges do you want in the medical record? So,
oh well, I'm not actually suggesting that we contaminate one side or the other, because I'm sure there's reasons you'd have to, there are clinical responses to that I think are really important. And yes, I would love to better understand that. What I'm more suggesting is that at a high level, if we already know we're treating somebody for addiction to methamphetamine or bipolar disorder, and VHP has got that person as a client, and then they come in, that there's a way for the attending physician through VHHP to be able to know where their client is. And then perhaps that would allow us to provide services and be able to off ramp, take somebody from custody and be able to offer them the opportunity to get into services. I'm really just thinking that I thought that was really the kind of the point of the public health record. At least that was one of my reasons for wanting it and wanting to spend so much money to do that all those years ago.
Yeah, we'll get you details in an off agenda.
Great. And I think it would be really important if I could have legal play a role in this, is to determine what information, if any, is protected, and who has access to it, who should have access to it, who could have access to it. One other thing that I just wanted to touch on is that, and this is very tangential to this discussion, but I know that we had been talking about a reboot of the recovery center and how that's functioning. Is that, Javier, just because I can see you, is that coming back to the board soon or to reentry soon?
Yes, it's going to Reentry Network in December. So it's the 5-year report that we're working with Health and Hospital and Behavioral Health. So that's going to Reentry Network in December.
But is the report looking at the redesign of it?
So it's also recommendations of the Well, it's looking at the 5 years, the efficacy of the center, and then recommendations. So taking the patient suggestions that were brought up at the last reentry network meeting when the item came up.
And if we could just make sure that we, as part of that assessment, that we've talked to the public safety agencies, about, especially those who are using it more than others and those who are not using it. Like those would be the. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. One question I have is regarding the transportation. Maybe this is kind of a dumb question here. If somebody is in a homeless camp or living in the car, but let's say the car is not moving, the RV is not moving, they need to get to hospital right now due to whatever the medical situation is. Exactly how is that work? I mean, do you just call 911? Because with 911, you might have the whole, shebang of the fire trucks arriving and all that, and whether or not if that's really appropriate, because obviously the cost is very high. What if somebody just like needs a cab ride to the hospital? Would that be covered or reimbursed or somehow not become a barrier for them to seek medical help?
If you don't mind, Supervisor, I'll start, then Celine can jump in. But first of all, I think that was part of the question of the Uplift VTA monthly bus pass, so that they have access to public transportation. But clearly, if there's a medical emergency, we would expect that they contact 911 and have the medical transport to the closest emergency room. Clearly, as we all know, the medical social workers attempt to have a close working relationship with their clients, so they're able to reach out to them, and if in fact they have a particular health need that needs to be addressed, that social worker helps them access the appropriate care at the appropriate location. So there are multiple avenues for which a homeless individual that is connected with the Valley Homeless Program to receive transportation support.
If you're enrolled in a VHHP as a VHHP patient, do they have some type of an emergency card that they are given so that there's phone numbers and whatnot that they could refer to call for help or reach their MSWs, the medical social worker?
Supervisor, if you don't mind, Celine Ho, are you able to respond to that?
Yeah, we have an outreach team that also goes out to these various encampments, have created, a relationship with these folks. So they know how to contact us during our clinic hours, and they do have a social worker that they're assigned to. So they always have to have a contact with our clinic staff.
I think also about a year ago now, me and a couple of my our staff members have actually accompanied that team to go and actually reach out and spoke with quite a few of the patients who are unhoused on the streets and whatnot. And in one case, we actually did have to call 911 to get a fire truck out to assist this individual. Although the handover actually was a little bit interesting because there was some pushback from the fire department at the time, but eventually all got worked out. But in any case, I think that the VHHP clearly is doing God's work. I'm very appreciative of all what you all are doing, and certainly want to make sure that making as many options available, whether it's a 911 situation, but let's say if it's not a 911 type situation, that they will be able to, whether it's VT paratransit program or something like the Uplift program, to make sure those are available for them, so that they are not hindered to seek medical help early. As we all know, the longer you wait for a medical condition, it gets worse and makes it much harder to cure and fix down the road. So I just want to make sure that that's make it as easy as available. And if somehow they take a cab to get to the hospital, let's say, or to a clinic, is there any mechanism that we could actually at least cover the cab ride when they arrive?
Yeah, we do have different options for them. We do have taxi vouchers available, bus tokens, and again, our outreach team can also go out and get them as well.
Right, but I'm saying, how about like after the fact? Let's say if they take the cab, get to the hospital, now they have to pay. is there any possibility that we can actually pay it on the spot for them using the vouchers?
I'm not sure.
Could you,
If we
maybe
can
that's
pay
a,
that,
yeah.
yeah,
Maybe
I
that
can
could
find
be
out.
this off agenda, get back to us on, because I mean, the need is there, obviously. And I don't want them to be stuck with it or not be able to use the service that way. If you could answer that, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We did have an action requested of us, which was to approve the operational report that we have received. Do we have a motion on the floor that I do not recall?
We do, Mr. President. It was from Vice President Ellenberg, seconded by
Supervisor Lee.
Chavez.
Chavez, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. No other speakers, no other hands raised. Roll call vote, please. Jill?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yeah.
Supervisor Smedian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. We now move on to item number 21. Let's see here. We've got a receive report under A, approve request under B. We have Sherry, our Director of Behavioral Health Services. Whoops, I see Margaret. I see.
Actually, Supervisor Bruce Copley,
There's Sherry.
I provide you the update if that will be okay.
Yes, and I see Sherry there as well. Go ahead,
Oh, I'm
Bruce.
sorry, I didn't see Sherry. I apologize. Yes, we're really pleased to provide the board the update on the 3 kiosk units that will provide Narcan kits and fentanyl test strips. 2 of the units will go to the jail, 1 for each of the facilities, and 1 will be going to juvenile hall. I believe the 2 in the jail will be in the public area, and I think juvenile hall is still working on where they would like the kiosk to be situated. We will continue to supply the Narcan kits and the test strips going forward. And so we're very excited about getting these first 3 going, and we really hope to be able to provide additional units throughout the community in the coming year. With that, I'll take any questions that you or the board may have.
Thank you, Bruce. The last time I was at a kiosk, it was to have a license plate frame made that said blessed and content 25 years ago. I'm glad to see these kiosks going up. Supervisor Lee, you were first up, then Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Yeah, this is certainly good news, and obviously to state the obvious, Bruce, all these so-called vending machines, they are not really selling it, right? These are all free, correct?
These are all free to the public.
Great. And the other question I have is regarding the location. Do you know where it would be at the juvenile hall?
I don't. I know. I believe they're still working on that. Myra Perez is actually the point for that, and she's in the air and route from the East Coast. So I can ask her, and we can get back to you.
Bruce, I can maybe just jump in here real quick. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
So we do know that the vending machine for Juvenile Hall will be located at 840 Guadalupe Parkway, and it will be located in the lobby of the Juvenile Services and Court Building there.
Great. And then, of course, these are all very accessible to the public. Is there any thought about even adding some more of these machines and like on courthouses? Is that something that is even worthwhile to do, or even Family Service Justice Center, another one of the court buildings we have?
That's something, again, Myra's group can look at. I don't know that there's been discussion on that, but from our perspective, anywhere there's a public area that individuals can have access to, and we would certainly like to make it easy.
Bruce, we have Molly, who is also part of this, and she can speak also to it. Thank you.
Hello, board. I thank you for having us on here to discuss this very important topic. We do absolutely want to put vending machines in courtrooms, especially like the family court system, the collaborative courts. And Juvenile Hall does have theirs. They'll be going into their court lobby and their juvenile health services. And I think that's a really great placement for them, because more people from the public will have access to the machine. But we absolutely want to expand.
Great. Yeah, I was just visiting that a couple of weeks ago with Judge Manley over the family. So I certainly think that that beautiful building that was just recently constructed can have to still got the new car smell in it. really would be a great place for it. And then concerned with that question regarding the distribution, I asked this question earlier a couple months ago regarding the urgency of how we could get these test strips and also the Narcan to our unhoused camps, because clearly the risk of many of those individuals are being overdosed is extremely high. If you could update us, if something you could tell us today or an off agenda to let us know what additional measures have we taken since that question arose a month ago.
Yes.
Sure, we can follow up on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. And I do just want to say to the staff, thank you. And I know that myself and others are really pushing on this quite a lot. And so I really appreciate it. You know, so first of all, I wanted to say thank you for getting moving. And I'm really happy to hear about this being free. I wanted to ask, does this also include, I was reading that it says the replenishment of kits and strips will be provided by the Department of Healthcare Services. And what I understood when maybe a couple of weeks ago, as we were also trying to get these in schools, that there was some concern that the state wasn't making enough of the Narcan kits available. And I wondered if, and I don't know if that's also true with test strips. Could one of the staff just update us on that?
Who's that going to be?
So I'm happy to add the piece. So my name is Molly. I'm a medical social worker, and I do the MAT program in custody health for adults. And Myra and I have been working on this for some time. And so I will say that the state distribution site is backlogged. And even when you request 500 kits, you could end up getting 200 kits, depending on what was available. So I know that Myra has worked on purchasing kits, so that way we always have these. I think that that's something that we need to be mindful of, is that the state distribution is not always going to have it, and we need to have some kind of stockpile for the machines and just in general for our county.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Molly. And what I'm going to make a request that we go through our government affairs team here and make a formal request on behalf of the board to the state for an appropriate number of Narcan kits. And I'm also very interested in determining whether or not there's a mechanism for us to purchase them. I know we get some that are free from the state and some that may be available for purchase. And one other thing I'll just share with my colleagues is there's one product that you just spray in your nose. You don't have to assemble it. There's another product you actually have to assemble a little piece of it before you use it. And I'd really like us just to be focused on buying the ones that just require a squirt in the nose and getting ahead of that. So two things I'd like. One, I do think we need to formally communicate with the governor's office that this is an important issue. And I know that the state's been making these kits available and that we want the easiest to use kits. And then second, I'm interested in knowing where we have an opportunity to buy the easier to use kits on the, just to purchase them, because what I am nervous about is that the whole state sort of waking up to the fentanyl crisis. And I want to make sure that we're ahead of the game, because I'm excited that these are in custody, in custody environment. I want to make them available at school or any other colleges. And I know we're working on that, but it's not, from my perspective, moving fast enough, particularly given, if you look at Northern California, more than us, the spike in the number of young people, not just young people, but all people getting fentanyl poisoning is astounding. I mean, that it's moving up like a hockey stick. So we want to make sure that we're making those resources available to folks in our community. And that, I think that includes bars and restaurants and the like. So I'm requesting 2 additions with the, I'll move to accept the report and to approve the request for modification. And in addition, having a formal letter from the county go to the state of California. And third, to have our staff come back to us with where we can purchase these and how much it will cost us to do that, and getting the version that's easiest to use. And then we should do the same for test strips, but I'm a little more focused on the Narcan right now. And that would be my motion.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg seconded that motion, and you have comments as well?
I do. First, a question though. What are the plans to evaluate the utilization of the vending machines?
Molly.
Yes, that's a great question. Myra and I we're working on a 3-point, I'm sorry, let me restart. Excuse me.
Go
So
right
in
ahead.
3 months after the machines are up and running, we were going to do an analysis and do a follow-up report to the board. So that way we can see what the trends are in the utilization. And then also talk about what are the barriers to scalability. And so that way we know a little bit more after we have these 3 machines and the data from those.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll look forward to seeing that. I appreciate your attention to scalability. And one of the places I know Supervisor Lee mentioned some prospective locations. What I'm thinking about for possible expansion would be to our 3 hospitals, the Crane Center, the sobering station, or possibly even some of our CBO providers or higher education institutions to make these prevention resources available really to the general public rather than only to justice involved or justice system adjacent individuals. I think we're making sort of a political policy statement if we limit these to the justice involved population. So I'd like that to be considered after we've done an initial evaluation. Supervisor Chavez, can that be incorporated in your motion?
Actually, we didn't start with the jails, and we are working on this.
We started with the schools, right?
Yeah, and
Right.
so I think that, but it doesn't negate your point, because I think your point that's really valid is where are they going to be most easily accessible and most likely used? And so we were looking at the jails. Actually, I think, and Molly, you may have a different perspective on this, but the working group was thinking about it because as we were doing research, we were finding that college campuses and jail facilities were places that people were more likely, again, from word of mouth to use them. And we got that a little bit from our lived experience folks that gave us feedback about where they would use them. And I think the other point is that we wanted to make sure that our nonprofit partners, many of them who have some Narcan kits now and give them out and also give the test strips out, that they would have a bigger supply, because I think in a good way, with all the attention to fentanyl, people are actually starting to take the Narcan and the test strips, and we need to just make them more available than they are today.
Thank you
And
so
I
much.
and especially like lived experience colleges, all of them, homeless.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg, did you have further comments?
I don't. Thank you.
You don't. Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Vote, please. Jill?
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yeah.
Supervisor Semidian. Supervisor Semidian. We'll come back. Vice President Ellenberg
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes.
One
And
word
Samidi
first.
and I forgive the delay.
Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you, Jill. Let's just do a little agenda check here. I see we have items 24, and then Supervisor Chavez pulled item 50, Supervisor Ellenberg pulled 65, and Supervisor Lee pulled 68.
That is correct, Mr. President.
All right, item 24, which was held, let me just turn my page over here. That was held from back into February. And we have Consuelo Hernandez, our Director of Office of Supportive Housing, presenting this item. Or Key, I don't see Consuelo. There's Consuelo.
Good afternoon, Board President Wasserman. Apologies for the delay.
No worries.
I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have on our proposed MOU with the Housing Authority.
Thank you very much. Item 24, we have Supervisor Chavez, your hand is raised.
I was just going to make the motion to accept the memorandum of understanding, and I just have one quick comment.
Happy to second it with no comments.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you. I'm saying more and more thank you. Supervisor Chavez, your comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the really positive working relationship we've been able to develop with the Santa Clara County Housing Authority. I do want to reinforce for our staff how very, very important it is that as we continue to deepen that collaboration, that we maintain a partnership that includes ownership in the property. And there are lots of reasons for that, colleagues, but I think that this is an important opportunity going forward, and appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. I wonder if the maker and the seconder would amenable, if it doesn't cause big heartburn for staff, to making this 5 years rather than 10 years. 10 years is a long time not to have somebody sort of say, how's this relationship working out? And how we doing on folks on all sides honoring their commitments.
Good enough. Consuelo.
No issues on our part. We would want to check with our partners at the Housing Authority, but happy to take the motion and take it back to our team for discussion.
Supervisor Simitian, does that work for you?
It does, but I'm looking to the maker and the seconder.
Yep, I'm going to look to them in just a minute. I just wanted to make sure that what Consuelo said was okay with you. It sounds like it was. Supervisor Chavez, you're all right with that?
Well, I just want to, let me ask Consuelo a question. What's the implications of the 5 years? Because versus 10.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. The reason why we approached it through a 10-year lens is because we wanted the opportunity to add projects in the future. So this change doesn't really change our ability to do that. If we were to negotiate additional properties with the Housing Authority, we would return to the board, add the projects, and extend the term.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So, and I understand the point that Supervisor Simitian's raising, because you don't want any of these to be dusty and then someone to say, OMG. And then the other thing is that, especially as it relates to Measure A, I mean, most of this should be pretty far along by the time we get into that. So what I would say is for purposes of this action, I'm comfortable with adding the 5 years, asking you to talk to our colleagues about it. If there are unintended consequences, I'd like it to come back to the board, because we don't want to do anything to slow down housing.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Consuelo, go ahead.
Sorry, Board President Wasserman, I just wanted to acknowledge also the reason why we are moving towards the direction of MOUs is because it memorializes the commitment beyond staff leaving. So in 5 years, if any one of us are not here, that at least there is an instrument that memorializes that commitment.
And that work, and it's actually very advantageous for us. So thank you.
Vice President Ellenberg, you're okay with that change to the 5? Thank you. No speakers. Jill, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you very much. We now have 3 items that were pulled from the consent calendar. The first was by Supervisor Chavez. It is item number 50. Approved delegation of authority to county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate an agreement with concern relating to providing employee assistance program services to county employees. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. I asked that we hear this item because of the scope of delegation and because it relates to our ongoing discussions and questions about whether the 3 healthcare providers we contract with for services for employees are demonstrating any commitment to the legally required health access standards. So as it relates to the EAP, there are 2 issues. One is that I'm very interested in why we have a 4-year, $5.8 million contract. And part of the reason I'm asking that is that if we're going to put it out to bid, it's confusing to me that it would be for 4 years.
We are going to turn to Mr. John Mills.
Supervisor Chavez, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. John Mills, Employee Services Agency Director. Supervisor Chavez, it's my understanding from the conversations that we've had with the vendor that the contract that we would envision would be a 2-year agreement, I believe, with an option for extensions. So we would look to initiate our own competitive process once we had services established with this vendor, and the options would allow us the opportunity to switch over to a selected vendor through our own process if that was the outcome of the RFP sooner than the term for the delegation.
What I would, let me just say, colleagues, that, well, let me ask you this. What happens to the folks who, because we have employees that operate our current EAP program, like that are our employees?
We do, and I see Dr. Smith has his hand up, but to respond to just that question, our current proposal is to maintain our employees who deliver EAP services. There are other counties like San Francisco and Los Angeles who have essentially a hybrid service delivery model where they do have a cohort of in-house county employees who help deliver EAP services, and that is augmented by a contracted vendor such as Concern, who provides the workforce with access to, hundreds of clinicians, and then also many more services that are beyond what our EAP service has historically been able to provide. So it goes beyond mental health services to some financial planning advice, initial legal advice services. There's a lot of services in the scope of what these contracted EAP vendors provide. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Smith.
Yep.
Yeah, this request comes out of the board's discussion about employee health and our need to be able to respond vigorously to the many problems that have occurred in our community, shootings and the like. The EAP office, with our current allocation of employees, is just not able to keep up with the need, which has been pretty amazingly high, as you all know. So what we're planning at this point is a hybrid system on an interim basis to try to get caught up with the need and the concern. And then as we get a better idea of what will stabilize out in terms of the demand, then we'll decide how to move ahead with increasing the number of EAP employees. But this is really a matter of trying to get a rapid response to a problem that the board identified and asked us to deal with quickly. And the best, quickest way to do it is with contracts.
Thanks.
So, yeah, that's really helpful. Just kind of three thoughts about this, and then I'm sure you've thought about all this. I'm just trying to understand it. One is that we've established a recovery center, and what I'm really trying to understand, we can build on our own recovery center to attach our EAP program to that, so that as we have people who need a scaled up service, they can access it through, someone who needs a trauma counselor versus scaling it down. I think, John, you raise an interesting point about those pinch points for people, whether it's financial or legal, where someone just needs a really quick intervention. But I'm very interested in seeing how all of this can be aligned, and then kind of coupled with that, and I'm just laying this out so that you can understand why I pulled it, is that I look at Kaiser and some of the folks that are supposed to be providing services to our employees, and recognize that from my perspective, we may be being overcharged in our medical contracts because of the lack of responsiveness and available resources, especially in mental health. So what I'm really trying to better understand is, how is it possible for us to take, the backbone of what's strong that we have, the assets and resources we're spending, like a lot of money for these medical services that we're not able to access. And then what does that mean for us, both as it relates to an interim contract or just another way to approach the issue?
Yeah, good questions. First of all, the issue of integration with the trauma response center and the victims programs. we're suggesting here contracts with the same providers, and we basically envision Casey taking responsibility for coordinating a lot of that, so that we will have synergy there. The issue of our employees' insurance is a great question. Historically, Kaiser has not been big on providing lots of mental health services. They do provide mental health services, but they're fairly limited in scope, and they're time limited. That has been a problem many times over. So I don't think I can answer that question cogently right now, except to say that we have to work with our contracts to try to get them to offer more and better services. HealthNet has a better program. The Valley Health Plan also has a very good program, and we're integrating health or behavioral health services. So the biggest problem we have now is Kaiser.
Well, and I guess, and I appreciate that. But here's what I would want to recommend. I also, let me just say this. I think El Camino does great work on mental health, and I know they've been good partners with us. And by the way, I'm not, I know Kaiser's employees are out on strike too. I mean, so to me, there's just a lot in the environment and the market that makes this extremely unstable. And yet I know our employees need these services. And I think El Camino, especially as it relates to young people, has really invested a lot of resources in the support they're doing for kids. And so what I would ask is, I would ask that we're verifying that this is a 2-year contract, not a 4-year contract, because when I read it, it read like a 4-year contract, and that, I read late at night, so I apologize there. So if it's a 2-year contract, I will vote for a 2-year contract with the request that within 1 year that we're coming back with how the Recovery Center, our own EAP center, and the investments we're making, and the conversations we're having with our medical providers that we're paying money to, how all of that gets aligned into us having a really supportive environment for our employees, and something frankly that, well, I don't want to make it more complicated. Anyway,
All right, that's your motion.
Yeah, I agree. We'll do that.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, that was your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Smith just agreed to it. Okay, I'll be happy to second. Any further discussion? Jill, vote please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Memoriam.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
And 65 is next. That was pulled by Vice President Ellenberg, and that's to consider recommendations to continue the rapid service expansion to meet behavioral health and substance use disorder needs. Vice President Ellenberg, what would you like to say?
Indeed it is. Thank you. First, I want to reemphasize, as I did during the consent review on item 35, that I really am very, very pleased to see the increased movement to utilize funds, expand services, and accelerate action to address the mental health and substance use crises in our community. I'm absolutely going to support the action, but just had a couple of questions about the expected use of the authority, and then may want to offer some direction in the form of a motion. Dr. Smith, can you comment on the actions you expect to be taking under this new proposed DOA that are different from the 3 DOAs that are currently in effect? And what are your immediate next steps that this DOA would support?
Well, Supervisor, as you know, and thanks for the comments, we're trying to move as fast as we can with our contracts for behavioral health, and most of the behavioral health services that the county provides, or I should say pays for, are provided by CBO contract partners. And we're working with all of them to try to identify particular needs, because the sort of standard past approach of just increasing rates or changing around organizational structure doesn't address all of their needs. Some of them need stipends for hiring. Hiring's very challenging. Some of them need IT support. Some of them need facility support. Most of them for most of them, simply increasing rates doesn't help because they can't see as many patients as they used to because of the problems with having enough providers. So the reason for this delegation is to try to give us the flexibility as staff to address specific needs as quickly as possible.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate your explaining the flexibility. I think that's good. And I perhaps interrupted you on your way to answering what your immediate next steps are from here, assuming this is approved.
Yeah, I was going to say that our immediate next steps, well, we're already meeting with our CBO partners, but the next steps is to draft up contracts as quickly as we can to address their needs. And that's why we felt we needed a delegation. Obviously, if we go standard mode, the contracts would be delayed in the process of coming to the board. But what we would envision doing with this process is that we will report out to the board either off agenda or on the agenda what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I know there's been some concerns about the minimum wage issues, and we will not agree to lower than our minimum wage unless there's some critical need, at which point we'll bring it to the board and out it with the board before we do anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sure you can imagine I'm not interested in slowing this down. The resolution includes a statement that this action would waive board policies related to soliciting and contracting to the extent permitted by federal, state, and local law. Can you comment a little bit on this provision of the resolution, how the waiver specifically will support addressing the behavioral health crisis, and how this waiver may compare to the waiver of rules that we utilized for the COVID response?
This is because typically the board policy would be that we do an RFP every 5 years. And the RFP process is very burdensome for the CBOs. And for the most part, we know from a staff perspective which CBOs are doing a good job. We have measures, and it's sort of pointless to do an RFP for some of these services. Now, that doesn't apply to all of them. There'll clearly be some where we need to have some competition, but we're asking for a delegation for the judgment. And it's different than COVID because the COVID waiver really was a result of the emergency declaration. And this is cannot be done through the emergency declaration.
Got it. Thank you for the answers on both of those. Given the breadth of issues that are covered by the DOA and the high engagement from the board on these issues, and now we have the monthly reports to the board, I'd like to move that we approve the DOA as presented, but amend the resolution so that monthly rather than semi-annual lists of approved contracts are provided to the board. I'd be comfortable with just a list of the actions taken under this DOA to be attached to the monthly reports administration is already submitting on their efforts, kind of similar to other DOA contract reports that go to our committees that are just tables that are included: the date of the action, the names of the contracted parties, purpose of the agreement, term of the agreement, funds allocated, and the source of funds. That would be my motion, and I would look for a second.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, you want to second that?
I will, and then I have one.
Did you have additional comments to make?
I do not. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Vice President. Supervisor Chavez, do you have additional comments?
I do, and one of them is that I'm very interested in how the these delegations lay the groundwork for getting prepared for things like care court. And one of the reasons I ask is that I realize that San Francisco and Los Angeles are coming earlier, they're coming online earlier than we are. Does this give you the flexibility to start to put staff together or other things that are going to prepare us for care court? And then that's one question. The other part of that question is there a reason that we're going after Los Angeles and San Francisco?
The care court discussion is a challenging discussion. We were told by the state that we were going to be in the second phase. We're not able to figure out why we were put in the second phase, but maybe Supervisor Ellenberg knows because she was at CSAC. We are already preparing as best we can, but it doesn't really require this delegation at this point. So Supervisor Ellenberg.
Sure. The counties that are in the first phase actually volunteered for that. So we did not volunteer, frankly, because we're doing so much work on our own right now. And there are a number of advantages to watching the first iteration to see how that goes. But we did receive $1,365,917 from a full state allocation of $31 million that's specifically to be used for CARE Act planning resources. So that money came to, or is coming to, Dr. Smith, you can clarify if we've already got it in hand, coming to the general fund, and then will be directed to whatever work is going to be done to prepare us. And then, of course, we have to report to the state how we use those funds.
Yeah, we haven't received it yet, but we will receive it.
I'm sure
We
the
got
check's in the
notice.
mail.
Yeah, checks in the mail. But you
That's
know,
helpful.
because we spend so much general fund on behavioral health, we have sufficient reserves at this point to move ahead with prep. The 1.3 million will be helpful, but we can get started with that.
Yep.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Supervisor Chavez. No members of the public speaking, no other hands raised. Jill, roll call vote on 65, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. We now go to our final item, number 68. Supervisor Lee, you pulled this off during consent. You made several comments about a local Puerto Rican organization as compared to Red Cross. What more did you wish to do?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I didn't speak earlier, but I just want to first of all say thank you very much to Dr. Smith and also for administration for reporting back to us so quickly and finding the funds in our budget to make this happen, along with the context you provided during the consent calendar discussion earlier. Certainly, the American Red Cross is a recognized international relief organization, which would have been a acceptable choice. But at the same time, I'm also very much in support of the Puerto Rican Civic Club receiving this funding to carry out the disaster relief, especially given that they were the organization that carried out this work when Hurricane Maria hit a few years ago, when a similar referral was authored by then Supervisor Ken Yeager. It's been made apparent to me that the PRCC is well qualified to carry out this work and that they already have volunteers out on the ground, boots on the ground, helping people. So upon receiving the funding, I think it would be helpful for the Puerto Rican Civic Club to provide the administration with a report on how the funding was used. But right now, I think the biggest priority is that getting money out there, that the funding is provided without any further delay so that the relief work gets carried out immediately. So I would like to first thank the members of Puerto Rican Civic Club reaching out to our office and for the passionate support for Puerto Rico throughout the so many years, and especially during this very difficult time. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. And I would like to make a motion to have this funding be given to the Puerto Rico Civic Club.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion by Lee, second by Chavez. Supervisor Chavez, no, you don't need to make any comments. We do have a couple of members of the public wishing to speak. Joe, will you please recognize them for 2 minutes each?
Our first speaker is Catherine Ramos. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Catherine Ramos, and I want to first thank the Board of Supervisors for recognizing our organization. We have worked so hard over the last 5 years, and to see that our community recognizes that is greatly appreciated. I will leave the rest of my comments to our president, Maria Acevedo, and I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maria Acevedo, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking. Maria, if you could please unmute. Welcome back. Karina Dominguez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. First, I just want to thank the County Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for your support. On behalf of the Puerto Rican Civic Club, I was part of the delegation that went to Puerto Rico, and I could best assure you, they definitely know exactly where the need is and are a respectable organization to do this work. So thank you so much for putting your trust in them and also for helping support the Santa Clara County residents that are in Puerto Rico and who have direct ties to the county that I know are going to benefit greatly from this. So thank you so much for your support and for all of the work that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll try Maria Acevedo one more time.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Hi, good afternoon, board directors and all in attendance. Thank you all for your consideration for this funding today. The people of Puerto Rico have a history of getting neglected by the local government, and organizations like ours have been the ones that have lifted and repaired the island during emergency situations. We have bridge communications to cover the vast majority of the island, and we are ready and willing and able to continue working to make this a better place. We currently have in Puerto Rico the support and leadership and guidance of Mayra Cruz, former SJECCD trustee who has flown to Puerto Rico, and we are prepared to proceed with volunteers on the ground, including Johnny Saldivia, former PRCC president and ADRA staff development specialist of Santa Clara County. We'd like to thank everyone that has put their effort to make this happen today, and we appreciate your consideration, and we will not let you down. Your trust is everything to us. And thank you to Dr. Smith for taking the time to hear us out.
Thank you, Maria.
And that concludes our request to speak, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jill, for a great job. We have a motion, we have a second, and we have a supervisor submitting with additional comments.
Just a quick question of Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith, I assume, but I guess I shouldn't assume, want to just confirm on the record with you that we have some sort of process in place to ensure that when we grant funds like this, that they are used for the given and appropriate purpose, yes?
Yes, we'll ask for a report back from the club about how the money is being used.
Good. All right. All right. Well, thank you for that. And thank you, colleagues. That's all I had to, I wanted to confirm that, just get it on the record for folks who might otherwise not be aware of that.
Sure, that was good to confirm. All right, no other hands. Jill, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
See.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Si también. All right, everybody, I think we are all done. It is 4:46. This meeting is adjourned until our next one, which will be November 1st. And I think daylight savings time is a couple days prior to that. So everybody stay healthy and well. Best to all of you. Thank you for your good work today. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Have a good evening.
Recording stopped.
Thank you all. And with that, this meeting room will now be closed. Have a great evening, everyone.